Introduction. British Asian. Postcolonial people, ironic citizens. S. Sayyid. My illustrious friend and joy of my liver, the thing you ask of me is both difficult and useless. Although I have lived all my days in this place, I have neither counted the houses nor have inquired into the number of the inhabitants. As to what one person loads on his mules and the other stows away in the bottom of his ship, it is no business of mine. Ottoman official, Laird, 1853, 663. Perhaps one of the most oft-cited stories about the celestial emporium of benevolent knowledge concerns a certain French philosopher who, upon reading the entry on animals in this book, burst out laughing. What motivated this outburst? In some circles the laughter is considered to have stemmed from the French character of the philosopher, while in others it is maintained that the nature of philosophy rather than that of Frenchness is responsible. The passage in question details a classification of animals according to the following schema: A. Belonging to the emperor, B. Embalmed, C. Tame, D. Sucking pigs, E. Sirens, F. Fabulous, G. Stray dogs, H. Included in the present classification, I. Frenzied, J. Innumerable, K. Drawn with a very fine camel hair brush, 1. etc. M. Having just broken the water pitcher, N. That from a long way off look like flies, Foucault, 2004, 1. Perhaps the laughter was induced by the contrast between the encyclopedia published in 1751 in Paris and this Chinese encyclopedia. What is striking about this taxonomy of the celestial emporium is its strangeness. For what it points to is the very incongruity of the juxtaposition between its various categories. Outside the pages of the celestial emporium, where could animals drawn with a very fine camel hair brush be part of a sequence that would also include animals that have just broken the water pitcher? Foucault, 2004, 18. The character of this taxonomy can only be thought of as discrepant because it implicitly contrasts with a taxonomy based on another logical structure. This discrepancy between the celestial emporium and, let us say, encyclopedia opens up the possibility of interrogating our representations of knowledge. It allows us to imagine the possibility that maybe a Chinese philosopher reading the encyclopedia would also burst out laughing at the attempt to systematize all diverse knowledges that entered European horizons since the voyages of discovery, Venn, 2005. Or perhaps the laughter of philosophers, French or Chinese, stems from a recognition of the ultimate arbitrariness of any taxonomy, of its absurd foundations, for a taxonomy implies juxtapositions which are impossible outside a particular frame of reference. The encyclopedia only becomes comprehensible in the light of the hegemony of the classical episteme, Foucault, 1970. Similarly, it could be the Chineseness of the celestial emporium that contains the incongruity of the classifications it presents, that is, the Chineseness of the Chinese encyclopedia which confers the appearance of order rather than of randomness upon its classification scheme. The signifier of China marks out the celestial emporium as the product of a different episteme, a frame of reference that seems to be confined to the Middle Kingdom and environs. Without exercising the sovereignty of the signifier of China, the celestial emporium would collapse rather than become emblematic of a different way of looking at the world, an attempt to organize the knowledge of the world which does not simply replay the episteme inaugurated and consolidated by encyclopedia. What epistemological framework should be used to structure the production of knowledge of a book dedicated to the analysis of South Asian settler communities in Britain? The order of things to be found in this volume is perhaps less strange and more prosaic than that located within the celestial emporium of benevolent knowledge, and would thus seem to legitimate the relative paucity of epistemological considerations. The representations of South Asians in Britain have for the most part continued to rely on a conceptual vocabulary borrowed from the legacy of Indology and its allied disciplines. Indology can be seen as a variant of Orientalism. Indological discourse is founded upon the opposition between normative Western practices and establishments against which South Asian ways of living appear as distortions and aberrations. Indon, 1990. These distortions and aberrations are domesticated by the use of tropes such as caste, hierarchical divisions, is-it, notions of honor, and birodary, kinship networks. They help to identify South Asian settlers as essentially Indian. The British experience of India came to be dominated by the colonial gaze. The colonial gaze is based upon a distance, a space of separation, a relationship of curiosity, that made it possible to see something as a self-contained object whose problems could be measured, analyzed and addressed by a form of knowledge that appears to stand outside the object and grasp it in its entirety. Mitchell, 2000, 100. The ability of this colonial gaze to apprehend its objects in their entirety is only possible synchronically. Thus for the colonial gaze the temporality of the object escapes, and with it any trace of the political. What we are left with are a series of snapshots, disembedded, dehistoricized objects frozen in time. India was knowable and governable through a cluster of disembodied facts. These facts were to be processed through what Cohn calls investigative modalities, which define the body of information that is needed, the procedures by which appropriate knowledge is gathered, its ordering and classification, and then how it is transformed into usable forms such as published reports, statistical returns, histories, gazettes, legal codes, and encyclopedias. Cohn, 1996, 5. Cohn goes on to identify 6 investigative modalities: historiographic, travelogue, survey, enumerative, museological, surveillance, by which facts about the colonist came to be known. It does not require too much imagination to see how these 6 investigative modalities have with slight reconfigurations been applied to South Asian settlers. The production of government reports, statistical surveys, legal provisions, journalistic accounts, television documentaries etc. are testimony to ways in which Indological investigative modalities continue to be deployed to examine South Asian settlers in Britain. Accordingly, the contents and categorizations contained in A Post-Colonial People would not seem to require further epistemological inquiry. This book could then have been constructed as an encyclopedic account of South Asian settlers in Britain covering themes such as arranged marriages, intergenerational conflict, and the impact of ZTV. It would then describe these using all the usual categories of Indology. Such an endeavor would no doubt have produced an empirically rich narrative, a systemization of the various knowledges about South Asian settlers that have accumulated over the last 50 years. The story would probably begin sometime between 1945 and 1947 at the earliest, but this would have been a mere prelude to the real story, which would be presented as starting with the mass migration of South Asian communities to Britain, probably sometime in the 1960s. This process of mass migration would be the device used to represent the conjoining of 2 distinct spaces and temporalities, through the elaboration of the race relations paradigm, or what I prefer to call the immigrant imaginary. Sayyid, 2004. The immigrant imaginary is a product of the spatialization of the ex-colonial ethnically marked settlers. It shares with Indology the squeezing out of any temporality, thus reducing the Indian subject to being another example of a people without a history. The immigrant imaginary with its attendant public narratives and representations is based on deploying the colonial gaze to comprehend the settlement of South Asian settlers. Alas, while the attempt to continue with the colonial framing of ethnically marked populations has been unrelenting, it has also been largely unsuccessful in that bringing about colonial closure, either culturally, politically or epistemologically, has not been possible. The continuation of colonial framing in the context of the settlement of communities of ex-colonial populations in Britain has continually run into a series of scandals and crises. The post-colonial condition of the world order, most visibly highlighted by the decentering of the West, Young, 1990, Sayyid, 2003, has disrupted the possibility of uncontested coloniality. It has meant that the attempt to impose the practices and logics of coloniality has not led to the closure enshrined in a fully formed naturalist order, but rather the constant displacement of such a possibility. The continued reliance on colonial framing in the context of the post-colonial condition has been largely responsible for the inability of race relations paradigms to cope with ethnicized minorities' attempts to rewrite the history of the nation. The conflict between a disavowed coloniality and post-coloniality is most vividly demonstrated by the checkered trajectory of the various labels deployed to identify people from South Asia who settled in Britain in the wake of the formal decolonization of British India, Black, British Asian, Asian British etc. There is a continuing debate about the most appropriate way of describing and labeling those settlers that hail from South Asia. This debate, however, is not only concentrated in academic circles dealing with issues of classification, or at the level of public policy in which overworked managers try to impose a taxonomic discipline on unruly social relations. It can also be found in kebab shops and bazaars, in streets and clubs, in homes and offices, in short in locales that bring together people who share a sense of belonging to South Asia, a sense mediated by coloniality and marked by racialized subordination, and continually represented through the currency of Indo-logical discourse. The heart of this debate turns upon an existential question, a question that is always present in what we do, what we say, even when we are doing and saying things that seems to have no explicit obvious link to it. Attempts to answer the question of who these immigrants are have centered on the division between an ethnically unmarked majority and ethnically marked minority. The privileging of national identities has cultural and legal as well as political and philosophical aspects. An illustration of this can be seen in the rather haphazard way in which national labels such as Indian, Pakistani and Bangladeshi are used in local and national state publications and media broadcasts to designate even those settlers who have British citizenship. Behind the bureaucratic convenience of such labels, lurks the confusion between ethnic and national identity, a confusion that would see ethnic homogeneity as the normal condition of membership of the national community. More important, the division between national majority and ethnic minority is overdetermined by a series of polarizations which play upon the constitutive split between West and non-West. So how should a book about South Asians settled in Britain be arranged? Under what sign could its inclusions be made intelligible and its exclusions seem not only legitimate but also necessary? Unlike either the Celestial Emporium or Encyclopedia, what signifier of distinctive destiny would marshal knowledge of South Asian settlers is not altogether clear. Through their experience, ex-colonial ethnically marked populations find themselves on the cusp of the divide between West and non-West. Ex-colonial settlers have to be understood within the context of the post-colonial condition. The post-colonial here refers to a conceptual, not just a chronological category. Perhaps the story of ex-colonial ethnically marked populations can best be told in the pages of a post-colonial encyclopedia. However, the idea of systematizing and totalizing all knowledge as part of a post-colonial project of accumulation of knowledge runs into a number of difficulties. First, there is an obvious problem as post-colonial marks something beyond colonialism but not something intrinsic in itself. In other words, the post in the post-colonial reminds us that we have not arrived at something that can have its own name, thus a post-colonial encyclopedia would still be parasitic. It would deconstruct the colonial without replacing it. Second, given the idea of an encyclopedia itself and its Enlightenment rationality, would a post-colonial encyclopedia still be post-colonial except in a descriptive/temporal sense? Perhaps a post-colonial encyclopedia would be no more impossible than the Chinese encyclopedia. If such an encyclopedia were possible, then the entry on South Asian settlers would appear under the label British Asian. We use the term throughout this volume to designate members of settler communities which articulate a significant part of their identity in terms of South Asian heritage. The choice of this term was not only a stylistic device aimed at avoiding circumlocutions like people of South Asian heritage, but, more important, a recognition of the need for a category that points one in a direction away from established accounts of national identities and ethnicist minorities. The idea of British Asian builds upon previous discussions that respond to the inadequacies of the various descriptions, Kaur and Kalra, 1996. As has been pointed out, Asian as the most common way in which British Asians are addressed does not translate very well outside the context of the British Isles. In the United States and Australia, for example, Asian refers to people of East Asian or Southeast Asian heritage. In the United States, South Asians labor under the name of East Indians, another misnomer to account for American Indians. Degree partly in order to specify what Asians we are referring to, one could see the merit in terms which foreground the British context of this group of Asians, so that British Asian or Asian British or Asian Britons become equivalent to South Asian communities settled in Britain. Such usage would seem to have a great deal of merit to it as it accords with popular and academic usage in the British context and to some extent the South Asian context as well. Unfortunately, the difficulty of implementing such a straightforward solution arises from the contested nature of the term British. British refers both to a civic constitutional identity and to a term heavily implicated in the racialist narratives of the Heron folk of the British Empire. Attempts to redefine Britishness away from whiteness have run into resistance from the usual suspects of xenophobic columnist provocateurs and right-wing elements. Degree further, they have also prompted the recognition that such a transformation would entail a major debate about the nature of British identity in relation to its imperial past and its post-colonial future, a debate that most practical politicians would seem to want to avoid. As a consequence, there is an embarrassing phenomenon of ethnic self-abnegation in which prominent public figures of the ex-colonial ethnic minority, in their attempt to lay claim to the inheritance of an unreconstructed British identity, may find themselves declaring, "When we had the British Empire," without any consideration of the Ellis-ions and disavowals that this particular narration of Britishness entails, either for them or for others of the ethically marked and subordinated residents of Britain. There are of course many who continue to hope and work towards a definition of Britain and British that would be open to the ethnically marked, a vision of a cosmopolitan Britannia or world island. Such a transformation of the idea of Britishness cannot be accomplished without the disarticulation of coloniality in its constitution. This is not simply a gesture that recalls the horrors of empire, a gesture which can be met by a counter-gesture challenging the invocation of any polity with a pure history. Rather, it entails the recognition of the need to replace the colonial face/OS with a vision in which the distinction between West and non-West is no longer privileged, a vision that articulation of British and Asian makes difficult since its constituent elements are clearly overdetermined by the West and non-West opposition. Thus the use of British as prefix or suffix establishes a superficial relationship between Asian and British. The identity of British or Asian is not radically transformed by being conjoined, thus allowing for the possibility of disaggregating the British from the Asian, or as right-wing circles in Britain would express it, repatriating Asians to their homelands. Such an arrangement maintains the distinction and distance of the West and non-West. This split produces cultural representations which describe South Asian settlers as frozen in time, or belonging to a culture regarded as static, patriarchal, and authoritarian, in contrast to British/Western culture, with its gleaming, post-modernity, its dynamism, and gender egalitarianism. The category of British Asian has four main features. First, it refuses the easy decomposition of the British and Asian dyad into its Western and non-Western constituents. British Asian is not merely a conflation of the British and the Asian, it is not a fusion but is a confusion of the possibility of both terms. Second, British Asian occupies an intermediate terrain on the cusp between West and non-West. The physical location of British Asian settlers is not sufficient to mark them out as being incontestably part of a Western trajectory, nor does their heritage determine their non-Western character. British Asian signifies the impossibility of a hyphenated identity. In the context of the post-colonial, ethnically marked identities cannot be mere superficial additions to the national identity which remains basically the same. British Asian demonstrates that transformations occur across the national majority/ethnic minority divide, and disrupts that balance of power in which the national majority holds all the cards, since the boundaries that constitute that national majority are themselves subject to the process of social and cultural transformations. Third, the signifier of British Asian needs to be conceptualized in the Derridian sense of being under erasure, Derrida, 1976. A concept can be said to be under erasure when it has to be crossed out since it is clearly inadequate. However, the crossing has to remain visible, it cannot be snowpaked out, since there is no adequate replacement. Slater, 2004, 10. British Asian is not the correct answer to the question of British Asian subjectivities, but nor is there a better answer we can turn to. The line that crosses out and puts the category of British Asian under erasure can be described as the postcolonial line, crossing out and cancelling the colonial, without the crossing being able to erase the concept. It is the postcoloniality of South Asian settlers that transforms them into British Asians, and distinguishes them, along with other ethnically marked ex-colonial settlers, from preceding groups of settlers who might serve as a comparator, the Huguenots, East European Jews. By placing British Asian under erasure, we accept that British Asian is not a fully formed name that marshals all the various forms of experiences of South Asian settlers. Fourth, British Asianness is defined by what can be described as a sense of ironic citizenship. That is, British Asians experience persistent and deep-seated skepticism about the dominant mythology of Britishness. They have recurring doubts about their inclusion within the conversation of the nation as interlocutors and peers. Their sense of irony arises from a recognition, often tacit rather than explicit, of the distance between the narratives available to them and the entrenched sense of Britishness. The legal status that most British Asians are entitled to is too often undermined by extra-legal conventions, e.g. institutionalist racism. Racism acts not only as a barrier in the fields of law and order, education, employment, but also at a more diffuse level in which Asians' relationship to the dominant story of these isles continues to see them and their presence as something supplemental to the nature of what it means to be British. The British Asian experience of racially induced segregation and subordination raises doubts about the inclusive claims made about membership of British society. British Asians, like other ex-colonial ethnically marked people, are often reminded that to be in Britain but not a part of Britain is not the same as being British. This sense of ironic citizenship is manifested by the ease with which British Asians fail the cricket tests of xenophobic politicians. Marquez, 1994, 137-41. Hence, the ironic citizenship that is made available to British Asians is represented within xenophobic discourse as dual loyalty and failure to integrate. Consequently, the British Asian recognition of the role of contingency in the construction of their way of life is belied by accounts which continue to see them and their communities as essentialist fragments of the Nofi West. British Asian is the signifier around which selections of knowledge, benevolent or otherwise, that make up for post-colonial people are organized. The volume is arranged in three main sections. The first part, Frames, is mainly concerned with investigating epistemological and theoretical debates by which the British Asian experience has been approached. The second part, Portraits, is an attempt to present a comprehensive survey of aspects of British Asian life. A special effort has been made to bring together dimensions of British Asian life worlds that are often kept apart due to disciplinary considerations. This section is partly a response to one of the common complaints against critiques of Indology, namely that such a Setian-inspired, scorched earth critique leaves nothing but epistemology, dissolving all substantive themes into epistemological questions which are increasingly removed from the concerns of people and their lives. The third part of the book, Signatures, covers the way in which British Asians have signed themselves on the landscape of these islands. In particular, it explores the way in which cultural representations by British Asians have contributed to the construction of British Asian identity as almost a distinct way of life with its internal divisions, conflicts, and fragments, but also with its commonalities and unities. Each of the main sections contains a number of essays, along with which there are a number of boxes, smaller notes that appear throughout the volume at regular intervals, disrupting and deflecting the possibility of a stabilized narrative. The articles are not meant to carry encyclopedic information that echoes the usual stereotypes populating the narratives of ethnically marked communities. The interrelationship between boxes and chapters is purely arbitrary, an interruption of the epistemic coherence by the juxtaposition of topics of very different scale and substance. It destabilizes the possibility of British Asian emerging as an unproblematic category, the mere object of ethnographic fieldwork or empirical surveys, or an improbable entry in an impossible encyclopedia. An aspect of the decentering of the West is weakening and increasing contestation of the relationship of power/knowledge which established and legitimate Western hegemony as political, cultural, economic, and epistemological enterprise. The relationship between power/knowledge became more explicit in the wake of the British government joining the United States in its global crusade against terrorism and rogue regimes. One understanding of this war on terror is to see it as an attempt to recenter the West through military coercion which can no longer be legitimate through other means. Sayyid, 2003, Rehu-Smit, 2004. The so-called war on terror has so far tended to be mainly directed at the political mobilizations under the banner of Islam. A post-colonial people has been put together in the context of this global post-colonial war, in which the separation between colonial as space of violence and metropole as space of peace has been threatened and the distinction between race relations and international relations become increasingly blurred. It is in this context that intelligence agencies have suddenly discovered the merits of diversity as they aim to recruit members from key ethnic minorities, thus replaying an aspect of the colonial drama as native informants are increasingly turned into police informers. In this set of circumstances it is hard not to sympathize with the Ottoman official, cited above, who when confronted with the interrogative Western imperative refuses to oblige. There is a certain irony that A.H. Layard's citation of the response was possibly interpreted as another illustration of the Oriental repose, reflecting the absence of the will to truth, and perhaps an element of comedy in the petty-minded Ottoman bureaucrats' lackadaisical reluctance to harness the accumulation of knowledge for the exercise of power. In the wake of the bombing in London, July 7, 2005, and the renewed quest for native informants and police informers, the Ottoman officials' response seems a far more prudent gesture than a simple capitulation to the logic of the colonial. There is a popular hadith which states that one should follow the road to knowledge even if it takes one as far as China. The quest for knowledge of how to encapsulate the British Asian experience began with the Chinese encyclopedia and the laughter of a philosopher trying to make sense of the strange ways of organizing knowledge in strange lands. Alas, the strange land of course is not China, or at least not the China of the Chinese, for the celestial emporium of benevolent knowledge is not an encyclopedia, nor is it really Chinese. Rather it is an invention forged at the edge of the West, Amand, 2004, by the brilliant imagination of a blind Porteño librarian. In the analytical language of John Wilkins, Jorge Borges mentions in passing the perhaps apocryphal Chinese encyclopedia. In the space of a few lines he evokes a China that recalls the Western imagining of China. Thus for Foucault it is this Western representation of China which comes to connote China as the radical other. Gregory, 2004, 3. This could suggest that the laughter of Foucault as he pored over the pages of the celestial emporium of benevolent knowledge arose from beholding a distorted reflection in the mirror. Or it could be that the laugher recognized that the dream of otherness may not be the same as what the other dreams. When Foucault stopped laughing he went on to say, "Leave it to our bureaucrats and our police to see that our papers are in order. At least spare us their morality when we write." Foucault, 1974, 17. This suggests perhaps that post-colonial interventions only refuse the colonial rather than invoke another order of being. Consequently, without the possibility of a radical rupture towards a new order of things, the post-colonial condition condemns us to continue to play with concepts and categories that are played within and against the colonial lineage, while awaiting the possibility of a new language game that has yet to begin. A post-colonial people is made possible by articulating the unnecessary but unavoidable category of British Asian, a category whose relevance and persistence is inscribed in the idealization of its obsolescence. In other words, this volume is custom-built to be out of order. Part I frames. N. Ali, vs. Kalya and S. Sayyid. The following chapters are mainly concerned with investigating the epistemological and theoretical debates through which the British Asian experience has been articulated. Central to the argument of the book is the description of British Asian as a post-colonial people. Postcoloniality is deployed here as a term that is not merely empirical or descriptive, but also conceptual. The first chapter, by Barner Hesse and S. Sayyid, provides an analytical narrative of the post-colonial context of the British Asian settlement and sets out to reframe the way in which the normal science of race relations accounts for racially marked ex-colonial settlers in Britain. Hesse and Sayyid politicize the notion of post-coloniality, extending its significance beyond the field of literary and cultural studies, where it has tended to reside, to the arena of political and social inquiry. The political aspect of the post-colonial is not, however, limited to a change of scope, that is, the nature of the post-colonial is not political simply because it focuses on issues traditionally associated with politics, but rather, as Hesse and Sayyid argue, it arises from its capacity to question the construction of social relations as being already given. This focus on the political aspect of the post-colonial condition provides the context for the difficult emergence of a British Asian subjectivity. The next two chapters, by After Bra and Tariq Moduad respectively, focus directly on the politics that surround the articulation of a distinct British Asian subject position. After Bra's chapter outlines the historical trajectory that oversaw the transition from Asian, as a signifier of immigrants, to British Asian, as a signifier of settlers. Bra shows how over a period of almost 50 years the figure of the Asian has been contested between ethnically marked populations hailing from South Asia and the discursive practices of an ethnically unmarked national imagination. Tariq Moduad's chapter examines the way in which the usage of black as a means of identifying all of Britain's ethnically marked ex-colonial populations obscured the very different ways in which populations with Caribbean and those with South Asian heritage adapted to and were accommodated by Britain. Moduad's intervention highlights how the politics of ascription, in the context of ethnicized communities, have often had more to do with Orientalist fantasies of various elite discourses rather than the concerns and actualities of the communities themselves. The following three chapters explore the conceptual assumptions behind some of the dominant representations of South Asians and British Asians. John Hutnick alerts us to the difficulty of applying a particular kind of anthropological gaze derived from the colonial experience to post-colonial phenomena. He does this through a reading of absence within anthropological accounts of left-leaning political organizations that empowered British Asians. This empowerment demonstrates the limits of various models of Western supremacist discourse, whose function was to discipline ethnically marked ex-colonial populations. According to Hutnick, the absence of analysis of the radical leftist tradition within the British Asian communities is one of the ways in which depoliticization of British Asians is represented and regulated. Thus Hutnick argues that a positivist anthropology focusing on essentialist categories, however skillfully redescribed, is bound to produce an account in which the British Asian experience constantly reacts to an essence based on alterity as a cultural rather than a political category. Arvind Mandare picks up on the essential otherness of South Asians as it is expressed in the seriousness of their religious affiliations. Mandare's chapter recounts how South Asians, subsequently British Asians, become the place of religion. He notes the decisive influence of Hegel in the formation of Indology and its attempt to appropriate and contain South Asians and examines the implications of Derrida's arguments for the untranslatability of the concept of religion for the way in which British Asianness is regulated and represented. The final chapter in this part, by Sean McLaughlin, examines these themes of representation and regulation in the specific case of Bradford. The centrality of Bradford in Britain's ethnoscapes means that its representations in academic, journalistic, and literary discourses provides a generalist commentary on the dialectical relationship between some members of Britain's ethnically marked populations and the representation of the British nation as ethnically unmarked. Bradford's status as a metaphor for British Asian at its most radically other transforms McLaughlin's historiography of Bradford into a conceptual history of British Asianness. This part outlines some of the processes that help to form a distinct British Asian identity. The relationship between the presence of ethnically marked ex-colonial people in Britain and the post-colonial condition provided the context for this formation. The two parts following this one continue the story of British Asians by mapping out the complex forms of their settlement of Britain. Narrating the Postcolonial. Political N. The Immigrant Imaginary. Barner Hesse and S. Sayyid. Imperialism did not end, did not suddenly become past, once decolonization had set in motion the dismantling of the classical empires. A legacy of connections still binds countries like Algeria and India to France and Britain respectively. A vast new population of Muslims, Africans, and West Indians from former colonial territories now resides in metropolitan Europe. Even Italy, Germany, and Scandinavia today must deal with these dislocations, which are to a large degree the result of imperialism and decolonization as well as expanding European population. Said, 1993, 282, if the law is the apparatus that binds and seals the universality of the political body of the nation, then the immigrant, produced by the law as margin and thread to that symbolic whole, is precisely a generative site for the critique of that universality. Lowe, 1996, 9-10. Britain in the 1960s, a man arrives at Heathrow Airport, stands in line before passport control. He has no family with him, he does not speak the language and he has no more than £5 in his pocket. His clothes, bearing, and face mark him out as a foreigner, from India or Pakistan, who has come to work in Britain. Possibly he will find a job in the textile mills up north, a tire factory in the Midlands, or maybe at London Transport. As he stands in the queue his thoughts wander back to family and friends, perhaps he is thinking of the day when he will have earned enough to return. Maybe he is preoccupied with the strange sights that greet him, surrounded by images and sounds that confound him. It would not be surprising if he is overcome by a mixture of excitement and anxiety, realizing he stands in a country he has previously known only through travelers' tales and myths. Could it be that what he feels is not that different from the emotions that must have been felt by another group of voyagers from another, much earlier time and different place? Over 500 years earlier. In May 1498 the Portuguese Vasco da Gama arrived off the coast of what is now called Kerala bearing letters for Prester John, who was thought to be the monarch of a realm described as the extreme Orient beyond Persia and Armenia. Da Gama's encounter with unfamiliar Indians was mediated by a knowledge of the familiar, the vocabulary of which he had to resort to in order to describe what he saw. However, he was not able to transform South Asia so that it conformed to his descriptive scheme. Da Gama's arrival was still pre-colonial. In contrast, the subsequent colonial project sought to recast South Asia in terms of the Western imagination, constructing South Asia as we know it, and was part of a reordering of the world in European terms. Or as one writer puts it, in reference to the conception of Asia as a continent, the term, it is recognized, is essentially Western. There is no equivalent word in any Asian language nor such a concept in the domain of geographical knowledge. Chaudhary, 1991, 23. In this way we can understand the emergence of a South Asia, a geographical expression and a cultural formation initiated as part of the imperial process by which Europe sutured the globe, and so established its distinctive identity in relation to rest of the world. The mapping of South Asia coincided with the formation of the West as a global enterprise, the latter signaled by the appropriation of the Americas, which, underwritten by imperial processes emanating from the peninsula on the western edge of the Asian continent, elaborated a gradual shift from the idea of Christendom to the idea of Europe, and introduced into the Americas various administrative categories of non-Europeanness, e.g. Indian for Native Americans, Negro for Africans, and proto-anthropological discourses of race to govern and conceptualize human diversity. Wolff, 1982, Todorov, 1984, Rabeza, 1993. Initially the presence of South Asia in Europe was contained in and spread through exotic commodities, fabulous legends, and the embellished first-hand experiences of a few hardy travelers. The entry of South Asia into the European imagination therefore was not an event like the appropriation of the Western Hemisphere, in which an unknown landmass and its inhabitants were consumed by Europe. Many of the traits considered to be specifically South Asian were constituted by networks of trade, pioneered by the Portuguese. Early modern India, therefore, can be seen in terms of the ways in which control of the Indian Ocean passed from Islamicate and Chinese ships to Portuguese, Dutch, and British fleets. The spices brought by the Portuguese from the Americas helped to define a global cuisine, which is now known perhaps too unproblematically as Indian. The voyages of Vasco da Gama in effect inaugurate the beginning of the process by which South Asia becomes a looming presence on European horizons. Thus Portuguese voyages to A/Hind coincide with the major transformation of European identity, in particular, the way in which racialist discourses emerged from the imperial establishment of Europeanness and the colonial creation and rule of non-Europeanness. The expansive migration and settlement of South Asians in Britain cannot be accounted for outside the context of the relationships established between Europe and South Asia in general and between post-Timurid India and the British Isles in particular. Indeed, Asian settlement is a post-colonial suffix to the colonial relationship between Britain and its Indian Empire. This is one of the reasons why there has always been something distinctly colonial about modern Britishness, racially exceeding the conventional parameters of its history and the official memory of its national institution. So when in 1997 the Union Jack was being lowered in a televised ceremony to publicize Hong Kong's official return to China, the irony that it was only 100 years ago that the British Empire was celebrating Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee seemed lost. The zenith of the British Empire came in the wake of the First World War, when it comprised 14 million square kilometers of the Earth's land surface, 133 million square kilometers, including Antarctica, and ruled over approximately 400 million people, of which 322 million were to be found in its Indian dominions. The irony might be underlined by remembering the period between Pakistan and India's independence in 1947 and the official decolonization of Hong Kong, as 50 years of Britain resuming, with a post-colonial indifference, political and cultural developments in which its national and local meanings continued to be deeply marked by the combined and uneven effects of colonial, racial and multicultural formations. Of course, the post-Second World War period is not usually remembered or conceived in this way, centering as it does on the upheavals and dislocations internal to the discontinuities that periodize the well-being and idealizations of Western democratic culture, principally Europe and the United States. In Britain it is conventional to speak of the post-war condition of labor shortages as the catalyst for migration from the colonies, without any consideration of the impact of coloniality, as a political and social culture, on Britain's nation-empire, as if nation and empire belonged to incommensurable temporalities, polities, and spaces. Were we to re-employ the usual sociological narrative implied here, endorsing the nation-empire separation, symptomatic of analyses that divorce national race relations from global international relations, we would fail to see the British continuities of race, empire, and nationalism across the 20th century as a whole. Here we want to point to three conjunctural dimensions around which our alternative post-colonial/coloniality narrative might be contrasted to the ubiquitous post-war/race relations narrative. First, there was in the last half of the 20th century, Britain's redeployment within its cities and institutions of a liberal colonial racism arising from the unanticipated, rapid unraveling of the British Empire, in which the colonial regulation of international relations became subsumed into the regulation of immigration and race relations within a liberal discourse that formally denounced the idea of racial superiority. Second, there were the creolizing, hybridizing effects of the social and cultural movements of migrations from South Asia, the Caribbean, and West Africa, which entrenched and transformed the ethnic urban meanings of localities in major British cities, entangling idioms of Britishness in new forms of representation and contestation, greatly unsettling local white investments in the nation as a community racially unified in the imagination. Third, presiding over the shock waves of these developments were the indifferently post-colonial regimes of British institutions, whose implications in the post-war national commitment to the welfare state, full employment, peace, and prosperity had also to contend with social challenges to housing, policing and education, posed by unrelenting, unsettling questions of racism and multiculturalism, flowing from imperial histories that greatly exceeded the narrow preoccupations of race relations. Hesse, 2000. While the exact chronology of these shifts in British identity was far more confused and contradictory than is sketched here, its main contours are fairly clear, despite the attempt of revisionist historians to seek in the complexities and hesitancies associated with real historical phenomena the negation of the phenomena themselves, e.g. David Carradine, Niall Ferguson. Continuing to invoke the term post-war to describe the context and temporality of these events, reiterates a descriptor that is not only exhausted but also increasingly anachronistic. The end of the Cold War ushered in the official demise of the so-called post-war period, displacing the bipolar world characterized by the Soviet and US nuclear-armed empires, which were always the continuation of consequences of the Second World War by other means. Since then the question of the world order has been a frequent topic of debate, yet it continues to be underpinned by a Western imperium, both residual and renewable, with its hegemonic assumptions that there is no alternative to its basis of a world order. The passing of the Cold War must now be understood as an interregnum, since European and American cultures of coloniality have clearly remained intact, albeit reframed, reformed and reformulated with regard to refugees and asylum seekers, Third World debt, anti-immigration, rogue states, global poverty, racial profiling, racist attacks, institutional racism, multiculturalism and the war on terror. Therefore what we refer to as the post-colonial is not to be understood empirically as simply referring to the conventional etchings or endings of empire as a formal regime or set of institutions, but rather conceptually as a way of narrating the deregulated presences of past economic, political, and cultural colonialities transformed within the post-colonial present. To naturalize and depoliticize the world order, e.g. the world economic and political hegemony of the United States and European Union, Third World poverty. In other words, the post-colonial describes the limitations and incompleteness of anterior decolonization, and indicates renewed circumstances in which the challenge to resist and overcome the residuum and excess of coloniality continues to disturb, question and unsettle Western practices of normalizing, disavowing, and depoliticizing the contemporary colonial architecture of the world order. Coloniality. What we call European coloniality should not be confused with the formal existence of empires and colonies, as in references to colonialism, nor should its persistence be treated as something exempt from the American experience. For us the idea of coloniality points to a governmental cultural form or social regulatory process, assembled in formal and informal practices of racial rule, Goldberg, 2002. Despite the liberal humanist commitments of the European Union and the United States, coloniality is routinely sustained in their deliberations, which enshrine the hegemonic authority of the West over the non-West, the moral high ground of Europeanness over non-Europeanness, and the global value of white populations over non-white populations. Such a Western spectacle, Hesse, 1999, overflows and exceeds the previous formal institutionalization of Western empires, e.g. colonialism. In contemporary political, social, economic, legal, and intellectual practices, the reflexes of European coloniality have become so normalist as to be complicit even with the apparent counter-claims of Western liberal democratic discourses. Despite any putative humanitarian gloss, coloniality expresses the languages, practices, and relations that gave meaning to the kinds of distinctions, nuances, representations and interactions that culminated in the racially hierarchical and segregated formations of European empires across the world, including the United States. Coloniality, detached from the institutions of empire, is particularly expressed, marked, and initiated through the continuing associations of race, racism and multiculturalism with Western forms of governance and culturally Occidentalist-dominated representations, Venn, 2000. It can be read as symptomatic of Western regulatory formations, processes, knowledges and identities because it has congealed historically from the social transformation of colonist cultural differences into administered, inferiorized otherness, e.g. savages, primitive, underdeveloped, minorities. We cannot overestimate the historic transformation of the relation between coloniality and modernity because the Eurocentric, including the Americas, lineage of colonist otherness continues to be appropriated, exploited, interrogated, exoticized, infantilized, and pathologized under the rubric of international relations and race relations. Within these terms, an official post-coloniality subsists fraudulently, continuing to underwrite liberal democratic administrations of racially polarized, gendered, sexualized non-European otherness. This, it must be understood, is not something that only occurs between the West and the non-West, but also between Europeanness, whiteness, and non-Europeanness, non-whiteness, within the very contours and criteria defining and explaining the West itself. Our colonial reference to whiteness in parenthesis should perhaps also be made explicit at this point. As Edward Said pointed out, the colonial relation meant the rule of the white man, it was a way of being in the world and appropriating that world. The white man was a hegemonic disposition, a dominating cadre of comportments that made possible a specific authoritarian colonial cultural style. Being a white man was therefore an idea and a reality. It involved a reasoned position towards both the white and the non-white worlds. It meant in the colonies speaking in a certain way, behaving according to a code of regulations, and even feeling certain things and not others. It meant specific judgments, evaluations, gestures, said, 1978, 227. In addition, it meant embodying the administrative cultivation of race, in which policies implementing a governing form of racism, were indispensable attributes of the colonial authority, ascribed to the disposition and the orientation of the white man. As far as the lineage and legacy of coloniality is concerned, the modern, global, colonial way of being the white man involved, the culturally sanctioned habit of deploying large generalizations by which reality is divided into various collectives, languages, races, types, colors, mentalities, each category being not so much a neutral designation as an evaluative interpretation. Underlying these categories is the rigidly binomial opposition of ours and theirs, with the former always encroaching upon the latter, even to the point of making theirs exclusively a function of ours. Said, 1978, 227. This of course raises the question, to what extent and how does the symbolics of whiteness remain relevant in relation to the non-West and the West's designated non-white populations? In the move from the oscillations between the authoritarian and paternal imperialisms of formally recognized empires, to the humanitarian imperialism of the post-colonial era, the symbolics of whiteness appears to have folded into an assumingly benign liberal democratic universal culture. Heuristically, the failure to understand the contemporary meaning of coloniality has generated a great deal of uncertainty if not confusion about the meaning of the post-colonial in political terms. As a cultural intervention or intellectual practice, post-colonialism has been mainly associated with the field of literary and cultural studies, where it has referred to a genre of writing which reflected on the complex and often contradictory ways in which European empires shaped and continued to influence societies which, though no longer subject to direct imperial control, were haunted by the spectral resonances of empire, whether in the field of law, economy, polity, or social institutions. When the post-colonial has been used to address political issues, for example the right or the good, it has done so largely by being refracted through a cultural prism, seeing culture broadly as practices of representation defining what Charles Taylor has called in the context of multiculturalism, a politics of recognition, Taylor, 1993. Thus the post-colonial analytic has tended to focus on politics as practices of cultural representation. Consequently, the political aspect of the post-colonial has often been found at points at which culture, as ethnic representations or ways of life, and politics, the domain of the state or the rule of law, converge, or, to be more precise, at the point at which cultural questions consume political questions, e.g. nationalism, so-called fundamentalism. While useful within the realms of cultural studies, this has left unattended transnational political questions of power and coloniality, which can only be summarized under the theme of interrupted decolonization, as a persisting and relevant idea in the contemporary age. In this sense, the postcolonial becomes an idiom for reflecting on the historical logics of decolonization and mobilizing its contemporary logics. If by decolonization we understand both the removal and elimination of the forms of coloniality described above. At least three contemporary logics of decolonization that arise within the political prism of postcoloniality can be identified. The first can be described as decolonizing the representations of the decolonized. Here coloniality is not understood so much in terms of material exploitation or political subordination, though these are conditions of its existence, but as an unaccountable organized structure of authoritative knowledge exerted over the formerly colonized and their descendants. The sense of coloniality used depicts forms of power/knowledge that describe Western projects of mastering and regulating the non-European world and communities comprising people of color in terms of Eurocentric knowledges, representations, and administrations. Decolonizing the representations of the decolonized takes the form of a politics of interrogation, not recognition, where the objective is to expose, challenge, remove and eliminate hegemonic white/Western claims of the right to theorize and legitimate non-Western/non-white experiences of postcoloniality. The second logic can be described as decolonizing representative decolonization. Here coloniality is understood in terms of authorizing and allocating global resources, power, or what Anibal Quijano has referred to as the coloniality of power, which refers to the continued ways in which modern categories of citizenship, democracy, and national identity are shaped by the unequal power differentials between European/white and non-European/non-white assemblages and comportments. Despite the eradication of juridical and political institutions of colonialism, colonial practices and discourses continue to proliferate across time and space on a global level, particularly under auspices of global capitalism. For us, the logic of decolonization here takes the political form of challenging and replacing the limited and inadequate previous processes of decolonization in the political, juridical, and economic arenas, particularly under the rubric of globalization, e.g. candidates for decolonization here range from the IMF, the World Trade Organization and the United Nations to NATO. It also extends to striving for political and economic forms of cosmopolitan democracy, within and beyond Western nation-states, regulated globally by a transformation of unfair terms of trade imposed by the West to the detriment of the non-West. The third logic can be described as deco-bonusing the representatives of decolonization. Here coloniality is understood in terms of what Homi Bhabha, 1994, has described as liberal colonial doubleness, in which coloniality extends as much to the liberal as to the colonial part of the institutions and discourses conjoined in this way. It questions the idea that the Western liberal institutions involved in inaugurating and administering the formal decolonizing process are no longer involved in sustaining coloniality. Rather than accepting a radical discontinuity between metropole and colony, in terms of civilization and barbarism, it understands, as Stokely Carmichael and Charles V. Hamilton, 1967, argued in the late 1960s, that something like institutional racism is very much associated with respected Western institutions and that it points to the persistence of coloniality. Here the logic of decolonization takes the form of exorcising coloniality from the liberal democratic culture of Western nations themselves. The political in postcolonialism, or the political postcolonial, should now be thought of as a series of reflections, conceptions, interventions, practices in the arena and analysis of decolonization, ranged against the terms of resumed and renewed coloniality, mobilized for its continual eradication. The prospect of decolonization becomes something akin to what Jamaica's national poet Louise Bennett once ironically referred to as colonization in reverse, in describing the migrations from the former colonies to the former imperial metropole. We should note, however, that it is not the exchange of the hegemonic and subaltern positions within the colonial hierarchy that is being signified by colonization in reverse, but rather the critical reversal of the colonial relationship itself, its reversion and revision, not merely the swapping of positions within that relationship. If we now return to considering the arrival of the ex-colonial ethnically marked immigrant in the British metropole, it should be seen immediately how post-coloniality confused the spatial and racial distinction between center and periphery, nation and empire, citizen and native, and thus signaled the unsettling and unpredictable effects of an exceedingly provisional decolonization of all the political, social, and cultural manifestations made possible by the imperial enterprise. The ex-colonial immigrants were pejoratively portrayed as bringing the empire home, underlining the disavowed reality of the nation empire, and in some quarters deeply resented for closing the gap that colonialism had opened up between liberal democracy and its racial other. The administrative machinery of what Kaus Venn calls imperial governmentality, in our terms racialist governmentality Hesse and Sayyid, forthcoming, began to assert itself in relation to the management of the presence of the ex-colonial immigrant, Venn, 2000. Because the history of ex-colonial immigration to Britain is most often told in terms of the post-war labor shortage, which was to be filled by semi-skilled and unskilled labor from the Caribbean, South Asia, and West Africa, we can easily lose sight of its deeply reinscribed colonial dynamics. In these accounts, the movement of people is reduced to the working of an implacable economic logic, which transcends any particular embodiments, and works in a universal space, the invisible hand of the market, outside of historical processes or cultural formations. Invariably this sets in train a series of nationalist explanations, push-pull, chain migration, designed to account for the transfer of people from the edge of a contracting empire, the official moment of post-coloniality, to the war-torn, battered and bombed heartlands of the officially designated post-war Britain. These host community/immigrant community accounts provide an overwhelmingly inadequate way of narrating the migratory and settlement experiences of ethnically marked post-colonial subjects across Britain. Nevertheless, they sustain the fictions in British public culture of a termination between the imperial past and the nationalist present, as well as of a structural and political separation between a racially unmarked indigenous British society and racially marked migrants who become carriers of cultures for British consumption or proscription. What these official and media accounts cannot do is place these migrations within the history of post-coloniality. The absence of any analysis of the post-colonial condemns the stories of immigrants to replay the colonial drama inscribed in various scenes of the immigrant imaginary, Sayyid, 2004. Formed by the intersection of discourses organized around the figure of immigrant as signifier of ex-coloniality, the immigrant imaginary constitutes immigrants as ontologically distinct, to be celebrated as exotica or to be dismissed as being unworthy of specific representation. It projects a future in which the immigrant minority will be indistinguishable from the national, i.e. ethnically unmarked, majority, but consecrates a present that permanently defers such a possibility. It tends to reduce social, political, cultural, and economic changes within an immigrant minority to generational conflict and succession. Generations emerge as the dominant analytical trope, used to mark out transformations, which see the immigrant process as the key component in changing the lives of ethnically marked populations. Routinist narratives, which cite the movement from first to second to third generation, are represented as containing self-evident explanations. Often portrayed with the certainty of biological processes, the generational movements of immigrants are depicted as analogous to a life cycle in which tadpoles eventually turn into frogs. While there is an argument to be made that age cohorts may in some contexts have sociological and political significance, it does not follow that the only transformations having significant impact on the immigrant community result from their socialization into the host society. Here we have the dominant representation of the migratory experience, always associating it with the importation of inscrutable cultures and bizarre practices from another time and distant lands, in which generational movement, from immigrant to citizen, seen as absorption into the British way of life, requires movement from Urdu and Hindi to Cockney and Brummie. Absorption, meaning being assimilated rather than assimilating, is seen as the only engine of transformation, where continued movement from one generation to another, particularly in terms of success or failure, becomes a significant anthropological if not biological predicator of future social behavior. On the face of it perhaps there is nothing new here. The immigrant imaginary resembles in its emphasis the strategies and policies that were used to reconcile post-national minorities to the national majority during the early modern period of Europe's successive waves of state formation and consolidation. Post-national ethnically marked populations arose as a result of being left out, for a variety of contingent historical reasons, of the process by which the Westphalian template of peoples, territories, and government was institutionalized. The construction of national belongings often left some communities outside the process even when they were located within the boundaries of the nascent state-nation projects. Post-national communities tended to be either those ethnically marked populations that were unable to transform their ethnicity into a nationality, i.e. they were unable to build the bridge from cultural, linguistic ethnic community to political community armed with all technologies and powers of a state. For example, Bretons, or Welsh or Sicilians could have easily become national majorities in their own state nations. The second type of post-national group that failed to be accommodated in the initial process of state-sponsored projects of centralization and nation-building were populations that can be loosely termed dispersed or nomadic, i.e. groups that were considered to be too territorially scattered and not having a specific dwelling in today's terminology, diasporas. The most important examples were the Roma people and the Jews. Post-national communities were constructed as minorities by the process of boundary drawing that saw the hegemonic group as a national majority. The minority status of ethnically marked populations was not simply a symptom of their demographic size, but reflected more closely an balance of forces and resources between ethnically marked and unmarked populations. Historically, the European domestication of post-national ethnic minorities has been protracted, often violent and authoritarian. Where domestication was successful, it enabled the national majority to more or less absorb its ethnic minorities and produce a more or less unified national majority in which traces of the former ethnic minorities did not resonate significantly either politically, socially, or economically. This did not mean, however, that all the ethnicist minorities dissolved, but rather that they became accepted as a legitimate, de-ethnicized part of the national majority. Through such a process, the French and the English were created from a number of different ethnicities. Post-national ethnicized minorities became part of the national majority, through the expansion of the process of nation building. It was the establishment of national languages with national standards, rules of grammar, dictionaries, compulsory or widespread schooling, conscription, expanded administrative machinery, dislocations and relocations of national economies, which induced and coerced the domestication and eventual absorption of European ethnic minorities. Unsurprisingly then, the immigrant imaginary articulates the arrival of ethnically marked ex-colonial people as another instance of the post-national minority thesis. Hence post-colonial people become available if not ready to be domesticated and assimilated into the national fold by using the same techniques and practices that made nation-states out of diverse ethnic, cultural, linguistic, economic groupings. The problem, of course, is that such a thesis cannot identify or countenance immigrants and their descendants as belonging to ethnic minority formations that are decidedly post-colonial, since the thesis cannot concede the idea that ex-colonial immigrant formations are not signifiers of the incomplete process of nation building but are rather signifiers of the incomplete social, political and racial developments surrounding decolonization. The failure of British politics to come to terms with these post-colonial conditions since the latter half of the 20th century has led to mainstream and extremist discourses attributing many social problems to the presence of the ex-colonial ethnically marked populations. We place in this context the recurrent claim made by most mainstream politicians, even by virtue of certain turns of phrase, that racialized exclusions and violations directed against people of color is the product of their presence, or to put it in the vernacular, they were attacked or discriminated against because they are Asian. As absurd as it is common, this is one of the reasons always suggested for strict immigration control, that the presence of the racially othered is the cause of racism. The index of racism is linked not with its routine rationalities and practices established within the lineaments of British imperial culture at home and abroad, but rather with the ascribed refusal of these post-colonial people to cross over into a national hearth of belongingness and absorption, thereby almost obliging the national ethnically unmarked majority to racially exclude, deride, and violate the ethnically marked minorities. What we can see from the post-colonial reframing of the cycle of race relations in Britain are the limits and shallowness of many policy interventions around racism. It allows us to break with the primacy of the domestic in determining the proper responses to racism and its persistence, and clearly locates the decolonizing impact of the ethnically marked. It has to be remembered that ethnic marking, the process of designating ethnic minorities and national majorities, is not a simple reflection of underlying realities, rather it is the product of a particular construction which has been foundational to the articulation of British identity. Attempts to re-articulate a British identity in the wake of ex-colonial settlement, loss of geopolitical prominence and the unravelling of the United Kingdom continue to founder upon the insistence that a serious consideration of the post-colonial be excluded from this. Consequently, the presence of ex-colonial immigrants becomes a symptom of the failure of British identity to reconstitute itself following the loss of empire, the ravages of the Hot War, the end of the Cold War and the return of the depoliticized colonial world order. If the immigrant imaginary helps to prevent the incomplete decolonization of the British Empire from becoming the effective post-colonization, recolonization, of Britain, it is because it also represents the pest-colonial condition as something that happens to other people in other places. This may become clearer if we turn our attention to what might be described as the post-colonial understanding and response to racism. Post-colonial racism. Reviewing or rereading the migratory post-colonial experience is now crucial to understanding and contesting the British incidence and impact of racism. In recent years, for all the welcome liberal discussion about race in the social sciences and humanities, the tendency has been to collapse race into a sign of ethnicity or difference rather than to invoke an interrogation of racism. The idea of race has generally been detached from the idea of racism, though bizarrely in some instances it has to be acknowledged that discussions of race have often masqueraded for discussions of racism. It should be acknowledged that since the late 1990s the entry of a nationally invoked institutional racism into the political lexicon of the public sphere momentarily suggested that some things were about to change, even though British public culture had enormous difficulty both understanding and accepting it. Nevertheless, the advent of institutional racism as an object of redress for public policy proved to be a false dawn. Racism is still not something that is seen to merit national government discussion like privatization, education, global warming or the National Health Service. There is as yet no war against racism. Despite the long traditions of Black, British, Asian, and generally anti-racist struggles across its major cities, British public culture continues to have great difficulty accepting that racism is as British as liberalism and as institutional as nationalism. Where both liberalism and nationalism have British histories and institutional force, it would seem British public culture has felt racism is a different kind of phenomena, that it is more recent perhaps, of less sure footing and certainly not a formative part of the British experience. Although Britain has a small but honourable tradition of political activists, community workers, journalists, and academics striving to expose and explain the impact of racism across social life, the effect on British public culture has always been negligible. Atlantic slavery, British colonialism, or Western imperialism were instrumental in shaping what contemporary Britain inherits and understands as nationalism and liberalism. Yet in the fields of knowledge regularly and conventionally produced in and disseminated through the public culture, racism is somehow exempted from these historical and social formations. Perhaps part of the answer lies further afield. Any acknowledgement of racism in the public domain appears to be understood less as having the social morphology of liberalism and nationalism, and more as having the psychological attributes of irrationality, hatred, superstition, and prejudice. The mainstream attitude had been to associate these presumed psychological associations with the impact of post-1945 immigration and the contested emergence of race relations in the context of scarce resources or competition for resources. Between the late 1950s and the early 1970s this media view easily prevailed, with little or no sustained exposure for the concerns of Black and British Asian communities in the local and national media. For a brief moment in the late 1970s and mid-1980s, a more public and direct anti-racist network of ideas, movements, and campaigns managed to place racism, rather than prejudice, on various local public and national agendas. The riots in Brixton, Southall, and Toxteth in 1981 and Tottenham and Handsworth in 1985 introduced Middle England to the /occult idea of racism, the problem of policing, and the robust presence of Black and British Asian communities. More than this, in cities like London, Birmingham, and Liverpool, the concept of a/occult invoked institutional racism was added to the exigencies of urban anti-racist lexicons, though not the national concerns of a parliamentary vocabulary. Despite some gestures to social change and some useful equal opportunity developments introduced in local government, the voluntary sector and the police, by the beginning of the 1990s racism was no longer an issue that could be raised publicly, even in the watered-down version of prejudice. Although the so-called Rushdie affair, symbolized by television pictures of a staged book burning in Bradford and a gathering of mass prayers in Hyde Park, heralded the media's discovery of large Muslim communities in Britain, this tended to promote a media and political obsession with understanding cultural diversity rather than racism. British public culture stood outside and hovered above the fray that had not entered it. Hesse, 2000, 2004b. It was not that the problems of racist attacks, racist policing, racism in employment, education, immigration, and health had diminished. During the greater part of the 1990s they simply continued to be relegated to what the imagined British community chose not to imagine about itself, the racist murder of Stephen Lawrence, one of many at the beginning of the 1990s, managed to change what the nation could talk about in relation to racism, but only after a long public campaign had been undertaken and a change of government allowed an official inquiry to be set up. The report produced by the Macpherson Inquiry declared for the first time nationally that institutional racism was a problem in Britain. But the imagined community still had one problem: apart from arriving at an understanding of institutional racism, it had to understand where it came from, how it got here. The concept of institutional racism had entered a public domain that had no specification of a history or cultural formation in which it could be located. Hesse, 2004b. This gave rise to a Macpherson definition of institutional racism in terms of unwittingness, unintended consequences, and organizational failures in policy, all of which could continue to be explained in the time-honored, more comfortable terms of prejudice, immigration, and race relations established since 1945. Nevertheless, some things did change. The accelerated globalization of the 1990s, the end of the Cold War and the end of apartheid effectively brought to a close the developments and discourses that had traditionally defined the post-war period as a period. Britain had become a significant, if at times reluctant, player in the neoliberal economic and federal expansion of the European Union. The 1992 removal of internal immigration barriers across the Union compromised the vernaculars of British national identity with European cosmopolitanism, while the increasing prominence in social life of asylum seekers and refugees began the expansion and redefinition of the British template of nationalist and racist mobilization. At the same time, Britain became a captive audience to a socially mainstreamed passion for all things culturally diverse. Through sports, music, cinema, the fashion industry and business, especially the food industry, the cultivated lure of a multicultural Britain revolutionized the images of advertising, broadcasting and entertainment. Since the ethnic look and ethnic looking came in somewhere in the last third of the 1990s, neither has ever looked back. At the same time, there were still influentially hysterical elements in the popular press and restrained versions in the political discourse of government, which continued to resent and traduce the ethnically or racially marked foreigner in our midst. At times overwhelming the ethnic love and hate fest was the emergence of a global Muslim subjectivity, which by the beginning of the 21st century was officially indicted if not proscribed by the rise of the War on Terror, which intentionally or not chose the reflex of following the contours of a colonial undertaking. East continued to be East and West, West, Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, and North Korea, the axis of evil, now all resemble colonial problems to be resolved through empire. Hart and Negri, 2001, or the Western conglomerate state, Shaw, 2000, both inside and outside the West. Hence the British position of Asian communities, as post-colonial people, particularly those marked by Muslim affiliations, intimacies, or resemblances, are not so easily separated from the racial profiling emanating from policing strategies associated with the War on Terror. Such a post-colonial presence cannot be explained outside the rupturing of the membrane, which separated metropole from periphery, or the space of law and peace from the space of violence and chaos. The intrusion of the periphery into metropole, which is, as we noted, constitutive of the post-colonial condition, can no longer be contained within the interior of the metropolitan nation-states. Race relations which have for far too long been conceived as matters of domestic policy are being subverted by the increasing difficulty of sustaining the act of spacing that divides it from international relations. The myth of the national majority, historically and politically distinct from developments surrounding the ethnically marked and colonially overdetermined minority, should now be laid to rest. Indeed, what amounts to a subversion of the colonial idea of race relations draws attention to the genealogical formation of contemporary racism in the context of a world polarized and policed as the West over the non-West, Europe over non-Europe, white over non-white, that is often surrounded by official silence. Paradoxical racism. It is necessary to recall that racism as a critical concept first emerges in the 1930s to describe the experiences of people of Jewish heritage living under the racial laws imposed by the newly elected Nazi government. Fredrickson, 2001. However, the Nuremberg laws, the Nazi political program, and the associated legal and extra-legal practices had a strong family resemblance to what was going on throughout the rest of the world as colonialism, in which European settlers or administrations regulated the conduct of what were deemed to be non-European peoples. The colonial frame here refers not only to the empires of the British, French, and Dutch etc., but also to the inner empires, in which European settlers confronted indigenous peoples of the Americas and Australasia, as well as the Africans who were enslaved and the Indians who were pressed into indentured servitude. Given the homology between racial practices in Nazi Germany and normalist practices in the rest of the world subject to European coloniality, it is worth asking what circumstances motivated the invention and formulation of racism as a concept describing German imperial practices across Europe, especially when these practices resembled those carried out by European authorities in the colonist territories. Each one of the racialized techniques of social exclusion, segregation, demonization, marginalization, and violence was already operating under the rule of coloniality. Concentration camps, discriminatory legal codes, repression through native collusions, clandestine or semi-official systems of violations, none of these were new to European political culture in the colonies. Dubois, 1947, Césaire, 1955. If anything, the innovations of the Nazis lay in the efficiencies achieved in their excesses, the industrialization and bureaucratic systematization of the killing process. Baumann, 1989. Indeed, in the decade after the Holocaust, both the French in Algeria and the British in Kenya, Anderson, 2005, continued and escalated their range of brutal, vicious colonial practices in their efforts to sustain colonial rule against indigenous anti-colonial movements. In many ways, what was radical about fascism was not its precise meaning, but its dislocation of the Europe/Empire divide. Fascism was colonialism reapplied to Europe. Césaire, 1955, Dubois, 1947, Mazur, 1999. All of this begs the historical question as to why these resemblances were not sufficient to motivate usage of European colonialism as a concept describing Nazi governmental practices. Or conversely, why was it that the newly formulated concept of racism was not systematically and generally applied to European colonial practices in India and Africa? The answers are conceptual, ideological, and political. Broadly, concepts induce reflection on marked relations between different aspects of reality, which pass unnoticed and undistinguished from the flow of everyday experiences or freely available empirical descriptions, unless brought into concentrated focus as an abstracted, condensed idea. To conceptualize some things in particular is often not to conceptualize other things in particular, it defines an ideological orientation. The 1930s concept of racism, accredited and taken up by the European powers and the United States after the Second World War, despite the opprobrium it placed on the biologization of the race idea, was only a partial discrediting of its politicization. In politically denying European colonial resemblances in German dreams of imperium, the indictment of racism was detached from any indictment of European coloniality. It thereby preserved the latter's routine governmental forms for the continuities of colonial relations in both international relations and race relations, where administratively race became normalist and depoliticized. Perversely, this undoubtedly Eurocentric concept of racism, Hesse, 2004a, 2004b, emerged to account for the misapplication of coloniality in the heartlands of Europe and to peoples of European physiognomy and comportment, i.e. assimilated European Jewish populations, in effect conceptualizing it as a pathological as opposed to a normalist coloniality, which was always reserved for the natives. Although the circulation of something as indictable as racism has in the second half of the 20th century provided many social moments and political struggles with a significant basis for analysis and mobilization, the hegemonic inflections of the concept suggested that racism was an exceptionalist form of an extreme ideology beyond the pale of even colonial Western culture, Hesse, 2004a. The circulation of the concept of racism as ideology marked the disavowal of the violence of normalist Western colonialism and the reinforcement of the ascribed moral and political distinction between Europe and non-Europe, the West and the rest, white and non-white, center and periphery. The ideology of racism, symbolized in the political experiments and fantasies of the Nazis, became in the Western imaginary the template for the racial state of exception. The idea of the state of exception describes those circumstances under which the juridical order is suspended and emergency powers or martial law, or governmental powers unbound by existing law, are exercised, Agamben, 2005. By analogy, racism, in being articulated with the inscription of fascism, was defined as extremist politics. Unlike anything with the democratic credentials of Western culture or the British way of life, it was designated as the constituent of a state of exception. This conceptualization of racism as exceptionalist ideology had global ramifications. It privileged the understanding of racism as an issue of national domestic policy. In other words, the critique of racism addresses the problematic of the regulation of ethnically marked minorities. The operating theater of racism became the nation space, hence the speed with which issues of immigration become racialized, problematized, and contested. The conceptual containing of racism within the nation-state space meant that those subject to racism have always had limited options, since they could not outflank the racial order by evoking transnational/diasporic alliances. The sovereign primacy of the Western plutocratic nation-state prevents such challenges to the global racial order. In addition, it occludes the indictment of any intrinsic colonial relationship between racism and democracy or liberal and colonial state assemblages. These designs, which continue to underpin Western polities, have been constructed as the basis of the world order and have become normalist as the property of international relations, even where they are sometimes exposed as structures of the colonial hierarchy that orders the planet. The split between coloniality, international governance, and racism, nationalist ideologies, is not necessarily the product of different meanings but rather the different spaces in which they are deployed, such that the split is another means by which the spacing between West and the non-West, and its analogies in European/non-European, white/non-white, becomes constitutive of the Western representation and domination of the world through international relations and race relations. Of course, one of the most prominent ways in which this constitutive split is represented is through the undecidable figure of the British Asian, the racialist ex-colonial immigrant who stands betwixt and between citizen and foreigner, a colonial past and a national present, West and non-West, one of us or one of them. The establishment of immigrant communities in Britain has occurred in the context of an unsettling, ambivalent and interrupted post-colonial transformation of the West. The colonial continuity of race-relocated regimes and formations has obliged British Asians like other immigrants to bridge the divide between West and the non-West. The pioneer British Asians were often people whose formative years passed in the crucible of the anti-colonial struggle. They were often the first South Asians for 100 years to witness a South Asia in which British rule had receded from the horizon. They arrived in Britain during a period of global turmoil, itself the product of anti-colonial movements in the Third World and the Civil Rights Movement in the United States. They arrived in a Britain that had won a world war at the cost of losing its empire and its place in the world. Their arrival coincided with, and to some extent contributed to, what has been described as the decentering of the West. Young, 1990, Sayyid, 2003a. In circumstances in which the capacity of the Western enterprise to project itself as the destiny of humanity is weakened, being British Asian does not necessitate conformity to the disciplinary matrix of the immigrant imaginary. Clearly we have come a long way since the narrative of post-war migration to Britain, race relations, and the multicultural society were quickly ushered in to aid and abet not only the forgetting of empire, Hall, 2000a, but the disavowal of its incomplete decolonization, perpetuated in the post-colonial condition. If the break with the post-war paradigm is to be complete, and the post-colonial paradigm to emerge, we will need to rethink some of the claims made for the political formation of the post-war period, particularly where the presence of post-colonial people point to a very different account. The post-war paradigm was in part held together by the Western eulogizing of liberal democracy and its defeat of fascism, together with the symbolic discrediting of racism sutured to fascism and nationalism, excluding the credibility of any suggestions of racism's organic link with the articulation of liberalism and coloniality evident in the European empires. In nations like Britain and throughout the West, the need for new forms of post-colonial governance is urgent. Such a need is unlikely to be met as long as the dream of re-establishing the certainties of coloniality remains the policy option of choice in both international relations and race relations. Alas, it is difficult to see how there can be colonial solutions to post-colonial problems. I was born in Kotli, which was a sub-district of Mirpur. Although there is no record of my date of birth, I know I was born at the end of the First World War, a year or so after my father returned from an Ottoman prisoner of war camp. I did not go to school because there were no schools to go to, so I was a farm hand. When I had grown up, I used to go to Angrazialaga, British India, to work on the construction of railways or canals. The money I raised by laboring was used to pay for land tax and to buy grain and other necessities. Unlike some of my friends, I did not fight in the Second World War. When the British were driven out, Kashmir was invaded by India and Pakistan. There was no work, and times were bad. People were leaving for wherever they could go. I wanted to go to England, but I had no money. So I sold all my cattle, leased out my farm, and persuaded my mother to sell the little jewelry she had. My wife even sold her jewelry. It all came to 3,000 rupees. I was still 3,000 rupees short. It looked like I would not be able to go, but I was really determined, so I left in the middle of the night. I did not tell anyone. I walked 17 miles to Mirpur and got a bus from there to Jhelum. From Jhelum I caught a train to Karachi, where a few men from my village worked. I took a job in Karachi because I did not want to spend the money for the England trip. I started looking for an agent, someone who would lend me the rest of the money, get me a Pakistani passport and help me get to England. This was not that easy as the police were cracking down on the trade in passports. After 3 months I found an agent. He was called Baba Mohammed Latif. He was from Mirpur and his mother was from our village. He agreed to send me on, half money up front and half later. The passport was still a problem. So Baba Mohammed helped get a passport that would specifically allow me to travel to holy places in the Middle East, but could only be used to travel to other countries if it was stamped by a Pakistani embassy. I took a ship to Iraq, eventually arriving in Baghdad. I got the Pakistani embassy there to stamp my passport, allowing me to travel to Walia. I was helped by some of Baba Mohammed's contacts to catch a flight to London. On the aeroplane I wore my best suit. I had a £5 note in my pocket and a paper with addresses given to me in Karachi by Baba Mohammed. The aeroplane landed in London Airport. At passport control there was only one woman sitting in a shed-like room. She stamped my passport without comment, and I collected my little raggedy bag, and came out of the airport. I wanted to get to London, so I started showing the paper with the address on it and the £5 note to anybody and everybody, hoping they would help me. A police officer saw me doing that, so he took me to a bus stop. I got on the bus and gave the driver the full £5, he took the fare and gave me change. The bus took me to King's Cross. The driver came out and handed me over to a porter. The porter took me to a ticket office, took my money, bought my ticket and gave me the right change. He then made me sit down on a platform. It was very cold, I was hungry, and most of all I was very scared. I wished I had stayed home. The train pulled up, and I got in. The porter came and said something, which I could not understand. The next train came. I tried getting on it, but again the porter prevented me. I thought that I had been arrested. I wanted to run, but did not get a chance. Finally the right train came. The porter took me into the train and went round until he found a person in uniform, a naval officer. They made me sit near the window. Now I was convinced that I had definitely been arrested and they were taking me to jail. Eventually, the train pulled into Bradford and the naval officer helped get a taxi and took me to Arcadia Street, where Baba's brother opened the door. I ran towards him shouting, hide me, they have arrested me." He laughed. I brushed both aside and ran into the house and went upstairs, from where I saw the officer get in the taxi and drive away. A few days later I was taken to a house in Dane Street in Rochdale. I was ecstatic to see so many of my countrymen, of whom some were relatives. There were 16 of us crammed into a 4-bedroom house. The kitchen was in the cellar. We also washed clothes there as well as bathe. Not only us but other friends, who had no bathtubs in their house, used to come to Dane Street for baths. The house had very little furniture and no carpets. It was really hard staying warm. Whenever we went out we would bring anything that could be used as firewood to heat up the house. Most of our time was spent playing cards, talking about back home. I remember, if we heard someone had got a letter from home, we used to go and hear it, or at least ask about the weather, crops, who has died, whose child was born. Once one of us had a letter from home and it mentioned it is first Ramadan today. The letter took 15 days to arrive. We did not know it was Ramadan. We started fasting. Everybody who was employed paid BC, basic consumption. Kitty. The unemployed were not charged rent or BC, they were free. Instead the unemployed cooked for those who were working. So everybody paid or cooked, except Babu Sahib, who did neither. He also had his own bedroom, while the rest of us had to share. This was because Babu Sahib was the only one amongst who could speak, read, and write English. He would write everybody's letters, filled in forms, etc. He was reaping the benefits of education. Babu Sahib was treated like a pur. We used to look from the top window of the house to see which mill chimney was giving out the most smoke, because that would be the busiest mill and most likely to have vacancies. So we would head towards it in the hope of finding work. As none of us could speak English, as soon as we got close to the mill's gates we would push each other to be in the front. So the one in the front would have to find out if there was work. Sometimes, somebody from the mill would see us coming and they would wave their arms like an umpire signals a dead ball, which meant there were no jobs. Based on conversations with Fazal Ali and Chaudhry Mohammed Hussain. The Asian in Britain. After Bra. The presence of Asian and other black people in Britain has added a new dimension to discussions about culture, politics, and identity. This chapter is an attempt to identify how, and in what ways, the various debates acquired saliency during the different phases of black settlement in Britain after the Second World War, with particular emphasis on the period between the 1950s to the 1980s. It examines how the figure of the Asian was constructed in different discourses, policies, and practices, and how these constructions were appropriated or contested by the political agency of Asian subjects. Enter alia. This chapter is also concerned with mapping the general parameters of inter- and intra-generational continuity and change. The concepts of culture and identity. Discussions about culture must be understood within the context of the power relations among different groups. Accordingly, analyses of South Asian culture formations in Britain must be informed by an understanding of the colonial history, cf. Dude, 1901, Palmatude, 1940, Mukherjee, 1974-1955, Jenks, 1963, Gopal, 1963, Hutchins, 1967, Greenberger, 1969, Kiernan, 1969, Morris et al. 1969, Bugchi, 1973, Putnaik, 1975, Nazir, 1981, Hall, 2001, as well as the power hierarchies that currently characterize the British social formation. Identity, as we know, is simultaneously subjective and social, and is constituted in and through culture. Indeed, culture and identity are inextricably linked concepts. The sections that follow are concerned with identifying how, and in what ways, a notion of Asian culture and identity became a major subject of political and cultural debate in Britain. This debate panned out over the different phases of post-war South Asian settlement. South Asian groups appropriated or resisted the meaning of these representations, and the everyday life of Asian people articulated with these discourses. The chapter is divided into 3 parts, dealing with the experience of arrival and finding one's bearings during the 1950s and early 1960s, the settlement phase of the 1960s and the early 1970s, and the period of the 1970s and the first 2 years of the 1980s, when young Asians born in Britain started to make their presence felt. The chapter concludes with a brief commentary on the major shifts in the debate over the last decade and a half. Coming to Vilaya, 1950s early 1960s. Britain experienced severe labor shortages during the post-war period of economic expansion. At the same time, having been systematically exploited during the colonial period, Britain's ex-colonies faced a future of poverty. They had a large labor force, but insufficient means to make this labor productive. Shivanandan, 1976. Migration of labor from the ex-colonies to the metropolis during the 1950s was thus largely a direct result of the history of colonialism and imperialism of the previous centuries. If once the colonies had been a source of cheap raw materials, now they became a source of cheap labor. The South Asians who came during the 1950s were part of this broader movement of labor migrations in Europe. Almost all the jobs available to them were those that the white workers did not want. In the main, these were unskilled jobs involving unsociable hours of work, poor working conditions and low wages. Hence Asian workers came to occupy some of the lowest rungs of the British employment hierarchy. Additionally, as ex-colonial subjects, they belonged to a group whose country was once ruled by Britain. From the beginning, therefore, the encounter between Asians and the white population was circumscribed by colonial precedents. As Zubaida points out, these cognitive structures, beliefs, stereotype, and common sense knowledge, in terms of which people in Britain experience colored Sikh minorities, must be profoundly imbued with accumulations of colonial experience. The beliefs and stereotypes acquired and disseminated by generations of working-class soldiers and middle-class administrators in the colonies are available to our contemporaries. Many of these cognitions are derogatory, some are patronizing, a few are favorable, but there is one theme underlying all of them: the inferiority and servility of native populations. In this respect, immigrant communities from the ex-colonies are not entirely new for the British people. At times when the economic and political conditions are conducive to increased tensions between the communities, the more negative elements of these cognitions are aroused and modified. Zubaydah, 1970, 4. Partly by virtue of the location of their jobs and partly because they needed cheap housing, the immigrants tended to settle in the run-down parts of working-class areas. Housing shortages, inadequate social services, high levels of unemployment and poor educational facilities were common features of these areas long before the arrival of the immigrants. However, in the minds of the local residents these problems gradually became associated with the presence of immigrants. The immigrant, rather than the social institutions and social policies responsible for the problems of what later came to be described as inner-city areas, became the object of their resentment. This resentment was reflected in the negative constructions of the immigrant. As was the case during the British Raj, it was Asian cultural practices which first came under attack. According to the stereotype, the Asian was an undesirable who smelled of curry, was dirty, wore funny clothes, lived packed like sardines in a room, practiced strange religions, and so forth. Bra, 1979. As the number of Asian and other black children in schools increased, many white parents began to demand that the local schools restrict their intake. In response, a number of local authorities began to introduce quotas for the proportion of black pupils permitted to enroll in a particular school. The excess numbers were bused to schools outside these areas. For example, in October 1963 white parents in Southall lobbied Sir Edward Boyle, then Minister of Education, during his visit to a local school. Following this meeting, and within the same year, the Southall Education Committee adopted a policy of dispersal, although it did not become the policy of the Department of Education and Science until June 1965, Ealing International Friendship Council, 1968, Department of Education and Science, 1965. At the same time the government came under pressure to restrict black immigration. In Parliament Cyril Osborne, Conservative MP for Louth, initiated the campaign as early as 1952. In the period 1952-7 his campaign was conducted largely in the House of Commons and the press and, although for a variety of reasons it met with little success, there are indications that many members of the cabinet shared popular concern about colored immigration and were not in principle opposed to the introduction of controls. Leighton Henry, 1980, 54, see also more, 1975, Shivanandan, 1976. Black resistance against racial harassment in Nottingham and Notting Hill in 1958 served to bring the issue of race to the forefront. Simultaneously pressure began to mount from the local authorities to restrict black immigration. After 1955 Cyril Osborne was joined in his campaign by fellow Parliament members Norman Pannell, Kirkdale, and Martin Lindsay. Solihull the campaign attracted white support at the grassroots level, and local disaffection and resentment was further fed through active anti-black campaigning by the fascist fringe. Moore, 1975. The government capitulated by introducing the Commonwealth Immigration Act of 1962. Thus, even during this phase of economic expansion, Asians and other blacks felt less than welcome in their new country of residence. The liberal opinion of the time, and this included sections of academic, professional, and political opinion, also saw the question of race relations primarily in terms of cultural differences. It was likely to subscribe, either implicitly or explicitly, to the general preoccupation of the period with notions such as the assimilation of colored minorities. The problem tended to be couched primarily in terms of helping the immigrant to adjust to the host society, despite the fact that sections of the host society were acting in rather an unhost-like fashion towards the new arrivals. To those who subscribed to the assimilation model, the Asian represented the epitome of the outsider, the alien whose culture constituted an antithesis of the British way of life. The assimilationist was likely to predict that future generations of Asians would abandon what the assimilationist deemed to be their archaic cultures in favor of a Western lifestyle. During the early phase of migration there was an underrepresentation of women among the Asian population, as the majority of Asian men had come initially without female relatives. They came primarily with the idea of accumulating sufficient savings and then returning home. They were prepared to work long, arduous shifts in order to make up for very low basic wages. Many lived in all-male households. Their busy working schedules left little time for any meaningful participation in the social or political life of the locality in which they lived. In view of the antipathy shown towards them by many of the white residents, it is doubtful if such participation would in any case have been feasible. A majority of the migrants at this stage had rural origins, and belonged mainly to the peasant proprietor class. Their new role as industrial workers demanded many adjustments and adaptations. For instance, their working schedules were now governed by the clock, which marked the beginning and the end of a particular shift, rather than by the seasons. Overnight a villager from the subcontinent arriving at Heathrow would be faced with the requirements of an urban, industrial society. The innumerable adjustments which this migrant had to make in day-to-day life often went unnoticed by the media or the white population, who were likely to characterize such a person as culturally encapsulated, as if culture was something entirely separate from lived experience. In general, the migrants faced up to their new circumstances with stoicism and a pragmatic attitude. Sikh men, for instance, found that it was easier to find jobs if they took their turbans off, and many did so. Since there was no formal banning of the turban, the Sikhs did not as yet perceive this covert discrimination as an attack on their religious practices. When the direct challenge came in 1959, and a Sikh was banned from wearing a turban at work, the issue became a political one, and the Sikhs launched several campaigns in order to retain the right to wear turbans at their places of work. Beetham, 1970. In these early stages, questions of cultural identity as a political issue did not loom large in the minds of the Asians. The early migrants were quite secure in their sense of themselves, rooted as it was in the social milieu from which they originated. Social norms derived from this milieu were the main reference point. But as their children began to attend local schools, the parents became attuned to the possible influence of Gorlok, whites, on their children. In the main, Asian parents were initially quite favorably disposed towards Western education. During colonialism, acquisition of a Western education had represented an important means of social mobility. In the contemporary world, Western countries continue to play a dominant role in the international social and economic order. Consequently, Western education remains a coveted possession in the Third World. It is not surprising, therefore, that the early Asian immigrants, including those with middle-class backgrounds, held the British education system in great esteem. Educational qualifications acquired in Britain, they assumed, would enable their offspring to get better jobs than those which they had themselves. At this stage most parents were unfamiliar with the history of the educational disadvantage suffered by the white working classes in the localities where they themselves had now come to settle. The correlation between class and educational inequality was not fully established in their minds. Their disquiet was centered primarily on issues such as the strongly Christian ethos of school assemblies. Some parents were disconcerted by the requirements of the compulsory school uniform, which stipulated that girls must wear skirts. Such parents were likely to regard the wearing of skirts as not in keeping with the norms of modesty, but, as yet, they rarely translated this discontent into public protest. Nevertheless, a collective concern about the potential undermining of Asian lifestyles under the influence of the British educational system was by now beginning to take shape. By the early 1960s, the anti-immigration campaigns, busing of Asian children to schools outside the areas in which they lived, discrimination in housing and employment, and the experience of being subjected to racial abuse came to constitute significant facets of the day-to-day social experience of Asians in Britain. Issues of cultural identity now began to assume importance, and strategies designed to foster positive cultural identities amongst the young came to be seriously considered. A Home Away from Home, 1960s, early 1970s. When the assimilation model was shown to be generally unacceptable to large sections of the black communities, while at the same time evidence of racial discrimination against them kept mounting. See, for instance, Daniel, 1968, liberal rhetoric adopted a new terminology. In a frequently quoted speech delivered in 1966, Roy Jenkins, the then Home Secretary, argued against the notion of assimilation but in favor of integration. He said that the latter would be viewed, not as a flattening process of assimilation but as equal opportunity, accompanied by cultural diversity, in an atmosphere of mutual trust. Jenkins, 1966, 4. On the face of it, this statement seems reasonable and fair, but its underlying assumptions warrant examination. First, this view of integration seems to imply that equality of opportunity for the different segments of British society was already in existence at the time when the migrants first began to arrive, and hence the difficulties facing the newcomers could be overcome quite straightforwardly by the introduction of a social policy that would place the migrant on the same footing as the native. Yet, as is well known, material wealth, power and privilege are differentially distributed among different sections of British society. Second, to speak of cultural diversity in an atmosphere of mutual trust, without reference to the socio-economic and political factors which sustain social inequality and give rise to intolerance, is to explain away racism merely in terms of human failing. It is perhaps not surprising, therefore, that while this definition of integration came to be accepted as conventional wisdom by many bodies, welfare agencies, and individuals active in the race relations field, racism has continued to grow. The liberal sentiment paved the way for the emergence of the so-called race relations industry, which included the Community Relations Commission, later reconstituted to form the Commission for Racial Equality, the Race Relations Board, locally based community relations councils, the Institute of Race Relations, which underwent radical change in its structure and political orientation in 1972, the Runnymede Trust, the Research Unit on Ethnic Relations sponsored by the Social Science Research Council and Community Relations sections of churches and other organizations. The work of these organizations, which contributed to the effort that led to the enactment of anti-discrimination legislation, should be set against the simultaneous entrenchment of racism in stricter immigration controls. The race relations legislation of the 1960s proved to be so ineffective that it had to be replaced by the 1976 Race Relations Act. The 1968 Immigration Act, on the other hand, was far more successful in meeting its primary objective of reducing black immigration. It removed the right asterisk of entry of British passport holders unless they had a substantial connection with Britain, i.e. unless at least one parent or grandparent of the applicant was born in Britain. In other words, the overwhelming majority of black people who, it might be argued, have had quite a substantial connection with Britain through the Empire were now excluded because they could not claim to have grandparents who were born there. The 1971 Immigration Act was even more restrictive. A non-patrial Commonwealth citizen could no longer enter Britain, other than as a temporary visitor, unless she or he had a work permit for a specific job with a specific employer. Initially, the person would be admitted for a year and permission might be renewed at the discretion of the Home Secretary. Dependents would be admitted for the duration of the work permit only. The Act also extended the power of deportation. Moore, 1975. Extensive anti-immigration lobbying preceded the Immigration Acts. A highly distorted but pervasive mythology about the presence of black people in this country came into currency. Blacks were here to sponge off the state, were running down inner city areas, were receiving priority in housing and other services. Their presence was making Britain overcrowded and, unless controlled, their numbers would increase beyond an acceptable proportion, which was never defined. Their children were holding British pupils back in their studies and so on. Each one of the above claims has, of course, been contradicted by evidence gathered by some of the most respected data collecting bodies, but their collective influence has proved difficult to dislodge from the popular imagination. The media's treatment of race issues remained at worst biased and at best ambivalent. C.F. Hartman and Husband, 1974, Husband, 1975. Asian cultural specificities were often represented as wanting against certain unspecified Western standards which, implicitly if not always explicitly, were held up as being superior. Politicians such as Enoch Powell, being fully aware of the potency of cultural symbolism, made speeches which consistently used metaphors that evoked images of the Asians as the archetypal alien. The practice of Paki bashing, an epithet naming the violence perpetrated against South Asians in this period, reached its peak during the late 1960s. The education system and the welfare system were likely to characterize almost any difficulty facing Asians as the result of cultural problems. In other words, during the 1960s the focus shifted away from the problems facing the immigrant and instead Asians and other black people came to be seen as themselves constituting a problem. It is against this background that the initial intent to return began to recede as a priority and the Asians started to make emotional and financial investments in a long-term stay in Britain. The 1950s for them had been a period of finding their bearings in a new country. The 1960s was the decade during which a large number of families were reunited. Asian businesses sprang up to meet their special needs in terms of food products, clothing, entertainment, etc. Life cycle rituals and religious festivals could now be celebrated with greater pomp and ceremony. Older patterns of family life were modified to adjust to the exigencies of the new situation. Neo-local residence, for instance, became fairly typical, partly because not all members of the extended family lived in Britain, but equally because the houses were often too small to accommodate any but the immediate family. Similarly, women, who might hitherto have been unfamiliar with wage labor, now started to take up employment on a substantial scale. This became a necessity due, in large part, to the increasing expense of buying and furnishing houses, meeting the continually rising cost of living and maintaining the essential obligations towards the extended family. In time these changes were to initiate important restructuring of the sphere of gender relations. The 1960s witnessed the first industrial disputes involving a predominantly Asian workforce. When they first arrived, the Asian migrants tended to be unfamiliar with their basic labor rights. They worked under extremely unfavorable conditions, but for the most part were unaware that they might try to improve these through the trade union system. As knowledge about the system grew, trade union branches were formed in a number of factories which relied almost entirely on immigrant labor. In 1963, for instance, the Indian Workers Association helped launch a campaign to unionize Asian workers at Wolf's rubber factory in Southall. An overwhelming majority of the membership of the Indian Workers Association at this stage consisted of manual workers employed in nearby factories. According to Marsh, 1967, village kin and friendship networks were made full use of in an effort to convince Asian workers of the need to join the unions. Meetings would be held in people's homes and Asian holy books would sometimes be brought into solemnity and underscore the commitment to workers' unity on the shop floor. It is interesting to note the ways in which these cultural resources were mobilized in order to address their new circumstances as industrial workers. Unity as an ethnic group and ties of communal loyalty were as important in this context as the bonds of labor. Having become organized, these workers went on strike, first in 1964 and again in 1965. These earliest strikes highlighted not only the nature of the conflict between white management and black workers, but also the ambivalent attitude of the unions towards black membership. The complexity of the intersections between race and class was amply demonstrated by these events, as it was in the disputes which later followed in other parts of the country. See, for instance, Marsh, 1967 and more, 1975. Asians were now beginning to react against their subordinate position as workers from the ex-colonies. Their activism drew on the political cultures of both their country of origin and Britain. A number of community activists of this period, many of whom were university graduates, were later to leave their factory jobs and set up in businesses or take up employment in some aspect of the expanding race relations industry. As we have already seen, by now the notion of cultural diversity had caught the imagination of the liberal segments of British opinion. Community relations councils were formed in areas of high immigrant concentrations in order to promote friendship and harmony between blacks and whites. Middle-class whites predominantly ran these organizations. Among other activities, they organized cultural evenings to which everyone in the community would be invited. But the type of Asian who could socialize with ease in these situations was typically one who could speak English. A number of these English-speaking Asians would be co-opted as members of the executive committees of these councils. Many of them later became spokespersons for their respective communities and were often referred to as the leaders of these communities. In contrast, contact between the Asians in manual occupations and the white population was generally limited to the workplace. Insofar as Asians were likely to be employed in unskilled jobs which white workers did not now need or wish to do, they would occupy a very low position in the occupational hierarchy. As ex-colonial subjects, Asian workers would be regarded as inferior even by unskilled white workers. There were few opportunities for these groups to engage in meaningful cultural exchange, although workplace cultures did provide an arena where friendly or antagonistic relations could be played out. Many Asians did not speak English, but racism was often a bigger barrier than language. This is not to deny, however, that individual Asians and whites might form strong and binding attachments. Indeed, in an earlier piece of work I gave examples of such individuals and households who seemed able to communicate happily, either through nonverbal signs, forms of Creolized English or through children. Bra, 1979. Asians, on their part, did not necessarily use Western criteria to measure their own status. They might be industrial workers in this country, but many came from comparatively well-off, land-owning peasant families. The social hierarchies according to which they were most likely to rank themselves were the ones internal to Asian cultural formations, although, of course, the processes leading to the restructuring of these hierarchies were already underway. The prohibition against certain castes eating together, for example, could not be maintained in British workplace canteens. This is not to suggest that caste became irrelevant in Britain. Indeed, as communal life became more established, caste associations proliferated with the effect that caste became reinscribed in the British context. But the point is that caste in Britain is not an exact replica of caste in India, rather, British-based configurations of caste have their own specific features. In any case, even in India caste is a highly differentiated, heterogeneous, variable and contested institution. The emergence of the East African Asian. The mid-1960s witnessed the augmentation of South Asian populations in Britain by new arrivals from East Africa. Although South Asian traders and administrators were to be found in East Africa long before the advent of the British in that region, South Asian migrations to the area in significantly large numbers resulted largely from the policies of the colonial government in pre-partition India, Guy and Guy, 1920. As part of this policy, Indians were recruited during the late 19th century as indentured labor in order to build the East African railways. The practice of indenturing labor, a system of contract labor which constituted a form of semi-slavery, predominantly using Indian and Chinese workers, was adopted in much of the British Empire, and carried on for a number of years after its formal abolition in 1916, Tinker, 1977. In East Africa, illegal indenture persisted until 1922. When it ended, most Indians returned to India, but some of the laborers stayed on after their contracts expired and took to petty trades because the colonial government would not permit them to buy land. Subsequently, as new opportunities began to open up, voluntary migration from India was set in train. The primary thrust of the colonial policy was to restrict the activities of the Africans to the agricultural economy and those of the Indians to petty trade and commerce, at the same time maintaining both groups subordinate to the white settlers with large plantations or dairy farms and to the metropolis bourgeoisie. The substance of this policy is encapsulated in the following comment from Captain Luggard: being unaffected by the climate, much cheaper than Europeans, and in closer touch with the daily lives of the natives than it is possible for a white man sick to be, they the Asians would form an admirable connecting link, under the close supervision of British officers, their status being nearly on par with the natives, while their interests are entirely dependent on the Europeans. As they would establish themselves permanently, with their families, in the country, they would have a personal interest in it. Quoted in Mamdani, 1976-71. This policy was crucial to the processes of class formation in East Africa. With their activities confined largely to retail trade and middle-level clerical and administrative posts in the civil service, South Asians came to constitute the middle layer of the colonial sandwich, occupying a position below the white colonist but above black Africans. The South Asian commercial bourgeoisie consisted of a mere handful of families and it remained subordinate to metropolitan capital. A substantial number of South Asians were employed in enterprises owned by other South Asians, with whom their relationship was mediated through caste and kinship ties. Since the South Asians, and, up till independence, also the Africans, were excluded from structures of governance, they had no political base in the colonial state and little political clout to deploy in situations of crisis. Political power remained in the hands of the British until its transfer at independence to the Africans. To be the middle layer in the colonial sandwich meant that a substantial number of Asian households led a lifestyle that was comparatively more affluent than that of the overwhelming majority of Africans, and substantially less affluent than that of the Europeans. This is not to suggest, however, that the middle layer was a uniform configuration. Indeed, there was considerable differentiation of income and wealth amongst South Asian groups and, given the absence of socialized welfare, it was not uncommon for many Asian households to be living in conditions of considerable hardship and poverty. That is, a significant proportion of the Asians were quite poor and small sections were wealthy. But since even the richest families had been wealthy for only 1 or 2 generations, social distinctions arising from sharply distinctive lifestyles and institutionalist forms of social distance had not yet congealed in rigid forms. Religious, linguistic, regional and caste differences, although retaining their importance in matters of marriage, did not form barriers to social mixing. For example, at the time of the Hindu festival Diwali, Sikhs and Muslims alike would take part in the non-religious aspects of the celebrations, such as the firework displays. Similarly, the sports tournaments organized by the mosques or the gurdwaras, as part of the events to celebrate Eid and the Gurpurbs respectively, would include participants from the various Asian communities. Despite the partition of India in 1947, which resulted in the creation of Pakistan, most Asians continued to refer to themselves as Indian, save perhaps in times of severe political conflict as when India and Pakistan were engaged in war during 1965. A collective identity was maintained vis-a-vis the European on the one hand and the African on the other. A number of communal differences and divisions amongst Asians were normally, though not entirely, submerged in this shared identity and, over a period of time, the lifestyles and attitudes of the diverse Asian groups settled in Africa developed common features. Of course, there was a sense in which cultural difference continued to be constructed in terms of the regional differentiations prevailing in South Asia, Punjabi, Gujarati, and so on, but East African-based axes of differentiation would cut across such difference. In sports, for example, several identities would simultaneously come into play. One was a Kenyan Punjabi hockey player, or a Ugandan Gujarati cricket player, and so on. Religion was constructed less as a signifier of culture than one of belief. The construction of this distinction marked an intersubjective space for non-antagonistic identification among different South Asian groups. Vocabulary drawn from Swahili became an integral component of the South Asian languages spoken in East Africa. Popular culture was another major site for cultural syncretism. Radio, cinema and, from the 1960s onwards, television exercised immense influence in this respect. Many Asian teenagers in Africa idolized Western pop singers as much as the playback singers or the film stars of Indian movies. The East African musical form high life was another interconnecting strand of cultural fusions. This cultural creolization was crucial to the constitution of East African Asian identity. However, it was not without its contradictions. For such creolization was also one of the crucial sites for the asterisk mediation of the social hierarchy vis-a-vis Africans and Europeans. The state institutions, together with the education system, were also critical as primary vehicles of Western influence. It is worth noting that the education system remained segregated until independence from colonial rule. The medium of instruction was mainly English, and both the O and A-level examination papers were set and marked in Britain. There was very little about Africa itself in these curricula, although Africa stalked every nook and cranny of the mind. The power and authority of the Europeans seemed distant and aloof to both Asians and Africans. As Captain Luggard had hoped, colonialism did succeed in carving a context in which, much cheaper than the Europeans, and in closer touch with the daily lives of the natives, the Asians did indeed form an admirable connecting link. Momdani, 1976. This closer contact meant that the social relationship between Asians and Africans was simultaneously more intimate and passionate in its affect and affection as much as in its antagonistic ramifications. It was not surprising, therefore, that when post-independence East Africa witnessed intense struggles and shifts in alliances between different segments of the local populations, these conflicts emerged in the idiom of either tribalism, i.e. conflict between different African ethnic groups, or antagonism against the Wamaindi, Asians. However, the political management of these conflicts differed in Kenya, Tanganyika, and Uganda. East African Asians in Britain differ from those from the South Asian subcontinent in several respects. First, they are mainly, though not exclusively, of urban background. Second, in contrast to the subcontinental migrants amongst whom the Punjabis constituted the largest single linguistic group, the East Africans were predominantly Gujaratis. Third, as a group, they had comprised the largest component of the emerging middle classes of East Africa. However, while they might be described as being middle class, they were culturally marked different from the longer established middle classes of the South Asian subcontinent. In the main, Asians from East Africa are the descendants of immigrants to East Africa who had rural backgrounds, and most of them continued to maintain relatively close links with their kin in the subcontinent. Thus Asian cultures constituted in East Africa were characterized by traces of this rural influence, evident especially in life cycle rituals, in regional dialects and in cuisine. But, above all, these new cultures were East African Asian, constituted in the capillaries and sinews of the economic and social life world of Asians in East Africa. When Kenya, Uganda, and Tanganyika achieved independence in the early 1960s, South Asians living there were offered the choice of British citizenship, which evidently included the right to enter and settle in Britain. When this news reached Britain, a strong anti-immigration lobby grew around the issues of the right of entry for South Asians from East Africa, resulting in the introduction of the Immigration Act of 1968. So effective was the anti-immigration lobby that the bill passed through the House of Commons and the House of Lords and received royal assent in 2 days. The 1968 Act institutionalized racial discrimination in law by removing the right of entry of British passport holders to Britain unless they had at least one parent or grandparent born here. At a stroke, thousands of Asians in East Africa became stateless, and families were torn apart. In 1972, Idi Amin, the then president of Uganda, expelled all Asians from Uganda irrespective of whether or not they were Ugandan citizens. The Amin Edict resulted in a new dispersal of South Asians to various parts of the globe, but most notably to Britain, Canada, and South Asia. Apart from the tragedy of being uprooted, Ugandan Asians were faced with racism as soon as they set foot in Britain. According to government policy, they were to avoid settling in areas of high Asian concentration. In order to disperse them, Britain was divided into red and green zones. The red zones were those where the size of Asian populations was deemed to be already too high, and hence they were designated as out of bounds for Ugandan Asian refugees. The green zones, on the other hand, were defined as places where the Asian population was non-existent or so low that a slight rise in their numbers would be tolerated. Thus many Asian families found themselves flung to remote parts of Britain, without communal channels of support. In Uganda they were used to a life of daily contact with relatives, neighbors, and friends, visiting them in the home, chatting on the streets, congregating in parks and public spaces, and in temples, mosques, and churches. A large part of daily activity was conducted outdoors. The comparatively regimented life of an advanced capitalist society, with its individualistic ethos of privacy, together with the cold and grey of the proverbial British weather, did not make for a welcoming scenario. At first the refugee response was to withdraw into themselves. The early experience of isolation led to depression and despondency, particularly amongst the older members of households, but the spirit was not broken, and communal networks were soon revived through letters, telephone calls, and visits to fellow Ugandans living in other parts of Britain. Once these links were established, the refugees deployed their own initiative and, in defiance of government policy, moved to red zones, which offered greater security and a sense of familiarity and belonging. The expulsion from Uganda did not make a major impact on the material circumstances of the very rich Ugandan refugees. There is no doubt they had suffered massive losses in their business activities, but their investments were not confined to Uganda, so the likes of the Madvanis and the Mehtas simply moved their operations elsewhere. Similarly, the more prosperous sections of the petty bourgeoisie also had some savings transferred abroad. They too were able to establish themselves relatively quickly. But the majority of the refugees, the small shopkeepers with all their capital tied up in Uganda, the salaried professionals and the workers, had lost everything and had to start from scratch. Every member of the family of working age had to find employment. Although some women had helped run family enterprises in Uganda, and others had held professionals' jobs in fields such as medicine and teaching, the great majority were unused to paid work outside the home. But now most women who could find a job took one. Living in rented accommodation, and paying high rents for property of poor quality, the refugees gave high priority to buying their own houses. People worked long hours and saved every penny in order to obtain a mortgage on a house. With the exception of Asians from Uganda who came to Britain as refugees, a majority of the Asians from Africa were able to transfer their savings and other movable assets to Britain when they left Africa. Those who possessed the necessary entrepreneurial skills and capital set up in business, others sought employment in the professional fields, but a great majority became employed in the factories as semi-skilled or unskilled workers. For this sector of the Asians from Africa, migration involved considerable downward social mobility. Like other labor migrants, they found themselves engaged in low-status, poorly paid jobs. Racial discrimination on the shop floor was fairly common, taking the form of limited opportunities for in-service training and promotion, different rates for the same job, the nature of the tasks allocated to them in the production process, and verbal racial abuse. Coming as they did from a comparatively privileged position in Africa, the processes of proletarianization brought the status contradictions between their previous and current social positions into sharp relief. Their discontent was marked by some of the best-known industrial disputes involving Asians, such as Mansfield hosiery, Imperial typewriters, and Grunwicks. Kinship and other communal networks were mobilized in order to provide both moral and financial help. Financial assistance became critical because, in some cases, the local unions refused to make the strikes official and thereby deprived the workers of strike pay. By the early 1970s, Asians from the subcontinent too had come to accept that their stay in this country was unlikely to be temporary. Once a family had been reunited, and financial investment made in a house or a business, the myth of return would become largely accepted as such, and attention was directed much more towards life in Britain. The thrift and economy of the earlier years tended to be replaced by the same consumerism that was prevalent in Britain at large. Asian parents were becoming increasingly aware that the ethnocentric nature of the educational curriculum and racialist practices in schools and other educational institutions could seriously undermine their children's intellectual aspirations and sense of belonging. The issue of cultural identity now became crucial. Many parents began to make a conscious effort, albeit an unsystematic one, to teach their children about their background and history. Temples, mosques, and gurdwaras began to offer classes in religious instruction and mother tongue teaching. The notion of self-help, which gained currency in the 1970s, was born of the efforts made by the black communities across the country to provide the type of information, advice, support, and education to the members of their communities which the official agencies were either unable or unwilling to provide. These initiatives ranged across the social, medical, educational, and welfare fields. With the continuing erosion of even the veneer of liberalism which had previously accompanied public discussion of race relations, Asians were compelled to acknowledge that in order to safeguard their interests they would need to organize against forces which could potentially undermine their group identity. If they were being construed and treated as a problem, it was incumbent upon them to challenge this conception. The form in which the new mood was articulated varied according to whether you were a community leader accompanying a deputation to the Home Office, an unskilled worker in a factory, or a young person who had just left school. But in all cases there was an emerging rejection and defiance of the processes of subordination. The onset of the 1970s thus heralded a new stage in Asian reaction and response to life in Britain. Here to stay, mid-1970s, early 1980s. During the 1970s Britain witnessed a deepening of the economic recession on the one hand and racial conflict on the other. As we have already seen, racial antipathy was not absent even during the period of the economic boom, but the recession helped to create a fertile ground for the rejuvenation of fascist organizations which openly admit to having racist policies. These groups capitalize on the frustrated energies and hopes of the white working class, especially those of the youth. In their recruitment campaigns they consistently made scapegoats of the immigrants or the Jews for the state of the economic crisis. In the style of Enoch Powell and others of his persuasion, these right-wing organizations raised the specter of the supposed threat to the British way of life posed by immigrants with alien cultures, Nugent and King, 1979, Taylor, 1979, Troina, 1982. The anti-immigration and alien culture theme found reverberations in a pre-election speech of Margaret Thatcher. During a television interview in January 1978 she pledged that, if elected, her party would finally see an end to immigration. She plumbed the depths of fear of a defensive identity when she suggested that the British way of life needed special protection, for this country might be swamped by people with a different culture. It is worth noting that these comments were made at a time when, due to the enforcement of the 1971 Immigration Act, primary immigration had virtually ceased. The argument therefore was not about numbers. The speech was calculated to act as a vote-catching device. It is a commentary on the centrality of race in British politics that such a subject should prove an effective means of soliciting votes. It is a device regularly deployed by politicians. When the mainstream politicians resort to using language which has the ring of that of the extreme right-wing groups, the rhetoric and the political position of the latter acquires increasing credibility and respectability. When elected, the government kept its promise to do everything in its power to reduce immigration further. However, the only immigrants who could enter after the enforcement of the 1971 Act, apart from the small proportion who still qualified for a visa on the grounds that their skills were in very short supply, were the dependants or fiancés of those already settled here, and special categories of British passport holders such as those in Hong Kong. The state dealt with the case of the latter by excluding their entry through the 1981 British Nationality Act, and changes were introduced in the immigration rules which were designed to end the arrival of the apparently small number of people who entered as fiancés. The new immigration rules came into effect in 1980 and were mainly directed at South Asians. Their imposition was justified on the grounds that the arranged marriage system supposedly constituted a never-ending flow of primary immigration. The allegation, never substantiated, was that there was a widespread abuse of this cultural practice by Asians. This piece of legislation openly discriminates against groups who subscribe to arranged marriage, in particular it targets young Asian women. It has come under attack from various sources as being both sexist and racist. For instance, David Steele, the leader of the Liberal Party, told Parliament, I can understand the air of embarrassment that always surrounds the Minister of State and the Home Secretary when we debate this subject. The reason for that embarrassment is that, while the Minister of State may say that the rules are not racialist in intent, they are certainly racialist in effect. Moreover, some conservative backbenchers intend them to be racialist in intent as well. May we be told how many people will be prevented from coming into this country as a result of these miserable regulations? The best estimates that I have been able to get have been between 2,000 and 3,000. We are going through all this paraphernalia of introducing rules which I believe are thoroughly repugnant, and of causing an uncertain degree of suffering to families of those already settled here in respect of their elderly people, their fiancés, their husbands, and their children. Hansard, House of Commons, 1979-80, Volume 980, columns 1032-4. It is worth noting the way in which the proponents of the rule selected a cultural issue, namely arranged marriage, and exploited it to their own advantage, with the result that Asian women resident in Britain came to be denied the right to settle in Britain with a partner from abroad. The example illustrates how a cultural practice may become racialized and serve as a means of social control. It is also important to note that this legislation is only concerned with heterosexual relationships. The immigration law does not recognize gay and lesbian relations, thereby exercising de facto discrimination. How did Asians experience the decade of the 1970s and the dawn of the 1980s? They witnessed a further entrenchment of institutionalist racism, particularly in the form of immigration laws and the British Nationality Act. Reports of harassment at the hands of the Immigration Service were widespread. There were cases of Asian women arriving in Britain being subjected to virginity tests, and of Asian children undergoing X-ray examinations in order to establish their age. Asian marriages involving a fiancé from the subcontinent were likely to be subjected to acutely embarrassing forms of surveillance for the first year. The police and the Immigration Service in search of alleged illegal entrants and overstayers raided a number of factories and other workplaces with an Asian workforce. Despite widespread criticism of these raids, which led to a review of these procedures by the Home Secretary in 1980, the practice continues. People suspected of immigration offenses were required to prove their innocence, reversing the normal principles which underlie other criminal investigations. In addition, magistrates were empowered to issue open warrants to the police without the names of specific individuals on them. State Research, 1981. A number of well-publicized deportation cases, e.g. that of Nazira Begum, who served a deportation order when she divorced her husband who held British citizenship, and other types of immigration cases, e.g. that of Anwar Dida, a British-born Asian woman who was refused permission to bring her children from Pakistan to live with her in Britain until a massive campaign was mounted and a current affairs television program, using the technique of DNA fingerprinting, demonstrated that the children were indeed hers and her spouse's, and not some distant kin that they were trying to pass off as their own for the purpose of illegal entry into Britain, have further highlighted the many and different ways in which the immigration laws operate against Asians settled in Britain. Discrimination in employment continued. As the recession deepened, Asians' jobs were among the most vulnerable, and the unemployment rates in areas of high Asian concentration rose quite dramatically. Racist attacks remained on the increase, and this period witnessed the murder on the streets of several Asians, including Gurdeep Singh Chaggar and Altab Ali. According to a report in the New Statesman, July 24, 1981, a Home Office minister announced in Parliament that during 1980 in the Metropolitan Police District alone there had been 2,426 violent attacks on Asians compared with 2,075 in 1979 and 1,865 in 1977. It was pointed out earlier that during the early phase of settlement both middle-class and working-class Asian parents showed considerable enthusiasm for the British education system and wanted their children to succeed at school. Educational opinion at that time tended to favor the notion that bilingualism hindered the progress of Asian children, and that one of the primary educational priorities must be to integrate children. Some Asian parents were influenced by this view and tried to use English with their children. Middle-class parents who, in any case, were the group that was best able to speak English adopted this practice most eagerly. By using English at home, these parents wished also to differentiate themselves from their counterparts from the villages. However, the political scene of the late 1960s and the 1970s soon brought home to these parents that, even if their children were fluent in English and held good educational qualifications, their life chances in Britain would, most likely, still be shaped by their position as children of black colonial immigrants. Asian communities, together with other black communities, had to confront the possible effects of racism in education on attainment levels, self-image and the identity of black children. There were two main responses to this situation. First, politically active parents, community activists, and some of the leaders formed part of the lobby which was seeking to effect changes in educational and other social policies. Second, the communities undertook to promote initiatives of their own, such as the provision of supplementary education involving the teaching of Asian languages and religious instruction, and the setting up of welfare centers offering advice on a wide variety of topics. This type of provision owes its existence to the combined efforts of religious, political, and other community organizations as well as to the hard work of committed individuals. Of course, to the extent that a part of this provision is organized on a religious and communal basis, it tends to perpetuate certain types of cleavage among Asian groups. Nonetheless, this self-help has been a cornerstone of Asian people's sense of self-determination and independence. Second generation or British Asian. The 1970s also witnessed the emergence of the first generation of young Asians with a formal education acquired mainly, if not entirely, in British schools. The media, professional and political opinion and popular imagination all tend to construct Asian youth predominantly as the object of culture clash. It is argued that a young Asian growing up in Britain is exposed to two cultures, one at home and the other at school, and as a result, the young person experiences stress and identity conflicts. This argument is problematic on several counts. First, to posit a notion of two cultures is to suggest that there is only one British and one Asian culture. Yet, as we have already noted, there are some significant differences in the middle and working class cultures of Britain, with each further differentiated according to region and gender. Similarly, Asian cultures are differentiated according to class, caste, region, religion and gender. Therefore, theoretically at least, there would seem to be as many possibilities of intra-ethnic as of inter-ethnic clashes of culture. To think in terms of a simple bipolar cleavage, then, is quite untenable. Second, the emphasis on culture clash disavows the possibility of cultural interaction and fusion. There is no a priori reason to suppose that cultural encounters will invariably entail conflict. Conflict may or may not ensue and, instead, cultural symbiosis, improvisation and innovation may emerge as a far more probable scenario. Indeed, even conflict cannot be seen as an absence of these dynamic processes of cultural synthesis and transformation. Moreover, conflict is often a sign of the power relations underpinning cultural hierarchies rather than of cultural clash per se. Third, there seems to be an implicit assumption in much of this debate that cultural transmigration is one-way traffic. Hence, the centuries of cultural contact and mutual influence between Asian and British cultural forms during the pre-colonial and colonial period, as well as since political independence, is rarely acknowledged. Indeed, India's earlier cultural and commercial links with Europe extend back to the Greek and Roman times when the Western Hemisphere was not yet known as Europe and Greece and Rome freely acknowledged their indebtedness to the East and to Africa. Hero, 1971. Hence, indirectly Britain has carried the imprint of Asia, Africa, and the Middle East for at least 2 millennia. In comparison, British colonial rule over India lasted just over a century and a half, until 1947. The point is that intercultural travel across the globe is an ancient phenomenon, and Britain is constituted out of these multifarious influences. The more recent, post-war, cultural interactions and reconfigurations within Britain have their own historically specific features, but the influence remains irreducibly multidirectional. Fourth, the caricature invoked by terms such as between two cultures, culture clash, and identity conflict, which portrays young Asians as disoriented, confused, and atomized individuals, is not supported by the evidence. There are many and varied influences that impact differently upon different young Asians, which makes for very heterogeneous and variable outcomes. This is not to deny that some young Asians do indeed experience conflicts, and that some aspects of this dissonance could well be associated with specific cultural practices. The problem arises when this explanation becomes a central paradigm for addressing young Asian people's experiences. Moreover, while emotional and psychic distress warrants sympathetic attention, the supposed cultural conflict cannot be assumed to be the sole underlying contributory factor. The question of identity conflict is a very complex one which cannot be reduced to any single determinant. Racism, gender, class, the specific trajectory of an individual biography, for instance, are no less relevant to understanding processes of identity formation. In any case, there is no single identity that each and every young Asian avows. Bra, 1978, 1979. Another variation on the theme of cultural clash comes into play when uncertainties of life cycle transitions are explained primarily by attributing them to the effects of intergenerational conflict. The argument is presented along the lines that young Asians growing up in Britain internalize Western values which are at variance with the traditional worldview of their parents, and in the process of emulating Western forms of behavior, youth comes into conflict with the parental generation. Undoubtedly, the potential for conflict may well be there, especially when the early years of parents and their children are separated not only in time but also by country, so that the two age groups are exposed to differing cultural and political influences during their formative years. For instance, it has already been shown that the process of migration has involved a major change in social position, and this change has been experienced in different ways by the two generations. Nevertheless, intergenerational difference should not be conflated with conflict. The emergence of conflict cannot be predicted in advance, not least because generational relationship might easily have been negotiated and managed in such a way as to favor understanding and shared perspectives. The parental age group may not always be as inflexible as is sometimes assumed. The great majority of post-war Asian immigrants were themselves quite young and impressionable when they first migrated to this country. They too have been subjected to new influences. That is to say, they are not always oblivious to the cross pressures which bear upon their children. In my own study, Bra, 1979, the great majority of Asian parents interviewed expressed sympathy towards the predicament of young Asians growing up in Britain, although certain areas of experience of the young people were sometimes outside the range of experience of their parents. Equally, the young Asians seemed to understand, if not always agree with, the constraints which were binding upon the parents. There was considerable overlap in the attitudes, norms, and values of the two age groups. Indeed, the incidence of conflict was no higher than amongst white young people, attending the same schools as the Asians, and their parents. There were many similarities between Asians and whites as to the type of issue that was likely to produce agreement or disagreement. Among members of a household, there can be a variety of intersecting factors which may help generate solidarity rather than conflict between age groups. These include the subtle cultural meanings we learn to associate from childhood with particular relationships, events, forms of behavior and social perspectives, the psychic investments in emotionally charged bonds with family and relations, the security derived from a sense of belonging to a community, and the shared experience by both parents and children of their structural position in society. At this point, it may be helpful to make a distinction between age group and generation. Age group is a category that delineates a vertical relationship between subjects at a specific stage of a life cycle, e.g. adolescents and their middle-aged parents, whereas generation is a unit of analysis articulating a horizontal relationship between cohorts. As a conceptual category, generation is indexed and calibrated in relation to large units of historical time, Mannheim, 1952, Eisenstadt, 1971. The discourses examined above operate mainly at the level of age group. However, when the attention is shifted to generation, it would seem that while the value systems of Asian age groups may retain some similarities, there may simultaneously emerge some significant new cultural forms that, inter alia, mark generational change. During the late 1970s, the political activism of Asian young people hit the news headlines as they adopted a highly visible and militant stance against racist oppression. They took to the streets to express their anger at racial attacks and murders. Several youth groups and youth movements were formed during the aftermath of these public demonstrations. The media represented this activism as a new form of youth militancy, singularly different from the political behavior of their more docile parents. But this representation erases the history of militant struggles of the 1950s, 1960s, and early 1970s noted earlier. It misreads the criticism leveled by some youth groups at community leaders as a form of protest at parental values. In addition, the reports focused almost entirely on young men. These male groups came to be constructed as youth groups par excellence. Yet some of these groups, such as the Bradford Black, consisting of young people of both Asian and Afro-Caribbean descent, included women. Most important, a young girls' support group formed in 1978 by young Asian community workers based in Southall, West London, was transformed into the feminist group Southall Black Sisters in 1979, and it played a central role in the events considered below. Significantly, young women organized on the basis of their position as women rather than as youth, even though the membership of the groups was often almost entirely young. These women's groups addressed patriarchal issues simultaneously with those of class and racism, and in the process found themselves interrogating the gender politics of the male-dominated youth movements and left groups, as much as the ethnocentrism and race politics of white feminist groups. Indeed, these women's groups emerged and operated at the sharp edge of the highly charged politics of the period. A large-scale police operation on April 23, 1979 involved the arrest of nearly 700, predominantly Asian, men and women of all age groups, of whom 344 were charged and tried in court. This took place in the heart of one of the oldest established Asian communities, Southall. The arrests were made when the people of Southall began to gather in order to demonstrate against the overtly racist National Front, which was holding a pre-election rally at the local town hall. The National Front had virtually no support in Southall, and they had not fielded a local candidate there since 1970. So their decision to hold a rally there was seen as a calculated act of provocation. Nearly 5,000 people had marched to Ealing Town Hall on the previous day to prevail upon the local council not to let its premises in Southall be used by a fascist group to hold a political rally, but the council had decided that the meeting should go ahead. So community organizations in Southall drew up plans to hold a peaceful protest, and these plans had been agreed with the local police. But on the day, people trying to get to the site of the planned demonstration, together with those who were simply trying to return home from work or after collecting young children from school, found themselves trapped between police cordons. As a pamphlet produced by the Campaign Against Racism and Fascism Southall writes notes, 2,756 police, including special patrol group units, with horses, dogs, vans, riot shields and a helicopter were sent in. The evidence of hundreds of eyewitnesses shows that police vans were driven straight at crowds of people, and when they scattered and ran, officers charged at them, hitting out at random. A Daily Telegraph reporter saw several dozen crying, screaming colored Sikh demonstrators, dragged bodily along Parkview Road to the police station. Nearly every demonstrator we saw had blood flowing from some sort of injury, some were doubled up in pain. Women and men were crying. Campaign Against Racism and Fascism Southall writes, 1981, 2. A white teacher, Blair Peach, was killed. Later 11 eyewitnesses gave evidence under oath that they had seen Blair Peach hit by one, or in some cases two, police officers attached to the Special Patrol Group. The jury turned a verdict of death by misadventure, and the Director of Public Prosecutions decided that there was insufficient evidence to prosecute any police officer. This announcement generated much public controversy and led to the setting up of separate inquiries by three public agencies: the Commission for Racial Equality, the National Council for Civil Liberties, and the Runnymede Trust. The depth of concern may be gauged from the following quote from the supplementary report of the NCCL Committee of Inquiry, chaired by Michael Dummett, Professor of Logic at the University of Oxford. Adding to its earlier criticism of the extent of force used by the police in Southall, the Inquirer declared, "We deplore the fact that no police officer has been brought to account for Blair Peach's death. We deplore the fact that neither the Commissioner of Police nor the Home Secretary, as police authority, has publicly recognized the failings in the police operation. We are astonished by the failure of both Sir David McNay and William Whitelaw to explain publicly the reasons offered for the presence of unauthorized weapons in SPG lockers. We regard the inquest into Blair Peach's death as deficient in conduct and procedure. The evident bias of the coroner, Dr. John Burton, combined with his confused and inaccurate direction to the jury, made a fair hearing of the issues impossible." NCCL, 1980, 50-1. Clarence Baker, a member of the local band Misty in Roots, formed by a group of young Southallians of Afro-Caribbean descent, was wounded and lay unconscious in hospital for some time. He had suffered injury when the police raided the building occupied by the community organization People's Unite Education and Creative Arts Center, of which the musicians co-op to which Misty belonged was a part. Their music equipment was totally destroyed. On the day of the demonstration, these premises had been converted into a makeshift center for emergency legal advice and medical treatment. Lawyers and medical staff, black and white, men and women, who were there to provide assistance claimed that they had been roughly handled by the police and forced out of the building amid a barrage of sexist and racist abuse. The events of the day generated a massive political campaign. They represented a watershed in the creation of new youth politics. In July 1981, Southall witnessed one of the first of a series of riots, or uprisings, as these events have been called by the black communities, which swept across the country that year. Asian youth reacted when skinheads arrived in Southall in buses decked with National Front banners and stickers. A group of skinheads attacked an Asian woman in her shop, and the news of the incident spread quickly through the various informal communication networks operating among Asians in the area. Large numbers of young Asians came out on the streets and besieged the public house where the skinheads were attending a rock concert. During the pitched battles that followed, between Asian youths and the police, and between Asians and the skinheads, the pub was set ablaze by petrol bombs. The anger triggered off that day was yet another reaction against the growing number of violent attacks on Asians and the alleged lack of police protection against these attacks. During the same month in Bradford, 12 young Asian men were arrested and charged with conspiracy. All were community activists and some had been actively involved in the campaigns which grew around immigration cases such as those of Anwar Dida and Nazira Begum referred to above. For 2 days after the arrests in July 1981, the young men were not allowed to see their solicitors. They were all held in custody for varying periods, and the majority did not receive bail until October 22. All of the defendants pleaded not guilty. Their case is seen by many as a deliberate attempt by the police to weaken black resistance against racism, and support groups for the local defense committee have been formed all over Britain. This necessarily brief overview of the realities of Asian life in contemporary Britain does not include the less dramatic episodes, most of which never hit the headlines. The emergence of the youth groups marks the coming of age of a new form of Asian political and cultural agency. It is not that these groups are more progressive than the parental age group, as they tend to be described in some public discussions. Rather, having grown up in Britain, they articulate a homegrown British political discourse. They lay claim to the localities in which they live as their home. And however much they may be constructed as outsiders, they contest these psychological and geographical spaces from the position of insiders. Even when they describe themselves as Asian, this is not a reaching back to some primordial Asian identity. What they are speaking of is a modality of British Asianness. These homegrown British Asian identities inaugurate a fundamental generational change. 1990s The new millennium. This chapter has focused on the period from the 1950s to the end of the 1980s. However, it concludes with a general commentary on the subsequent decade of the 1990s and the onset of the 21st century. This period has been hugely eventful with wars, genocides, traffic in people and political resurrections all over the world as its mainstay. The reconfiguration of the global balance of power following the demise of the Cold War, the attack on the Twin Towers in New York and the two Gulf Wars, have all combined to create a global crisis. As is increasingly acknowledged even by the skeptics, the contemporary world is being reinvented through a postmodern form of imperialism. The figure of the Asian has been impacted upon by these global changes in a particularly acute way. The publication of Salman Rushdie's Satanic Verses and its distressed reception by many Muslims, and the subsequent fatwa of 1989 by the Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran, issuing a death sentence on Rushdie, converted a relatively local British event into a global incident of major proportions. For years the Rushdie affair, as it came to be known, sharply divided public opinion. Uppayah, 2003, Assad, 1993a, Sayyid, 1997. There emerged a simplistic and dangerous binary through which opponents of the book became represented as deluded, backward, and uncivilized in contrast to the supposedly enlightened liberal supporters of Rushdie. This binary, reminiscent of colonial discourses, became a prime site for mobilizing anti-Muslim opinion in Britain and abroad. The figure of the Asian was now fractured in a new way across religious lines, creating a post-colonial positionality of Muslim/non-Muslim. One significant outcome of the wide circulation of this binary was that among Muslims it became the basis of a new consciousness of a pan-national Muslim political identity. Alongside this, the 1984 attack by the Indian Army on Harmandir Sahib, the Sikh temple in Amritsar, to flush out militants seeking to establish a separate Sikh state, fueled Sikh militancy not only in India but also in the diasporas. Concurrently, the rise of the extremist Hindu right nationalist movement seeking to establish Hindu hegemony led to major incidents such as the demolition of Babri Masjid in India by Hindutva activists, Uppayah, 2003, but, 1997, 2001. In Britain, supporters of Hindutva sent funds and bricks for the building of a temple at the site where the Babri Masjid had stood. Such events resulted in some internal dissension among Asian communities in Britain, but there were also examples of a show of solidarity, as was evident in the opposition to the Iraq wars. The 9/11 attacks of 2001 in New York have further aggravated the political situation. There is now the powerful chameleon-like discourse of the terrorist that can pounce on and instantly criminalize a wide variety of suspects. Among these, the young South Asian or Middle Eastern-looking young men, especially Muslims, are assumed to be the prime suspects. This has created a state of siege climate amongst some South Asian Muslim communities. In contrast to the 1970s and 1980s image of young Asians, especially those with higher education qualifications, as being supposedly more Westernist and by implication somehow less traditional, the educated young people of today are likely to be viewed as posing more of a threat. This is partly due to the elite educational and class backgrounds of political figures such as Osama bin Laden and the young men who are supposed to have masterminded the attack on the Twin Towers. There have been significant levels of social class differentiation among South Asian groups over the decades. There is now a fairly well-established small bourgeoisie and a professional/entrepreneurial middle class. This has significant consequences in terms of the power dynamics of Asian social life. The consumption patterns, for instance, are beginning to be clearly differentiated across class. These social groups are able to procure elite educational facilities for their children, thus improving the children's future material life trajectories. As a category, the majority of Asians are, however, still working class. This is especially the case where Pakistanis and Bangladeshi groups are concerned. In areas such as Blackburn, the site of riots in 2001, both Asians and whites are predominantly from one of the lowest socio-economic groups. The Blackburn riots could be seen partly as a clash of white and AE working-class masculinities, the animosity nurtured by years spent on low income in poor housing estates. The them and us division was fueled by circulating racist discourses, including gendered discourses which pathologized the lives of Muslim women. Indeed, the figure of the veiled woman is a significant icon that is mobilized both locally, as in places such as Blackburn, and globally in the White House by the President of the United States and his colleagues when they claim to have gone to war in order to free the veiled women. Unveiling the Eastern woman is, of course, a long-standing fantasy of Orientalist discourses, but rarely have we seen her made into an overt centerpiece of transnational politics. The image of the veiled woman is seen as the epitome of Eastern backwardness and unreason. The long-standing episode of the headscarf affair is now being replayed as the wearing of headscarves in schools has been made officially illegal. Bra, 2002, 2004, Pure and Raghuram, 2003. Orientalism is a key dynamic within current regimes of imperialism. For instance, on a visit to the British forces in Basra in Iraq in early January, Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, described the soldiers as the new pioneers of soldiering who were there to deal with the threat of rogue states and the virus of Islamic extremism which could reduce the world system to chaos. Guardian, January 5, 2004. Writing in the same newspaper, Eric Hobsbawm discusses the dangers of this new imperialism with the United States at its helm. The British Empire, he says, was probably the only one that was global insofar as it operated across the planet. But it saw its purpose as that of championing British interests. The new empire on the other hand sees itself as having a universal purpose, and as Hobsbawm argued, few things are more dangerous than empires pursuing their own interest in the belief that they are doing humanity. Or, Guardian, June 14, 2003. The future of South Asia and its diasporas is inextricably linked with these imperial ambitions. At the beginning of this chapter it was noted that identity is not a singular but rather a multifaceted and context-specific construct. In the case of Asians, religion, caste, and language, for example, are important features of group identity. The complex interplay of these factors marks intra-Asian relations in Britain. These relations are not a straightforward replay of social relations in the subcontinent, rather they are mediated via cultural, political, and economic dimensions as these are forged in Britain. The cultural sphere is crucial in affirming or contesting these identities. For instance, sports tournaments with a focus on some specifically South Asian games such as Kabaddi may help underwrite a British Asian Punjabi male identity when Punjabi teams from Birmingham, Coventry, and London play against each other. Similarly, the religious ritual dance performed during Navaratri as worship of the goddess Durga is an arena for the play of gender and caste-inflected Hindu Gujarati identities. Caste inequalities may be reinforced, since Navaratri congregations meet under the aegis of various caste-based organizations, but these same organizations could well be used by the lower castes as a ground from which to contest these very hierarchies. The ritual fast during Ramadan, the observances during Muharram, or the celebration of Eid, may underscore a Muslim identity at the same time as highlighting the intra-Muslim differentiations such as Sunni and Shia. In the same way, the performance of Mushaira, Urdu poetry readings, all over Britain inscribes a British Asian institution against the echoes of a complex South Asian history from the Timurid, Mughal, period onwards. Similarly, the tradition of revolutionary poetry recitation, which is marked in Britain at events held to commemorate the political activism of, say, Shahid Bhagat Singh, who was hanged by the British for his part in anti-colonial insurrection, is an instance of the British Asian form of political culture. Old and new forms of Asian music, dance, and theatre groups, drawing upon classical as well as contemporary traditions, are beginning to mushroom all over Britain. Literature produced by Asians living in Britain in English as well as in various South Asian languages is fast becoming an established feature of Britain's literary production. These art forms simultaneously interpret, translate, and interrogate the subtleties and intricacies of South Asian life worlds in and outside Britain, drawing out their global interconnections as well as what is distinctive about each. British Asian identities are in flux, and whatever form these political and cultural identities take, they are interwoven into the British social and cultural fabric. 62. Chicken tikka masala. Sophia Ahmed. Supermarkets claim to sell more than 18 tons of it each week. Over 23 million portions of it are sold through South Asian restaurants each year. So acclaimed has it become that the Newport chef Iftikhar Harris felt a musical was the best way to sing its praises. The phenomenon is of course chicken tikka masala. The latter part of the 20th century witnessed the emergence of chicken tikka masala as the newly acclaimed national dish of Britain, representing a time of multiculturalism. The former Foreign Secretary Robin Cook described it as a true British national dish. Although chicken tikka masala as we know it today was created for the palates of the British, its origins are situated in Mesopotamian history. The earliest known recipe for cooked meat enriched with spices engulfed in a pool of sauce can be found on cuneiform tablets near Babylon dating back to 1700 BCE, and is attributed to the black-headed people, Saggiga, I.e. Sumerians. Fast forward a few thousand years and the dormant recipe is revived and transformed to create what we today call chicken tikka masala. Legend tells us it was created when a diner demanded some form of gravy with his tandoori chicken. An astonished chef responded by simply adding a can of camel soup and a few spices. Although in the latter part of the 20th century many restaurateurs have claimed it was they who invented the dish, no compelling evidence has been found to substantiate these claims. Different South Asian restaurants throughout the country cook the masala in different ways according to their South Asian geographical origin. The only certainty about the dish is that it commonly includes chicken, yogurt, spices, and tomatoes. Everything beyond this is left to the chef's discretion. Chicken tikka masala can be seen as a metaphor for the British Asian experience. Had it not been for colonization and migration, South Asian foods such as tandoori chicken would not have arrived on Britain's shores. Similarly, had it not been for the British experience, there would have been no gravy, masala, with our chicken today. In other words, chicken tikka masala, which existed neither in South Asia nor in Britain, occupies a distinct third space between the purities of South Asian and British cuisine. It exists only because of the fusion of these cultural experiences, and as a consequence is now eaten both in Britain and throughout South Asia. Chicken tikka masala. Recipe EI. Ingredients. Part 1 Part 2 1 IB boneless chicken breast 1 onion y, cup plain/natural yogurt 1 tea tomato paste 2 tea grated/minced ginger 2 tomatoes 2 crushed cloves of garlic 3 tea crushed ginger YST white pepper 3 tea garlic cloves YT. Cumin powder 3 whole green chilies YST chili powder 1 tea red chili powder YST turmeric 4 tea butter/cooking oil 2 tea lemon juice 1 cup of cream 2 tea vegetable oil salt to one's taste salt to one's taste melted butter, for basting. Method: chop the chicken breast into roughly 2-inch cubes, then place to one side. Mix together all of the ingredients from part 1 of the recipe, excluding the chicken, in a large bowl. Add the chopped chicken and stir. Marinate the mixture overnight in a refrigerator. Preheat an oven to 360 degrees Fahrenheit. Place chicken in an oven-proof dish and bake for 8-10 minutes, basting with melted butter twice. Drain the excess marinade and continue to bake for a further 3-5 minutes. While the chicken is being cooked, prepare part 2 of the recipe. Heat butter/oil in a heavy non-stick pan and add ginger and garlic. Once these have become golden brown, add the chopped onions, tomato puree, chopped tomatoes, green chilies, red chili powder and salt. Cook on a very low heat until the mixture becomes pureed. Add 1 cup of water and simmer until the butter/oil comes to the surface. Add the cooked chicken to the mixture and continue to cook on a low heat. Add the cream, yogurt can be used instead of cream for a low-fat alternative, and simmer for a few minutes. Politics of blackness and Asian identity. Tariq Moduad. Most people who have been active in British race relations debates over the last decade or so, whether at political, academic, or administrative levels, have participated in, or acquiesced to, the idea that perhaps the, important social fact about non-white people in Britain is their common participation in a political blackness. The single most important and common manifestation of this idea has been the use of the term black to describe people of African, Caribbean, and South Asian origins in Britain. Sociologists have been both at the forefront of this development and amongst the slowest to abandon it. Yasmin Ali, following the lead of Stuart Hall, 1992a, 252, has described the fortunes of the concept of black in the following way. At the beginning of the 1980s, communities originating in some of the countries of the old empire would have been expressed unself-consciously as black communities. At the end of the decade, black is a much more contentious label than it was previously. Black in its British usage was intended to convey a sense of a necessary common interest and solidarity between communities from the old empire, or the new Commonwealth. It was a usage predicated on the politics of anti-racism. As such, black became hegemonic over other ethnic/racial identities in the late 70s and early 80s. The moment was not to last. From within marginalized communities and from without there was, in the 1980s, a steady assault upon this fragile hegemony. Ali, 1991, 195. As one of the people cited as responsible for contributing to the defeat of this hegemony, Ali, 1991, 207, I would like to return to this topic to consider an aspect of why it was so vulnerable to criticism. It is important to be clear, of course, that what has been defeated is not the concept of black but its hegemony, and even then, as far as terminology is concerned, the effect of the change in political writing and academic research is negligible. Hence, while the Commission for Racial Equality in December 1988 ceased to recommend that black as an ethnic monitoring category encompassed Asians, Commission for Racial Equality, 1988, British academic writing on race has continued with the older terminology. I therefore understand the loss of the hegemony of black to mean a pushing back from the mainstream public discourse to its original location, left-wing politics and race sociology, where, of course, it still flourishes. Because my primary concern is with current affairs reportage, together with the speeches and documents produced by political parties, trades unions, big employers, central and local government officials and professionals and so on, this is what I mean by mainstream public discourse, would date the heyday of the concept of black differently from Ali. For her the high point was the late 1970s and early 1980s, Ali, 1991, 201, and others would confine it yet again to the earlier of these two periods when the concept of black, devised by new left radicals to mark a transcendence of ethnicity and origins in favor of a new color solidarity and political formation, is said to have been taken up by Afro-Caribbean and Asian communities who found that their separate struggles were actually bringing them together, a moment that was soon to be lost. When the concept was appropriated by the set of race professionals that emerged in the responses of local and central government to the riots of 1981, Shivanandan, 1985, Gilroy, 1987, 25. Yet it was the incorporation of these anti-racist pressures into the British polity that led to the ascendancy of the inclusive concept of black within the mainstream. Banton, 1987, Anthias and Yuval Davis, 1992, 159. For with the enactment of the 1976 Race Relations Act, and particularly with local government racial equality initiatives after the 1981 riots, a tranche of radical activists were brought into work with the state, with the system, Jhande, 1987. It was their anti-racist rhetoric, often contradictorily mixed up with the very different black is beautiful rhetoric of ethnic pride, which came together with the more social scientific and administrative language of statistics and policy recommendations, which too favored a white-black tidiness, to create the favored consensus which was around the term black in the early to mid-1980s, first within the specialist lobby and then more widely. Hence, the important mainstream hegemony came to be established just as the original left-wing, extra-state radicalism and the consequent Afro-Caribbean Asian solidarities that arose from community self-defense from skinheads or police harassment, were giving way to struggles within the Labour Party and the local state in which Afro-Caribbeans and Asians lobbied for ethnic or sub-ethnic interests, usually the distribution of jobs, social grants, and control of state-aided community centers and projects, which belied the increasing and uncritical use of the rhetoric of political color unity. The contrast, then, between radicals, like Shivanandan, Hall, Gilroy and Ali, dating the hegemonic period as the late 1970s and early 1980s, and my dating it as early to late 1980s, primarily arises from the difference in our respective interests in radicalism and mainstream discourse. For those whose starting point was extra-state agitation as a way of amplifying and connecting with histories of class struggle and global anti-imperialism, the transformation of their black movements into the race relations industry and competing ethnic lobbies could not help but be seen as, to use Sivanandan's phrase, a degradation. For those like me, whose community relations work perspective was, in the period of the degradation, increasingly obliged to adopt a black discourse perspective which, as the radicals note, was inconsistent with the emerging ethnic realities, the problem was not about the decline of the concept of black, but how such a concept was ever foisted upon the various ethnic minorities. Given, then, that the origins of black lie in the egalitarian desire of grouping those people together who suffer similar forms of discrimination and marginality, so that their condition can be highlighted and remedial action taken, including ethnic mobilization, law and policy, how can I argue that black is harmful to Asians? I offer some reasons below, most of which depend upon the fact that the term black is not neutral amongst non-white ethnic groups. It has a historical and current meaning such that it is powerfully evocative of people of sub-Saharan African origins, and all other groups, if evoked at all, are secondary. It is not an empty term that can be picked up and given a meaning such that any group other than those of African origins can be the core group, just as masculine vocabulary, even when intended to be gender neutral, as in legal and academic language, cannot but put the image of the male gender in the reader's mind. Some of the effects for Asians, in extending an Afro-based term to describe them, are as follows. For a related viewpoint, see Hazarizing, 1986. Too narrow a conception of racial discrimination. A focus on color as the basis of uniting and mobilizing those who suffer from racial discrimination falsely equates racial discrimination with color discrimination. While there is good evidence that in the case of face-to-face discrimination, for example in the context of seeking accommodation or employment, color is a decisive factor, Brown and Gay, 1985, Center for Research into Ethnic Relations, 1990, Foister et al., 1990, this is really only the ground floor of racism rather than the whole building. It is generally recognized that class is a factor which contributes to racial discrimination and to racial disadvantage. Inferior treatment on the basis of color can create a subordinate class which, by virtue of its socio-economic location, could continue to suffer comparative disadvantage even were color prejudice to wane. Thus, for instance, employers who prefer a public school, Oxbridge background will disadvantage the majority of society, which may have a DIS bureau per Tionatelli greater impact on racial minorities, and this fact is acknowledged in the British legal concept of indirect racial discrimination. While proponents of the concept of black recognize how class is interrelated with race, they overlook how cultural differences can also disadvantage and be the basis of discrimination, e.g. in employment on the grounds of one's dress, dietary habits, or desire to take leave from work on one's holy days rather than those prescribed by the custom and practice of the majority community. An emphasis on discrimination against black people systematically obscures the cultural antipathy to Asians, and, no doubt, others, how Asian cultures and religions have been racialized, and the elements of discrimination that Asians, and others, suffer. If color, or color and class, were the sole basis of racism in British society, it would be impossible to explain the finding, of all the white attitude surveys over more than a decade, that self-assigned racial prejudice against Asians is higher, sometimes much higher, than against black people, e.g. Brown, 1984, 290, Jawel et al., 1986, 150 and 164, Today, March 14, 1990, Ammon and Richardson, 1992, 19-21. Moreover, explanations to do with length of settlement and mutual familiarization belie the fact that the difference in the prejudice against the two groups may be growing. Young, 1992, 181. The emphasis on color discrimination and color identity denies what otherwise would be obvious. The hostility of the majority is likely to be particularly forceful against non-white individuals who are members of a community, and not just free-floating or assimilated individuals, that is sufficiently numerous to reproduce itself as a community and has a distinctive and cohesive value system that can be perceived as an alternative to and a possible challenge to the norm. This phenomenon is currently growing in Britain and disproportionately impacts upon Asians. It is what explains some of the contradictions in contemporary racism, such as the observation that white working-class youth culture is incorporating, indeed, emulating, young black men and women, while hardening against groups like South Asians and Vietnamese. Cohen, 1988, 83, Bolton and Smith, 1992, Back, 1993. A glance at the newspapers will quickly reveal that as many race relations battles turn on issues of culture and minority rights as on color discrimination and socio-economic deprivation. Black obscures this and prevents Asians from fully articulating and mobilizing against the nature of their oppression. Black obscures Asian needs and distorts analysis because black is powerfully evocative of people of African origins. Its usage inevitably gives prominence to Afro-Caribbeans. I have elsewhere given examples of how this marginalization of Asians is widespread in research and political literature. Moduad, 1988a, 399-400. Where there is marginalization, it naturally follows that the distinctive concerns of the Asian communities will be marginalized. It is notable, for example, that despite the high levels of attacks on Asians and their property from the 1960s onwards, attempts to get the police and policy makers to address this basic issue of security had, till very recently, been less effective than the attempts to get them to focus on the equality of treatment of offenders by the criminal justice system, an issue up to now of far less importance to Asians. Immigration rules, transmission of parental culture to children, minority religious observance in schools, support for large families and self-employment are a number of issues that are of greater importance to Asians than to others, but because Asians have not been in a position to push them to the top of the agenda, these have received relatively less attention in the race equality movement than Asians have felt they deserved. Asians, and for that matter any other group, need a richer and more rounded public identity than one focused on politics can allow. People of African origins can use the concept of black with a historical depth and a cultural texture through freighting it with an African diasporic ethnic pride, as famously captured in the Black is Beautiful slogan, or in the newer idea of Black Atlantic, Gilroy, 1993b. For Asians, black can be no more than a political color, a reference to a limited aspect of their being, which inevitably requires them to give greater prominence to an aspect of their political being than is important to them or than they consider sensible, and it gives a leadership role to those Asians who, whatever their standing in, or commitment to, the various Asian communities, can identify with and internalize the politics of anti-color discrimination. This is too gross a straitjacket for Asian community concerns and qualities which Asians may wish to promote. Even if there is a descriptive, sociological concept of black based upon statistically inferred color discrimination, and I have already suggested that the concept of racial discrimination is more complex than color discrimination, this concept is of a negative condition, of how others treat oneself, not the basis of a positive identity likely to foster pride in one's origins and establish a secure psychological platform for active participation in British society. For while mobilization to secure rights requires a dynamic of group pride, black serves to obscure Asian identities and smother the basis of ethnic pride. The crux of the issue here rests on a distinction between the values, aspirations, and community structures of an oppressed group, its mode of being, and the social structures and ideological forms which oppress that group, its mode of oppression. A cardinal error of 1980s anti-racism was to substitute mobilization around opposition to a mode of oppression, racism, for the freedom to be what one is and aspires to be, for one's mode of being. By understanding minorities such as Asians primarily in terms of racism and anti-racism, anti-racists in effect create group identities exclusively from the point of view of the dominant whites and fail to recognize that those whom white people treat as no more than the raw material of racist categorization have, indeed, a mode of being of their own which defies such reduction. Moduad, 1990a. Many anti-racists' interest in Asians is not in Asians but in the condition of victim. Asians who experience racial discrimination are reduced to discriminated beings, blacks, who happen to be Asians, and who should publicly proclaim their mode of oppression as their primary identity, while confining the symbolic power of their mode of being to secondary occasions. But this is too superficial a view of oppression and of ethnic mobilization against racial subordination. We need a concept of race that enables us to understand that any oppressed group feels its oppression most according to those dimensions of its being which it, not the oppressor, values most. Moreover, it will resist its oppression from those dimensions of its being from which it derives its greatest collective psychological strength. We see this very clearly with working-class Asian, and other, Muslims. Despite being the most racially disadvantaged group in Britain, measured in terms of unemployment, overrepresentation in manual work, educational qualifications, poor housing, attacks on person and property and so on, Jones, 1993, they have borne this marginal and oppressive condition with stoicism and kinship self-help, but exploded on an issue of religious honor, when it was perceived that the satanic verses not only limited one's material opportunities but attacked the very core of one's being. Moduad, 1990b, 1992b. It is most revealing that the Muslim protesters neither looked for nor were offered any black solidarity and that one of the leaders of black politics, Paul Boateng MP, dismissed Muslim anger as having nothing to do with the black discourse. Kramer, 1991, 75. It has been argued that as all identities are situational, individuals are capable of identities of several sorts, and that Asians can be found who have a strong Asian identity and a sense of political blackness, even if not fully acknowledged by themselves. Drury, 1990. Drury offers as evidence that 92% of a sample of about 100 teenage Sikh girls in the early 1980s rejected the term black as a self-description, but a significant number thought there were commonalities of experience between all non-white people. Yet this surely confirms that a sense of being black is for most Asians a forced identity, on the periphery of their conception of themselves and not a source of pride or even of self-defense. The general point is not peculiar to Muslims or Asians. Materialistic theories of anti-racism typically underestimate the defense of group dignity and the positive role of ethnic pride. The Black is Beautiful campaign in the long term reached far more American blacks than the Civil Rights campaign and, indeed, provided a personal and collective psychological dynamic which fed into the latter, and which enabled blacks to take advantage of the socio-economic opportunities created by the politics. New identities. The hegemony of black over other ethnic/racial identities was doomed. If one single remark combines and epitomizes these criticisms, it is Yasmin Alabhai's contention that when most Asians hear the word black, they are unlikely to think of themselves, so many fail to apply for jobs where advertisements specifically welcome black people. Woman's Hour, BBC Radio 4, November 17, 1988. Therefore, it is not surprising that in 1988 some Asians decided that an anti-racism which was so out of touch with or defiant of basic Asian community concerns had to be challenged. The year began with the National Association of Asian Probation Staff boycotting the Home Office staff ethnic monitoring exercise because it classified Asians as a subdivision of black, and was followed by an ongoing debate in the minority press, especially in New Life, Asian Herald, and the Afro-Caribbean Voice, with occasional overspills into the national media. Moduad, 1988b, Roy, 1988, Uppal, 1988, Kogbara, 1988, Heart of the Matter, BBC TV, July 10, 1988, and Academic Journals, Moduad, 1988a. This critique bore fruit when in December of that year the Commission for Racial Equality, CRE, decided to cease to recommend that people of Asian origin be classified as black, and in the following month the Office of Population Censuses and Surveys, OPCS, announced that they were proceeding to the next stage in the ethnic question trials for the 1991 census with the same categories as the CRE. It is perhaps an open question as to the significance of these administrative decisions. Were they just petty terminological changes, or did they mark an important milestone in the philosophy of race relations? The CRE, which was disinclined to read too much into them, was told by a New Statesman and Society editorial that it should be publicizing its decision with confidence instead of weakly whispering out an important decision, almost hoping nobody will notice. December 23, 1988. Philip Nanton has argued that these attempts to capture an acceptable ethnic categorization suggest that a fundamental change has taken place in the definition of ethnicity, for ethnic categories can no longer be regarded as given but are open to interest group pressure and negotiation. Nanton, 1989, 556. One response of theorists such as Hall and Ali to the end of the hegemony of black has been to shift attention from organized politics and social structures to cultural identities and their manufacture and communication, from a struggle over the relations of representation to a politics of representation itself. Hall, 1992a, 253. With this goes a celebration of new ethnicities and cultural hybridity, and a critique of ethnic absolutism, the idea that ethnic identities are simply given, are static and ahistorical and do not, or should not, change under new circumstances or by sharing social space with other heritages and influences. The emphasis on the historical nature of ethnicity, as opposed to conformity to an atemporal essence or an imagined golden age, on hybridity without loss of integrity or self-respect, on cultural openness and multi-textured identities, rather than on the coercive simplicities of black absolutism, is to be welcomed, and may allow Asians to develop a more authentic repertoire of self-images than black allowed. Yet this new turn is not without its dangers. If new simply comes to describe the avant-garde, then it is clear that most British Asians will once again suffer marginalization. A rejection of theories of primordial ethnic absolutism should not prevent us from accurately describing where most Asians are, regardless of whether it seems sufficiently new or progressive. We must not pit new and old ethnicities against each other. We must avoid the elitism of cultural vanguardism that devalues and despises where the ordinary majority of any group or social formation is at, an elitism so thoughtlessly exemplified in Salman Rushdie's The Satanic Verses, to the loss of us all, new and old. And yet in the loss of hegemony there may be wisdom. Moduad, 2005. DZ. Curry powder. Upper Bakundu. Curry powder and curry as a South Asian dish are unknown on the subcontinent. Indeed, the origin of the word curry is not easy to trace. Curry is variously understood to be from the Tamil curry, translated as spiced sauce or, more simply, gravy, the Hindi *curry, a special cooking vessel, or even the Old English curry, a term for cooking derived from the French cuire, to cook, boil, grill. Davidson, 1999, Grove and Grove, 2000, Punjabi, 2000, Wickramasinghe FAL, 2002. Indian curry powder is common in both British kitchens and British Asian restaurants, ubiquitous on British streets. Conventional wisdom appears to accept Sharwood's, founded by James Allen Sharwood in 1889, as the oldest firm importing and marketing blends of Indian spices as curry powder to London's public. http://www.sharwoods.com, accessed December 10, 2002, and the Virasvamya, established in London's Regent Street in the late 1920s, as the oldest surviving South Asian restaurant. See http://www.virasvamya.com/ and Grove, 2000. However, since South Asians started to arrive in Britain centuries before as ayahs and servants, seamen and soldiers, entrepreneurs and professionals, it is not surprising that some historians have traced the commercial creation of curry powder to 1780, the first appearance of curry on a menu to 1773 in the Coffee House in Norris Street, Haymarket, London, and the first eating place dedicated to Indian cuisine, the Hindustani Coffee House at 34 George Street, Portman Square, also in London, to 1809, Grove, 2000. However, there are other competing claims. The tale of one such competitor, known only as Abdul, is told by the former ambassador and Indian Army officer Mirza Rashid Ali Beg. As a dressing boy to Beg's father, Mirza Abbas Ali Beg, CSL, KCLE, Abdul travelled with the family to London in 1910, when Beg Sr. arrived to take up his appointment within the newly formed Secretary of State's Council of India, Beg, 1967, 10. The young Beg remembers how Abdul, also an excellent cook, used his father's influence at the India office to win the catering contract for a rest and recuperation camp set up for Indian soldiers taken from the French front lines in the Great War, 1967, 11. In addition to this profitable contract, he was soon importing spices from India and marketing Abdullah curry powder, which was in great demand amongst those who had served in India and had developed a taste for Indian food. He also started the first, and for many years the only, Indian restaurant in London, to which Indian students flocked, 1967, 11. The young Beg recalls how, far from resenting his former servant's good fortune, father used to say with pride that Abdul was earning very much more than he had ever done, 1967, 11. Abdul was far from finished. Along with his wife, an excellent businesswoman, he invested in property and went on to found the import-export firm of Messrs. A. Abdullah and Sons, manufacturers, importers and exporters of Helmet Court, Wormwood Street, London. Years later, when Saudi Arabia broke off diplomatic relations with Britain over the Suez Canal episode, Abdul was appointed their agent in London and the embassy building and property placed in his charge. Subsequently he was invited to Saudi Arabia and received and honored by no less a person than King Saud himself, 1967, 11-12. Throughout Abdul remained close to the family he used to serve, happy to host their members whenever they visited London. It gave us, and him, great pleasure when our two sons, went to England and over whom he kept an avuncular eye, writes Ambassador Beg, 1967, 12. Abdul's rise from dressing boy and cook to restaurateur, entrepreneur and royal agent is, as Beg succinctly concludes, a romantic tale by any standard, 196-7512. 73. The dialectic of here and there. Anthropology at home. John Hutnick. Ethnographers in Britain seem to have by and large ignored left political activity among South Asian settlers on these islands. However, the lustrous career of South Asian communists active in Britain is not to be romanticized and, of course, the number of communist champions is far fewer than those not involved in class politics. Nevertheless, the groundwork for many of the kinds of political positions taken for granted today were forged in adversity and struggle under scarlet flags. Thus, given the conditions into which most South Asian youth are born in multi-racist Britain, and given the heritage to which they can, if they wish, lay claim, it should be no surprise that comprehension of the struggle is imbibed as if with mother's milk, as one informant described it to me. Why then has scholarship singularly failed to register this? Anthropology at home. Asterisk, Labor in the white skin cannot be free if in the black it is branded. Marx, 1867, 301. In a short story collected in Where the Dance is Umbalavena, Shivanandan tells the tale of a meeting of a Marxist study group in a pub in Hampstead, probably sometime in the 1970s. In this engaging, semi-autobiographical, story, a Sri Lankan PhD student at the London School of Economics, going by the name of Bala, is invited to a meeting by Clarence, an acquaintance from home now a resident in the mother country. Bala is uncertain as to just what is required of him. I was not sure how to play my role, as a red insurrectionary or as black militant. Shivanandan, 2000, 48. The four white comrades bought him drinks for both affectations, but when the discussion turned to the issue of immigration into Britain, it was Clarence, the senior immigrant, who won the most approval, and a kiss from one of the women, for a position that should readily be recognized. Even amidst the smoke and fug of the mid-afternoon local boozer. As the story tells it, Clarence mumbled and spluttered incoherently about the responsibility of the mother country to its children and ended up declaring, "We are here because you were there," something Bala had heard before. The meeting broke up, with the next Saturday scheduled for a discussion of Marx's 18th Brumaire. The story continues with various intricacies. The woman who kisses Clarence cooks a curry for Bala, Bala gets to know something of Clarence's life in Britain, and so on, but the main point in retelling the scene is neither appreciation of Sivanandan's accomplished literary talents, nor to rehash some scenario in mockery of the curry cooking, patronizing, white, left woman Tessa, but to register the movement that Shivanandan always tries to effect, the complication and extension of thought. Beyond platitudes and slogans, achieved always also from an activist's perspective. The formula "we are here because you were there" may in fact have the ring of truth, and it makes an excellent chant, and must needs be said. But saying it for approval, saying it into the ether, saying it without consequence deserves critical attention too. Shivanandan questions the motives and context of sloganeering even in the very heart of a Marxist cell meeting discussion of immigration in the days when Compendium Bookshop was still a fixture and visits to Cuba were the norm. Shivanandan shows us exactly where romantic attachments and the deceits of too easy acceptance only allow platitudes when more is required. As to what happens at the end of the tale, without giving the story away, it's called The Man Who Loved the Dialectic. A nuanced Marxism makes more sense of the predicament of contemporary life than that afforded in any other conception. What then for writing about British Asians that would do more than rehearse either the trite axioms of identity politics or the romantic attachments of essentialist stereotype? On two sides there is a seductive danger and all too easy exoticist trap. Playing the ethnic card and falling for ethnicist stereotypes have been the preserve of many who would write, with good intentions, the history of South Asians in Britain. On the one hand those who have appropriated the role of documenting Asian identities in the metropole, on the other metropolitan identities playing up to expectations. For convenience sake this essay identifies this double trap in the congealed positions of anthropologists writing on British Asians, and in their identitarian informants, using the critical position of a British Asian communist history, the subject matter that stems from Sivanandan's fictional study group, as the counterfoil that disrupts this duality. The procedure of taking category and classification in advance of observation and discussion has reified and fixed a conservative set of stereotypes. To assume that caste, kinship, arranged marriages, and religious tradition are the main keys to comprehension of the social and political experience of South Asians in Britain is a common delusion, born from the work of anthropologists bent on finding rural and village subjects conveniently replicated in metropolitan settings. This is a conservative anthropology in the extreme, owing more allegiance to old categories found over there than politics and experience of people with agency over here. Not to say, of course, that caste, kin and religion are or were unimportant, but, as we will see, equally worthy of attention could be workplace and neighborhood organizations, trades unionism, political activism, socialist and communist party affiliation, rallies and other such associations. It can be argued that the organizational history of South Asians in Britain has been particularly obscured by a blinding culturalism attuned only to the exotic. The worst consequence of this exoticism is to reduce the migrant worker to a timeless and rural pre-political unconsciousness, an imperialist oversight that replicates ethnicist fantasy and depoliticizes by means of reified culture. Ethnographic approaches to British Asians have been culturalist and conservative in exactly this way, as we will see. Werbner, 1990a, Gillespie, 1995, K. Hall, 2002. In the postcolonial framework, we should agree at the beginning that it is important to avoid the stupid generalizations of voyeuristic social science. To extrapolate from one or two cases of some behavior or other and then ascribe that behavior to a cultural, national, or ethnic group as a whole would be an error. The imaginary godlike observations that declare Muslims are X or Sikhs do Y is as unacceptable as the old anthropological attributionism of newer think. Newer say. Certainly there can be no final assertion that British Asians are or are not more or less politically engaged than anyone else, though like everyone else, some British Asians are and some are not. These arabesques are farcical. In the discussion of a diasporic Asian presence in Britain, the designation must be not postcolonial, not postcolonial. Similarly, the critical position in this paper might be not communist, not communist. This is not just a methodological concern of relevance to anthropological categories, it has current political purchase. In the discussion, for example, of participation by Muslim groups in the anti-war coalition, or as targets of security forces at home, in the context of the war on terror, a host of cascading racist substitutions appear, sliding rapidly from the shock eye image of fundamentalist suicide bombers to a spurious link with asylum seekers, generalist to all Muslims, then further extended to Asians and to non-white people in general. This often unexamined cascade inevitably draws sustenance from the general, more influential, and wider social and culturalist limits of understanding of Asians, Islam, Hinduism and politics disseminated in Britain through the artifacts of white academia. Monographs of British Asian experience in Britain are few, but telling. In numerous university course offerings, as well as in the popular media, all South Asians are characterized in a double strategy, either as demons or as exotica, and neither stereotype comes close to an appreciation of the diversity of those under anthropological examination. This double strategy makes Asians either, and both, a people of curious culture Bhangra, spicy food, Bollywood, and a people of fanaticism Islam, Hindutva, religious extremism. Sometimes both at the same time. Militant spiritualism, spicy sweetmeats. The pathologies of categorization reveal more of the West than is seen in other domains. This exotica fanatica two-step is found in academic texts explicitly to the exclusion of the large sections of the history, and present, of South Asians in Britain. The culturalist discourse actively ignores organized political activity, at best offering asides to collaborationist or merely community-level action. This is as true of the historical period of the anti-colonial movement, and the Mahatma, as it is of the present, where the local Asian Labour Party glamour candidate might be foregrounded. There is no discussion of, for example, the leading contribution to the Communist Party of Great Britain of the likes of Sayklatvala, Palmatud, or Krishna Menon, and it is very rare to see mention of similarly motivated activists in any of the major anthropological studies of South Asians in Britain today. In part, the effort of this essay is to suggest a way to reconstruct this absent history by way of the field of biography. Callahan, 1993, Wadsworth, 1998, The Historical Survey Work of Visram, 2002, and the living memory of so many uncles, aunties, and the others involved in organizations like the Indian Workers Association, the Pakistani Workers Association, the journal Law/Car and so forth. C. Sharma et al., 1996, for a beginning attempt to acknowledge the recent history of the IWA, Bra. 1998 for a collection of more contemporary documents. It is worth remembering from the start, in these days of ahistorical and culturalist appreciation of South Asian ethnicity in Britain, that there could be no ethnic trip, for academics or for cultural entrepreneurs alike, without the initial project of colonialism and its co-constituent consequence of labor exploitation. The British Raj and its global extractive orientation over several hundred years, and the brute fact that consequent migration into Britain from the colonies was not philanthropy cannot be underestimated. Conventionally, ritual mention of imperial history is made in most scholarly studies, if not quite chanting "we are here because you were there," but the drawing of inferences and implications does not necessarily inform general understandings in a political way. More often than not, a political context is registered than diplomatically relegated, as culturalist commentary seeks out more flamboyant and exuberant themes than that so-called ethnic peoples were brought to Britain with one purpose in mind: white industry wanted to work them hard, in a way that war-weary organized white workers would not accept. Immigration shaped by imperialism and the exploitative requirements of manufacturing is the inescapable condition that frames British Asian settlement. Of course, it should not be thought that South Asian migrant laborers had no agency in migration, or that the pull factor of labor shortage on the part of British industry was not complicated by diverse negotiations and structuring factors such as those called chain migration and by rotary processes, as indeed named in anthropologist Werbner's The Migration Process. Of course, South Asians were not mere passive subjects of exploitation, but the study of these processes stresses the cultural in an ethnicist way, ignoring any analysis of contextualizing circumstances. The migration process foregrounds an ethnographic gaze blinded in its micro-exoticism to the wider realities that perhaps only politicist groups could tackle. It is a matter of record that anthropologists preferred to study kinship and culture while activists stressed struggle and exploitation. Ignoring left political activity with a vengeance, Werbner herself starts out by noting that the literature on South Asians in Britain is not clear on how people have organized themselves to resist being passive victims, and notes that forms of cultural resistance vary from community to community. Werbner, 1990a, 6. However, her interest is primarily in symbolic and culturalist categories, and she fails to mention either the Indian or the Pakistani Workers' Association, or any level of class or political association, beyond reference to anthropological notions of the big man. Werbner, 1990a, 310, and prefers to quote anthropologists like Gluckman and Moss, much, rather than engage with Marx or Marxist influences, never. It is not as if Werbner is unaware of the politics of British Asian organization in Britain, it's just that anthropologists have somehow been inclined to ignore this aspect as part of a rush to rustic and ethnic caricature. It is interesting that the use of anthropology to study people within the West aimed to break a division of labor between sociology and anthropology, in which the former discipline had focused upon advanced societies and anthropology had monopoly over the rest of the world. But by deploying anthropology to examine South Asians in Britain without acknowledgement of political articulation and organization, a refashioned othering at home marks the British Asian presence out as a scandalous interruption of the rest within the West. This British Asian interruption then opens up the possibility of constant refrains about the fundamental illegitimacy of settlement as a threat to the coherence of the nation, exactly one of the key areas of British Asian organizational work. Sadly, this was not of interest to anthropology, as old-school exoticism was imported whole from the colonial theater. Sasha Josephides faults the too early anthropological studies of the pre-1970s Indian Workers' Association, identified in her 1991 essay. The reference is to Desai, 1963, and John, 1969, with a methodological individualism derived from Frederick Bailey's Stratagems and Spoils, 1969, Mayer's Action Sets, 1966, and Models of Social Organization Approaches made popular by Frederick Barth, 1966. In offering an alternative to these approaches, Josephides, 1991, 253, the possibility of a more adequate comprehension of the story of the IWA was promised. Unfortunately, this beginning was not developed, and the culturalist ethnicist hegemony prevailed in anthropological work at home. Gerd Bauman is one of the few, tenured, Anthropologists writing in the 1990s to mention the IWA et al. In his study of Southall entitled Contesting Culture, 1996, yet even here the focus is on fairly old-school anthropological notions of community and negotiation. There does seem to be an injunction against taking any contemporary tone in analysis of the British Asian contribution to Britain. Asian workers at home have been organized, culturally and politically, and have provided a critique of anthropological categorization themselves by focusing on political and organizational issues. It is salutary to find that the communist or Marxist-inspired authors and activists that should be discussed here were able to provide a critique of Eurocentric models of social science writing long before such critiques under the guise of reflexive anxiety and postmodern doubt became common rhetoric within the social sciences as taught in white institutions. The need to challenge slavish mimicry of received versions of positivist and quantitative sociology, or exoticist and primitivist anthropology, has been nurtured amongst militant organizations much more than can be said of the credentialist teaching factories we call universities. A watchful vigilance against the pitfalls of complicity in surveillance knowledge production and the seductions of token incorporation should not mean non-participation in those still dominant institutions, only that such participation is best thought of, and practiced, first as critical and oppositional. In contradistinction to a culture of liberal alibi, the non-token stance is not to enact left posturing within the colleges, but to institute pathways and openings for further critical gains that refuse to replicate voyeuristic scholarship, collaborative critical production projects, cross-sectoral alliances, campaign-based resourcing, and knowledge production is far more useful than merely interpreting the world according to hitherto existing structures. How to avoid voyeuristic replication of the anthrogaze. Place South Asians in the subject, not the object, position in your research. How does the world look if seen from the position of British South Asians, and what can we learn from that? Not how does the white world look when invaded by exotic fanatic, otherworldly, inscrutable ethnics? Is it possible to reorient, or disorient, minds away from the demographic, ethnographic and voyeuristic position and rethink the history of the metropolis as made by outsiders with an investment in coming inside without forgetting the co-constitutive origins of here and there, not just there? The unsung heroes of the workers' movement and the communist tradition in Britain are many, more than the deployment of numerous sociologists and oral historians could possibly document in present circumstances. There are of course several high-profile and well-known names to be acknowledged, including Sayklatvala, Palmatud, and Shivanandan himself, but the naming of names of course should not be offered without due recognition that without considerable support from anonymous comrades, tireless mill and factory worker organizers, fellow travelers, and family, there could be no communist movement at all. Not every South Asian migrant to Britain joined the Communist Party or some other left group, but the history of such struggles is known amongst the South Asian communities today and is imbibed as if with mother's milk. Informant A. Interview with author. How could anthropologists miss it? Largely because they have focused their gaze upon relatively unformed sectors of the population, quite often school children, and read off culture from small survey samples. This can be seen for example in Mary Gillespie's ethnographic study of school kids watching television in Southall, Hutnick, 1996, and can be found again in Kathleen Hall's study of Sikhs in Leeds Lives in Translation, Sikh Youth as British Citizens, neither work managing to mention organised left activity, or organised anti-racism even as they discuss liberal stances on that theme. Much like Gillespie, Hall deploys the terminology of second generation and caught between two cultures on the first pages of her study of Sikhs in Britain. By second generation might we hear a kind of insistence that the people under investigation, all of them, are forever named as arrives from elsewhere? Though approving of Homi Bhabha's notion of third space and seeing hybridity as the place where migrant people live their lives through acts of cultural translation, Hall also, briefly, approves Kaur and Kalra's notion of Transloasia. K. Hall, 2002, 5, 142. Kaur and Kalra, 1996, but perhaps misses the ironic and critical dimension to that intervention. Clearly for Kaur and Kalra, Transloasia does not equal third space hybridity, but also explicitly underlines the political and debated context of varied responses to these translated discussions and their context in multi-racist Britain. In studies like this, the characterization of people who arrived in Britain some 30 years before publication as either school children or second generation is not merely empirical in its consequences as a study of Sikhs, or even Sikh youth, it leaves much aside. Perhaps because the fieldwork was conducted so long before publication, it is, she says, a study marked by Thatcherism, the attached afterword mention of racial violence in Oldham and Bradford in the summer of 2001, K. Hall, 2002, 204, adds little to counter the impression in the main text that white anthropologists working on South Asians at home see them primarily as visitors over here. Certainly only a few historical studies of organized left Asians are available, and it is because Hall, Werbner, Gillespie are not interested in the left that these are most often biographies of great leaders written by academic fellow travelers without ethnographic skills, though the survey of Visram is of impressive scope. Visram, 2002. In most cases, however, any notion of Asian left organization is excluded or actively avoided, fear of restless natives perhaps. It is particularly astonishing that Hall manages an entire book on Sikhs in Britain without mention of the IWA, and though it would not be enough to simply correct the record with the history of great names of that organization, studies that are no longer beholden to uncritical tropes of anthropology would actually be a start. It might be a chance to move beyond the pathologies of myopic interpretation and comprehension. The point would be to change the ways ethnography represents. There are a few British Asian writers who escape the apparent anthropological agreement to avoid examination of everyday political associations. As already mentioned, there were and are vast differences among South Asians in terms of participation in organized political groupings, just as there is in the population in general. Kalya shows that there has been considerable union and other organization of South Asian labor from the earliest days of settlement in Britain. Kalya, 2000a, 122. Although participation by black workers in the workplace union organizations was substantial, their incorporation into the wider union movement was not. Kalya, 2000a, 117. It is certainly the case that the majority of workers only come in contact with their unions when some issue particular to their own employment necessitates representation, but this too reflects the general case. What accounts for the disarticulation of British Asian unionization in particular with the wider union movement in general if not racism? This is yet another parallel that obscures history and fails to normalize understandings in an exotico-fanatic vein. At any rate, workplace union participation is not to be ignored as it is in the ethnographic literature. The exposure of the anthropological and sociological construction of South Asian migrant workers' malleability, acquiescence, and compliance, of their putting up with unattractive work if it is temporary and they have an alternative life to return to, Kalya, 2000a, 20, is well taken. What this construction does is deflect scholarly attention away from the varied ways in which British Asian agency and political engagement in the workplace, in terms of class, race, and indeed culture does manifest itself, and is not convincingly rejected with an anthropological/laissez-faire view where black workers are assumed to lack the cultural and political resources with which to adapt to the customs of the industrial workforce. Kalya, 2000a, 20. This is reinforced by Kalya's analysis of the myth of return thesis, 2000a, 19, which has it that South Asian workers in Britain retained an ever less likely ideology of wanting to return to their countries of origin. Proponents of this line of explanation saw migrants as having limited political engagement because they saw themselves as resident in a host country. Kalya, 2000a, 19, Anwar, 1979. Kalya finds examples in Rose, 1969, and again repeated 20 years later in Werbner, 1990a, 7. The inference that should be drawn, however, is not that migrants were politically conservative. The monolithic myth of return, like its later counterpart the second-generation problem, insists that a migrant is a migrant and by implication really belongs elsewhere, overseas, over there in their proper home. Revealingly, as Kalya's usage demonstrates, the terminology of ethnicist scholarship insists on migration, not settlement. An anthropology predestined to insist on this myth is not far from the more explicit racism of the Paki go-home politics of the National Front and BNP. Who then were the South Asians who not only did not go home but who stayed here because the British were there, and who refused to fall into the trap of ignoring the co-constitution of here and there as a factor in the political, cultural, and economic circumstances of contemporary Britain? These were the people who organized politically as South Asians and as communists in trades unions, in anti-racist groups and in party formations. There is much work that could be done by a reconfigured anthropology on these matters. It is only an indicative survey, a kind of initial listing or a first register of issues for examination that will be attempted here. The names mentioned are not exhaustive and offer only a kind of red interlude and reminder. As already mentioned, the list of the great and the good as found in published biography are never the full story. I would argue for a wider range of studies that would pay different kinds of attention to political organization, and would do so in a variety of ways. There will be opportunity later to set out the research program for a wider appreciation. Sketches. Shapurji Sayklatvala was first elected to the British Parliament in 1922, standing as member of the Labour Party, though never secretive about being a communist. Though he was a nephew of the Tata business empire, he married Sally Marsh in Oldham, after being sent to England in 1905, and became a friend of Sylvia Pankhurst. By 1907 he was a member of the Marxist group the Social Democratic Foundation, a forerunner of the Communist Party of Great Britain, the CPGB, Wadsworth, 1998, 23-4, and sought a position in representative politics in Battersea. The Labour Party of course had reservations about endorsing someone associated with the Communist Party, but sanctioned his candidature on condition that he accept the Labour whip and constitution, the first and only time the Labour Party endorsed a Communist Party member for a parliamentary seat. Wadsworth, 1998, 42. In 1924 the Labour Party had taken a decision to expel communists from their party, and Sayklatvala then won his seat running as a communist. He was imprisoned in 1926 for sedition, at the time of the general strike. As the Labour Party excluded him, the Tories chanted "Send him back to India" as well as "Send him back to Moscow." Sayklatvala indeed departed for a successful tour of India, greeted by well-wishers wherever he spoke as a fighter against the imperialist power. Interestingly, he was criticized by the founder of the Indian Communist Party, M.N. Roy, for hanging about with Gandhi during the visit. Sayklatvala's support, though, was never uncritical. Indeed, he questioned the Mahatma's promotion of Khader in terms that stressed the importance of egalitarian workers' organization, at any public meeting stressing that the jute workers in Dundee had to realize the urgent need of making the Bengal jute workers as well as the Bengal jute growers a part and parcel of the British Jute Workers' Federation, demanding a 6-hour day and £5 a week minimum wages, whether the factory be in Dundee or Calcutta. Wadsworth, 1998, 55. This position of proletarian internationalism clearly goes an organizational step further than Gandhi's photo opportunity with Oldham's mill workers in the 1930s. Amusingly, in a letter to Gandhi, Sayklatvala made the point that it seemed contradictory to encourage people in spinning, so as to make more clothes, at the same time as giving the example of wearing less and less himself. Sayklatvala's visits to India were curtailed when the government revoked his passport, with the Secretary of State for India, William Wedgwood Benn, father of Tony Benn, confirming the ban in 1929 in what has come to be known as ghastly imperialist mode. Wadsworth, 1998, 68-70. Sayklatvala's call for the CPGB to organize at the ports among Asian seamen was ignored in much the same way as the white left today has failed to take up the cause of asylum seekers and refugees. Yet his influence upon rank-and-file Khader was immense. Visram reports that Bengali workers celebrated Sayklatvala Day in 1937 and British communists fought in the Sayklatvala Battalion in the Spanish Civil War. Visram, 2002, 319. When Sayklatvala died, George Padmar paid him tribute, along with Nehru and Palmatude. Rajni Palmatude, first cousin of the Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme, via his mother N, was born in 1896 at Cambridge. Rajni and his brother Clemens were both involved in left-wing politics at university, with Rajni being expelled from Oxford in 1917 for refusing conscription into the army, though he did eventually take out a first-class degree. He unsuccessfully ran in Birmingham as a communist for the Parliament in 1945 and in 1950. Palmatude started the CPGB's theoretical journal Labour Monthly in 1921, editing it for more than 50 years, with 2 years 1936-8 as editor of the Daily Worker and more than 40 years on the Central Committee. He died in 1974. As it was for Palmatude and Sayklatvala in the 1920s, it remains important today to make the connection between anti-colonialism and the struggle for emancipation at home. Imperialism overseas is co-constituted with inequalities in the domestic sphere. The one bound up with the other, neither resolvable alone. Palmatude opposed the First World War as an imperialist abomination, Callahan, 1993, 14, and this at a time when an anti-war voice would have had even less support than today. Palmatude led the way, though Niani did not realize how much it was in their interests to follow. Along with Sayklatvala, Palmatude insisted that the leadership of Lenin was important because the old Bolshevik had made imperialism a key focus of revolutionary struggle. The Comintern was the vehicle of an organized anti-colonialism. It is important not to forget how much this meant for people in India, Malaya, Indonesia, China, and other subjugated colonies, and also how it resonated with the diverse British working class, and how such alliance and interest in internationalism continues today, albeit usually depoliticized under studies of cultural diasporas. Udham Singh, when arrested for shooting dead former Amritsar Governor Michael O'Dwyer in 1940, Udham Singh gave his name as Mohammed Singh Azad, signifying a Muslim-Sikh alliance for freedom. Visram, 2002, 272. His name was recently celebrated in song by Asian Dub Foundation on their album RAFI. 1998, C. Hutnick, 2000, though it is unusual to hear the name mentioned in British anthropology or sociology, but C. Clarke, 1975, Kalra, 2000b. These, however, are the old names, and there are many that remain unacknowledged, and it is the task of historians and commentators to write these stories without reaching out to exoticist categories. The tale of the South All Indian Workers Association, for example, is not only its relation to Indian-based political groupings but also its relations to the British communist tradition and issues of separate or joint organization. Should black organizations organize separately from the white left, given the historical propensity of that left mostly in its Trotskyite variants to see black organizations as areas for recruitment and for parachuting in to do publicity for their own campaigns? What are the requisite organizational forms that can fight the co-constituted violence of imperialism there and racism here, based as it is on the modern fantasy of the nation-state as sole arbiter of population and border control for the purposes of capitalist production? Registered alongside such questions, there might be room for research investigation of the issues raised by Tariq Mahmood in his forthcoming novel that would require interrogation of police actions tracking British Asian activists in Bradford and other northern towns. The relation of British Asian organizations and various associated activisms to the reformist populism of the Labour Party, including its black sections, deserves continued attention, as does the activity of various anti-deportation campaigns, asylum seeker support, immigration group work in general and community self-defense organization. See Disorienting Rhythms for some discussion of this last theme in particular. Sharma et al., 1996. Would ethnographic and documentary history not find fitting subjects in the formation of the Black People's Alliance and responses to Enoch Powell's Rivers of Blood speech? The participation of British Asian activists in the Vietnam Solidarity Campaign and other anti-imperialism struggles as well as campaigns against apartheid in South Africa remain to be written. In struggles like these, people were not fighting for culture, in Sivanandan's phrase, and not likely to sell out to the management of racism inaugurated in the wake of the Scarman Report, which was at least engaged with to some degree by the early Birmingham Cultural Studies School. In anticipation of this management, see Hall et al., 1978. It is a matter of record, however, that cultural studies in general has abandoned this more political terrain, and the morphing of anthropology with that discipline is part of the problem. Scholarship becomes popular in inverse proportion to its irritant charge, and the establishment of anthropology at home and a cross-disciplinary take-up of a bland ethnicist ethnography is symptomatic. It cannot just be left to magazines like Law/Car, newspaper of the IWA, GB, and Spark, of the youth wing of the Socialist Labour Party, to make the agitational moves. Shivanandan himself offers a sketch of part of this missing history in his essay From Resistance to Rebellion, but doing history always takes second place to activist engagement. Shiva was a member of the Black Unity and Freedom Party. As editor of Race and Class, organizer, director of the campaigning, public speaker and accomplished novelist, he spent many years advising and involved with anti-racist and working class struggles. The special issue, of Race and Class, full of tributes to his work, attests to this. It was probably not an unusual occurrence, then, when Shivanandan abandoned his prepared speech to launch an attack on a fellow panelist at a conference marking the 50th anniversary of the 6th Pan-African Congress meeting in Manchester, the indication to many in the audience that political struggle remained more important than either personality or the polite protocols of scholarly decorum. It was to the palpable relief of activists in the audience that Shiva railed against hapless anthropological cum exoticist assumptions in treatment of the history of Pan-Africanism as a culturalist curio rather than a political legacy. Like Sayklatvala, Sivanandan's politics were never specific to British Asian interests, but without departing from those interests he also took up the interests of the entirety of humanity, and so entered into debates on themes as diverse as technological change and the Silicon Age in the capitalist production process, the hokum of new times thinking in the reinvention of the British Labour Party, as Thatcherism in drag, on South Africa, teaching, and globalization, as well as self-defense work, racism, Sri Lanka and imperialism. The issues are important and dissonate today. The themes need to be contextualized not in terms of ethnic organization as such, but related to the narrative of changes to labor force/class composition and imperialist restructuring after so-called globalization, sweatshops, offshore labor, mill closures, service sector, and the class struggle. Unexhausted and inexhaustible histories remain to be documented and to inspire. Tales for that scene round the kitchen table, tales for the summer afternoon. The work to be done builds communities of resistance with memories. The simple and undeniably normal fact that South Asians of all stripes have been involved in active left activity in Britain was and remains a key to the politics of this country. Whether it be the current conjuncture and the mobilization against the war on Iraq and the anti-terror persecutions of the paranoid Blair government, or the anti-racist movements of the 1970s and the 1990s, in struggles around workplace conditions and exploitation of cheap labor, Grunwick, Hillingdon, or other examples, South Asians can be counted. In each of these cases and more, without romanticizing, British Asian engagement in politics in Britain has as often as not taken a simultaneously anti-racist and anti-colonialist cross-sectoral orientation, reaching back even to core participation in the Communist Party of Great Britain of Palmatude, and in the Comintern Bidut and MN Roy, and even in the beginnings of anti-colonialism in general, and working-class politics in particular, Menon, Sayklatvala and so many others. Faced with racist and class confrontation every day, situated in contexts of prejudicial attack and the struggles, and contradictions, of class mobility, there is a diverse range of political awareness to be tapped among the British Asian community that seems less readily accessible for white youth unless they retain a specifically working-class formation. Even then, this can often take reactionary form in any community. The trouble with the available documentation on British Asian experience in Britain is that those making such documentation have not been interested in political and organized responses to racism so much as a kind of liberal celebration of their own anti-racist credentials, it must be mentioned, which then transmutes and transforms Asian agency to the machineries of anthropological categorization. The studies available of contemporary British Asians Werbner et al. Hardly ever mention the communist contribution to the history of struggles against racism, or other modes of oppression in capitalist Britain, in the terms articulated by those involved in such struggles. Bauman sometimes does, Gillespie and Hall not at all. Admittedly, the available biographical histories of the communist left may sometimes be more alert, but they are always couched in the context of great names. The text of Visram's Asians in Britain is an exception, but it stops far too early. Reconstructed ethnographers need now be deployed. Looking forward, a homeless anthropology. The question to ask might be not what are these Asian settlers doing, but, knowing something of the struggles for which they devoted their lives, can this knowledge, vouchsafed to scholars, commentators, critics, be transmuted into learning and motivation, or must it add merely to the edification of inmates of the administered bland academia industrial infotainment complex? There is an imperative that is more important than prestige and sales, and that is not to become apologists by imitation, capitulating to the paradigms and perspectives of imperialist social science like loyal coolies or the comprador class of old. Against a surveillance knowledge production on Asians, there is already a critique built into working class history, and twisting it towards identity politics or ethnicist ends does a disservice. That this ethnicist anthropology is taught for all intents and purposes in unchanged, Malinowskian, form to the increasing numbers of black students entering the universities is as ironic as it is perverse. To note the limited number of black graduates that continue into the teaching profession at research level is to recognize a grand disparity and suggests provocative questions. For example, would it be possible to imagine a black British anthropology degree? It would not be a surprise to find the only condition for such an anthropology to thrive would be if it reproduced the platitudes and certitudes of an imperial anthropology of the rest, now with colored practitioners, alongside the usual at-home exoticism of minority and second-generation migrant surveillance. The cultivation of what Shivanandan once called a class of collaborators who would be useful in the political control of a rebellious second generation, Shivanandan, 1982, 101, is not obviously countered by simple celebration of the commitment and contribution of South Asian comrades in Britain. Obviously there are interests vested in such a class on the part of anthropologists and on the part of identity politicians, and the promotion of such positions cannot remain innocently unremarked. It is, however, the case that if these narratives are not set out as either role models or nostalgia, they might possibly serve to indicate the diversity and complexity of British Asian experience in Britain, as elsewhere. The story might also show how the reductive typecasting so beloved of identity politics, as with collaboration and even complicity with the avowed enemy racist stereotyping, does not match how things are for those who look closely and with eyes open. Shivanandan was among the first to recognize that the personalized politics of identity was dangerous, in that this identity politics can sometimes morph into an apolitical post-colonialism in the metropolitan centers and remain willfully ignorant of politics on the other side of the international division of labor. Gayatri Spivak, 1999, also usefully targets the ways in which arrivee settlers cloak themselves in the comforts of an accommodationist migrancy or multiculturalism, making the post-colonial a problematic category. Who benefits here? What is served by an erudition that remains in the comfort in the elite salon? As Brennan points out, a radicalism of belief survives, though those radicals of the activist left are more often found hibernating in academia. Brennan, 1999, 26, and especially in anthropology and in cultural studies, that place which Gargi Bhattacharya calls one of the most well-meaning sections of higher education. Bhattacharya, 1998, 56. From here, there is no guarantee that the deployment of field workers to document the activities of the masses of South Asians involved in political work would necessarily mean this work was immune from the publishing industry and corresponding tenure system that thrives on making product, not politics. Kalya refers to a bludgeoning of literature about Muslims in Britain that has emerged in academia since 1990, Kalya, 2000a, 196. This onslaught gained sales, if not spectacular impetus, in the post-September 11 book market as publishers fell over themselves to supply shelves with any back title that mentioned Islam or Afghanistan. The quality of this work is of course mixed, the purpose for which it is now read is often different to that with which it was written. In this context, the problem with anthropological approaches to cultural groups in Britain is much the same as the problem of white left approaches, a homogenizing project of knowing that ignores agency and ignores wider geopolitical implications. Here the black and white unite and fight slogan is important so long as it is not merely a slogan that substitutes for critical analysis, as Shivanandan had pointed out with the over here over there couplet. To market publications that are readily open to be read as ethnic or identity documentary reportage is little different from the exoticist fanaticist routines of the tabloid press. The production of knowledge of British Asian popular culture in Britain should no longer be driven by antiquated anthropological concerns that recycle metaphors of caste, tribe, and village to account for South Asian settlers in a so-called advanced capitalist society. The old mission of an anthropology at home is now forever obsolete. Those who maintain its ghost are Orientalism's latter-day profiteers, the comprador class and its calculating employers, working in the teaching factory, replicating their own system themselves. In contradistinction to this, it might be plausible to write the story of British Asian political engagement in Britain in a different way. To collect moments of British Asian popular culture in Britain in a more radical register, one that did not minimize agency in favor of categories, from Gluckman, Bailey etc. To hold together the multiple locations of diaspora without imposing an originist or anthro-exoticist privilege to geographical South Asia itself. Along the way to link up a politics that made more than historical niceties out of a history of struggle. The subcontinent is involved, but it is not by any means always the key geographical or political, or even cultural, coordinate to be considered. Communist histories may be co-constituted in multiple ways. The project to realize these histories remains to be done. This text schematizes such a project, which continues yet to begin. Drugs. Noreen Sheikh Latif. Evidence surrounding the deprivation, discrimination, and economic disadvantage of black and minority ethnic, BME, people is overwhelming, SEU, 1998, with BME groups featuring disproportionately in figures of unemployment, e.g. CRE, 1995, poverty, e.g. Jones, 1996, and the criminal justice arena, e.g. Home Office, 1998, thus positioning young people from BME groups at risk of problematic drug use, Patel and Wibberley, 2002. However, both general population surveys, Leitner FAL, 1993, Ramsey and Spiller, 1997, and school-based surveys, Parker ETAL, 1995, suggest respondents from BME communities, in particular British Asians, are less likely than their white counterparts to use illicit substances, which has subsequently been interpreted as drug use occurs less frequently amongst BME communities. Despite this, over the last 15 years a growing body of local evidence indicates that drug use amongst BME communities does exist and is increasing. Indeed, the inclusion of heroin and crack cocaine in the repertoires of some black and minority drug users has been documented since 1993. Studies since the early 1990s have also revealed, young British Asian women using drugs, Gilman, 1993, drug service providers and carers becoming increasingly worried about younger British Asians using heroin, steroids, and cannabis, Gooden, 1999, new cases presenting for treatment in the Regional Drug Misuse Database for Anglia and Oxford 1997/8 being mostly British Asian, Sheikh E. Sent A/. 2001, and in Manchester a senior community development worker stating 5 or 10 years ago I used to say it drug use was a white man's problem. Asians are not involved. I was absolutely wrong. Patel F.A. 1998, 14. In Tower Hamlets Kerry, 2000, reported heroin as the drug of choice amongst Bangladeshi youths in the borough, and one drug agency stated that 5 years ago Bengalis would have accounted for approximately 10% of the client base, now they are over 40% and this is expected to rise, and that Bengali clients were considerably younger than others. Patel F.A. 2001, 16. Young British Asian men, in particular Pakistani and Bengali, are also seen to be at particular risk of becoming involved in dealing, with local knowledge suggesting they have close links to cheap sources of heroin. Sheikh ETA. 2002. Furthermore, many 14-15-year-olds have been found to be involved in drug distribution as runners. In areas characterized by poverty, the financial incentives are very appealing, not only to the dealers, but also to their families, who may ignore the issues surrounding drug use because of the advantages of the extra income. Such cases can result in denial by drug users and their families that drug use is occurring in their homes. Sheikh F.A. 2001, Sheikh ETAL, 2002. Such a situation leads to a certain racialization of drugs, with specific drugs associated with specific ethnic groups, Black African Caribbean communities with crack and cannabis, and British Asians with the supply of heroin. These suggested correlations have led to conflict with the police, for example, stop and search powers resulting in a significant number of young black people being stopped by the police because of their color. Murji, 1994. Patel, 1997, also points out that although there has been a steady increase in research into substance use by black and minority ethnic communities, there has nevertheless been a shortage of sophisticated analysis. This has often led to replicated studies with little result or impact on service delivery. This reflected in the comments of communities, and young people in particular, who feel that little action has been taken despite recurrent research about their own and their peers' drug use. Sheikh ETA. 2001. Possible intersections: religion, post-colonial subjectivity and the ideology of multiculturalism. Arvind Mandare. A certain repetition of the colonial event seems to haunt the very manner in which British Asians have attempted to engage the political present. This repetition can be visualized in terms of an aporia, on the one hand the possibility of refiguring their subjectivity, and on the other the impossibility of avoiding objectification of their subjective experience. It is the seemingly inevitable and reductive nature of this, the reduction of experience to subject-object, self-other relations, indeed the automatic process of othering, that constitutes this repetition of the colonial event. This chapter explores the possibility of forging connections between the design of a past imperialism with its repetition in the lives of post-colonial peoples today. Specifically, the aim is to trace the circuit of repetition to the nexus of ideas feeding the main site where the subjectivity of diasporic South Asians is formed, namely the site where religious tradition is retrieved and reproduced, projected and introjected. Based on the assumption that subjectivity is founded on the ability to respond, responsibility as both the condition for response and the obligation to respond, this chapter will pursue an oblique and often impossible engagement between several discourses not usually thought to be connected. 1. The theorization of religion and world religions in relation to the specialist discipline of Indology. 2. The secular anti-imperialist criticism inspired by Edward Said, particularly as it impinges on modern South Asian studies. Ely, the study of the relationship between the religious reform movements and the formation of the colonial subject in 19th century South Asia. 4. The discourse of multiculturalism in Britain today and its relationship to post-colonial engagement through the politicization of religious traditions, and v. underpinning all of the above, the continuing ideological influence of G.W.F. Hegel, a philosopher whose presence was thought to have been safely exorcised by post-colonial writers. Far from being accidental, the juxtaposition of these seemingly disparate themes points to their mutual imbrication in colonial and contemporary South Asian experience. More important, it focuses attention on religion as the principal driving force behind the circuit of repetition. Despite the predictions of secular modernity, recent years have witnessed a resounding global return of religion from the periphery to the center of debates on the future of democracy, multiculturalism, and globalization. The redefining of politics in South Asia in terms of pan-continental religious traditions is a good example of this return. Less obvious, but in perfect consonance with this development, is the effort expended by South Asian immigrants and settlers in Britain to reproduce their religious traditions in a manner that does not necessarily conform to the ideological demands of contemporary multiculturalism. The latter scenario is highlighted by Talal Asad in his perceptive article Multiculturalism and British Identity in the Wake of the Rushdie Affair. In his polemic response to the hysteria of British liberal intellectual elites over the political mobilization by British Muslims to get the Satanic Verses banned, Asad identifies the insidious tactics of institutionalist and interventionist power respectively at work in the liberal/conservative and radical left notions of multiculturalism. For Asad, the real dilemma for British Asian immigrants in Britain was how to defend, develop, and elaborate the collective historical difference exemplified by their religious traditions, but under the proviso that the politicization of religious traditions has no place within the cultural hegemony that has defined British identity over the last century. Although Asad is perfectly correct in emphasizing the reproduction of religious tradition as a site of post-colonial contestation, an impression given, however unintentionally, is that religion and religious tradition is conceptualized as something that both is universally translatable and has strictly defined boundaries. While evidence suggests this is indeed the case, in addition to the seemingly straightforward case of Islam and British Muslims, one has only to cite the revival or return of religious nationalisms Hindu, Sikh, Muslim in India and the diaspora, or the seeming transparency of the relationship between religion and identity in the enunciations I am Hindu, Tam Muslim, I am Sikh, to show how empirically unassailable this position is. There is a problem in simply assuming the same is true of South Asian traditions. Recent thinking about the question of religion, as opposed to assuming ready-made definitions of it, suggests there is a much stronger, and often invisible, connection between religion, enunciation, and subjectivity than is normally recognized. Questioning this link may help to expose the insidious bond between the empirical and the imperial, indeed the constant return of the imperial as the empirical. Imperialism and the globalization of religion, the enunciation of subjectivity by South Asians in terms of strictly defined religious traditions is now increasingly recognized as mimicking a colonial gesture that was effected through the institution of the Anglo vernacular mission schools during the 19th century. The avowed aim of this gesture was to give back to Indians, as a gift, their original religion, and their mother tongues, both of which were perceived to have been lost during their fall from a golden age, a fall caused by the mixing of races and religions, with the resultant long history of despotism and foreign domination that continued until the redeeming advent of British rule. Recent research on colonial and pre-colonial India conducted in the form of detailed micro-studies has convincingly shown that the mimicry of the native elites in fact entailed a process of cultural and psychological transformation during their encounter with European imperialism. In brief, the central mechanisms of these transformations included, the imposition of English as the official language of India, King, 1994, 1. The establishment and proliferation in mid-19th century North India of a vast network of Anglo-vernacular mission schools, Oberoi, 1994, Dalmia, 1996, 3. As a result of the previous two, the emergence of boundaried vernacular languages, Urdu, Hindi, Punjabi, corresponding to and organized under strictly religious identities, Muslim, Hindu, Sikh, a religio-linguistic situation that had not existed before and which laid the epistemological foundations for the indigenous elites to enter into discursive relations, dialogue, with European-style thinking. 4. the introduction of print capitalism, which brought about the switch in cultural codes from a predominantly oral culture to print culture, Oberoy, 1994, v. The influence, direct and indirect, of a factor that continues to be underestimated and to which more attention shall be devoted shortly. Namely, intellectual developments in early 19th century Europe and the birth of autonomous disciplines such as Indology, the science of religions, philosophy of religion. A major conclusion of these micro-studies, which has been endorsed elsewhere, Bulgangadhara, 1994, Derrida, 1998, King, 1999, is that Indian languages do not possess a word for religion as signifying something like a uniform and centralist faith community. Moreover, prior to colonialism, what came to be classified as proper Indic religions and languages possessed fluid boundaries, with the result that most Indians participated in multiple religious and linguistic identities. In other words, the distinct entities known as Hinduism or Sikhism, which philosophers and phenomenologists have long posited as the natural other of Western religions and Western thinking, are in fact recent formations. Although it is not immediately obvious, developments such as these are dependent on a reorientation of thinking about the translatability of the term religion, indeed the history of the translation of this term, or, stated differently, the intrinsic link between religion and translatability as interchangeable concepts. If translatability here implies much more than semantic exchange, referring also to the creation of an economy of colonial desire and the consequent transactions between colonizer and colonist, the question arises as to whether the work of translation as the site of this encounter is as innocent or transparent as continues to be presumed. How did the representation of Indic cultures in terms of religion come to be regarded as natural? The connection between religion and the principle of translatability has rarely been questioned, especially in the context of Indic traditions. One could even say that the genesis and continuity of Western scholarship's relation to the other via disciplines such as anthropology, Indology, philosophy of religion, has been based in no small degree on the seemingly incontrovertible fact that non-Western cultures have provided, and continue to provide, reciprocal terms for concepts such as God, religion, faith, nation from their indigenous linguistic and conceptual resources. But what if that which South Asians have continued to reciprocate since the colonial event as God/faith/religion has been and continues to be no more and no less than a response to the colonial demand for religion, and even before that, a demand for correct representation, a demand for identity? To paraphrase Derrida, what if religio and along with it God, faith, theology remained untranslatable? Derrida, 1998, 30. What if religion is the response? Is it not there, perhaps, that the beginning of a response must be sought? No response, indeed, without a principle of responsibility. One must respond to the other, before the other and for oneself. And no responsibility without a given word, a sworn faith without a pledge, without an oath, without some sacrament or ius irandes. Before even envisaging the semantic history of testimony, of oaths, of the given word, we must formally take note of the fact that we are already speaking Latin. This point is made in order to recall that the world today speaks Latin, most often via Anglo-American, when it authorizes itself in the name of religion. Derrida, 1998, 36-7. But what if religio remained untranslatable? Derrida's question invokes more than just a deconstruction of the history of colonial translation of South Asian culture under the category religion, or idea of history as a reawakening of South Asian culture. Rather, the question focuses on the undecidability or incommensurability that exists even before any encounter between colonizer and colonist is overtaken by the demand for representation, the well-known mutual conferral of recognition between self and other, or by what has long been misrecognized as dialogue, the sponsio by the colonizer: we promise to save you if you confess the truth about yourself. Who are you? What is your true really? Jun, and the responsio by the colonist: I am Hindu/Sikh/Muslim, etc. The invocation of untranslatability reveals the context of the colonist not as a ready-made subject, agent, or self, but as a subjectivity in the process of being figured out between the sponsio and the responsio, that is, through the native's ability to inform or answer to a demand for religion. From this viewpoint, the notion of untranslatability exposes the degree to which secular post-colonial theorizing continues to gravitate around one version or another of the politics of recognition intrinsic to Hegel's master-slave dialectic, even as it contests this very model. A good example of this disavowal can be seen in the work of a diverse group of scholars who have appropriated and applied Edward Said's secular anti-imperialist critique to the Orientalist imagining of India. At the risk of oversimplifying, a more or less consistent narrative emerges from this group, one which pinpoints the figure of Hegel and specifically Hegel's lecture courses on the philosophy of history, LPH, as ur-texts in the colonial and neo-colonial constructions of India. The genius of the LPH texts was that while perpetuating the myth of a religion-obsessed India, or the idea of a mysticism/transcendental wisdom that is unique to India, they kept India politically and intellectually consigned to this unfree representation and, therefore, outside history. This narrative expresses the hope that once the overtly imperializing tendency of the LPH is dismantled, it may be possible to stem the mechanism that enables the reproduction of Orientalism and Orientalist constructions of India within academic institutions today. Any movement beyond Orientalism must constitute, following Said, a secular anti-imperialist critique, one that would guard against the return of religion or any form of repressed religiosity. Hart, 2152. Though rarely acknowledged, versions of this narrative have since the mid-1980s influenced more than just the discourses that utilize South Asia as an archival resource. They also, inadvertently, provide support for an unspoken political and intellectual alliance between liberal conservative and radical left views on the ideological limits of multidisciplinarity in the humanities and social sciences and multiculturalism in mainstream politics. Although this narrative has revealed the outer contours of this ideological alliance, its conceptual matrix remains remarkably resistant to exposure because of a dogma that underpins the ideology of multidisciplinarity and multiculturalism. The dogma consists in the idea that critical thinking or the proper standpoint of the intellectual and activist is only possible through a historicist overcoming of religion or the religious. While this point is merely implicit in the LPH texts, it is explicitly worked out in Hegel's lesser-known lectures on the philosophy of religion, LPR, specifically in the transition from the 1824 to the 1827 lectures. In this lecture course, Hegel can be found attempting to theorize an intellectual relationship between history and religion in the context of an ever-increasing influx of knowledge of non-Western cultures into Europe, but also, significantly as far as this chapter is concerned, in the context of a discussion about the proper place of India, Indology and Indian religions within the emerging discourse of the Wissenschaft. The unbearable proximity of the Orient, Hegel, Indology, and the science of religions, as the Indologist Wilhelm Halbfass reminds us, one of the most poignant contributions to the intellectual association between India and Europe was Hegel's reading of, and engagement with, the emerging discipline of Indology, Halbfass, 1988, 84-99. In ways that are not altogether obvious, the influence of Hegel's ideas brought about an important though overlooked reversal in the nature of Indology. This reversal has influenced seemingly unrelated events such as, on the one hand, the nature of enunciation by native 19th-century North Indian elites which gave rise to the kind of constructs we know today as Hinduism and Sikhism, and on the other hand the ideology of modern multiculturalism and multidisciplinarity and the terms by which British Asians have negotiated religious identity and difference. Hegel's role in effecting this reversal is an important example of the continuity between the operation of imperialist discourses in the past with their effects in the present. To illustrate this, consider the case of what is today called Hinduism. Contrary to conventional wisdom, the ideological framework underpinning the two most important articulations of modern Hinduism, namely the monistic Advaita Vedanta, or philosophical Hinduism, and monotheistic Vaishnava Bhakti, devotional or religious Hinduism, have been drawn largely from Western experience. These two articulations of modern Hindu identity should be perceived as the outcome of two very different and competing responses from Hindu colonial elites to the translatability and appropriation of the term religion. For over 2 centuries the dominant articulation has been a representation of Hinduism centered on Advaita Vedanta as the underlying principle of indigenous Indian civilization, one that encompasses both the idea of religion in general and the diversity of religious sects and cults of which Vaishnavism is but one. The influence of this articulation is due to its propagation by a long line of well-known Indian reformists, politicians, and academics, notably Ram Mohan Roy, Vivekananda, Aurobindo Ghosh, Mohandas Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan. In contrast, Vaishnava Bhakti, the other main articulation of modern Hindu identity, had until quite recently remained politically repressed despite its vast public support base. Previously seen as little more than the driving force behind sectarian nationalism in India, Vaishnava Bhakti has now come to be recognized as a legitimate expression of the shift from secularism to religion within mainstream Indian politics. Van der Veer, 1994. An analysis of this phenomenon is beyond the scope of this chapter. However, it is safe to assume that what seems to have been consistently overlooked by conventional narratives of modern Hinduism is that the very distinction between these two movements, Advaita Vedanta as the central philosophy of Hindu civilization and therefore inclusive of all religious diversity versus Vaishnava Bhakti as the only real religion of India, could only have come about after a far-reaching reversal in the nature and orientation of the Indo-logical enterprise. Sharma, 1986. What brought about this change in the nature and orientation of Indology? At the risk of being too summarical, this reversal occurs at the intersection of a whole series of intellectual debates that were occurring simultaneously during the early 19th century, including the theorization of religion, aesthetics, and the history of philosophy. Much of this activity, which was centered particularly in Germany during the 1790s around two parallel movements. First, what Bernard Reardon describes as the intellectual rekindling of Christianity, both Protestant and Catholic, without parallel since High Middle Ages. Perkins, 2000, 357. Second, the growth of national consciousness motivated in particular by a need felt by leading European intellectuals to respond to a proliferating knowledge of Oriental religions and cultures, particularly as this was presented through its most effective vehicle, the new discipline of Indol. Oki, Bernal, 1987, Perkins, 2000. Yet despite its common concern for rethinking Christianity, responses to the Oriental Enlightenment were motivated by opposing desires. On the one hand, exemplified by the responses of Schelling and Schopenhauer, a desire to present a cultural difference or foreignness that is already at the heart of Christian European traditions, a difference that precedes anxieties relating to perceptions of native and foreign, inside and outside. On the other hand, exemplified by the dominant tradition of modern Western philosophy and illustrated most powerfully by Hegel, the desire to see Oriental knowledge systematically ordered and controlled. The most effective way to achieve this was to suture any gaps present in the growing databank of knowledge about Oriental cultures, thereby keeping the possibility of any harmful influence at a safe distance. The problem was achieving this intellectually and in a way that removed the threat of Oriental religions and at the same time the threat of those like Schelling who colluded with such ideas. Perhaps the best example of this process in Hegel's Over can be found in Part 2 of his posthumously published Lectures on the Philosophy of Religion, LPR, which present his most sustained encounter with South Asian religious thought. From a post-colonial point of view, starting with Part 2 provides an important insight into present dilemmas and a natural point of departure. A close reading of Hegel's key moves in this lecture course reveals three main concerns. First, the need to establish a firm theoretical standard for thinking about religion in general. Second, to use this standard as the basis for bringing the growing diversity of Oriental religions into some kind of manageable order. Third, to order them in a way that counters the influence of Indophils such as Schelling, in whose philosophy the prevailing definition of God/religion brought the origins of Oriental and Occidental civilizations unbearably close. such that the dominant vantage point of Euro-Christian identity based on its exclusionary claims to history, reason, and metaphysics, not to mention the colonial enterprise itself, would be threatened. To even suggest that true metaphysical thinking could be coeval with the type of thinking possessed by Orientals would render the very source of Western thinking to be impure degree. The clearest articulation of Hegel's concern can be seen in the transition from the 1824 to 1827 lecture course, and most noticeably in the long discussions about the proper constitution of the first two stages of the dialectic, the stage of primal unity associated with religions of nature, exemplified by Oriental religions, and the stage of artistic religion exemplified by Greco-Roman religions. Hegel, 1987, 144-8. For Hegel, the need to rationally account for a qualitative difference between these two stages was crucial, both in order to justify a cultural boundary between India and Europe, and for any systematic classification of the religions of other nations or races. The entire argument in this section revolves around the problem of beginning. More specifically, the problem of identifying the nature of this beginning, which is also the original condition of mankind. Hegel, 1987, 147. The dilemma for Hegel was how to classify Indic culture as religion and yet keep it outside of history, which properly speaking belonged to the West. There were two obstacles here. First, there was an abundance of seemingly compelling evidence relating to the antiquity of Sanskrit as the source of Indo-Aryan languages and race. This evidence, which was backed by the philological authority of Sir William Jones and the philosophical arguments of Schlegel and Schelling amongst others, tended to suggest that Orient and Occident shared the same origin, given which there could be no moral justification either for the colonization of India or for placing Indian religions outside the pale of history. Secondly, and what in fact stemmed from the purely metaphysical/conceptual definition of religion, which, being grounded on the notion of pure movement or the Aufhebung as the principle not only of historical motion and therefore historicism, but also of the very first impulse whereby spirit definitively extricates itself from nature, the negation of negation, this pure movement being at the same time the very definition of religion as such, this moment of emergence must account for history and religion simultaneously, the co-origination of history and religion. Hegel's resolution to this problem was to implement a move originally formulated in his 1812 Science of Logic, in which the ontological proof for God's existence, with its implicit assumption of the identity of being and thinking, is made the central criterion for thinking about religion as such and the phenomenal appearance of determinate religions during the course of human history. This allowed Hegel to think philosophically about religion in general and historically, which means phenomenologically, about other religions, and thus to classify them based on the degree to which a particular culture was capable of thinking God's existence, its remove from the ontological proof as the ultimate standard for measuring the progress of religion, in world history. History could begin only when a culture became capable of thinking properly about God. What emerges in the transition to the 1827 lectures is not simply an improved system for describing other religions and therefore a precursor to the phenomenological method, but a specific device which prefigures the very possibility of phenomenology, namely an onto-theological schema, indeed Hegel's own reworking of onto-theology, which ensures the production of stereotypical versions of Hinduism. With the ontological proof providing the law for thinking about religion, God cannot not be thought, therefore God cannot be nothing or thought as nothing. Schematization consists in a prior operation of marking out a visual time chart upon which any culture encountered by the ontological proof is automatically compared and fixed in its proper place. This time chart is of course the history or phenomenology of religions, whose primary axis is drawn automatically by the Hegelian narrative itself. As Gayatri Spivak suggests in her readings of Hegel on the Srimad Bhagavad-gita, Hegel places all of history and reality on a diagram. By reading off the diagram, the law of motion of history is made visible as the Hegelian morphology is fleshed out. Spivak, 1999, 39. Spivak rightly suggests that what we have in Hegel's narrative is not an epistemo/ogi, i.e. an account of how individual subjects produce religion, but an epistemography, a graduated diagram of how knowledge comes into being. Whereas in the West the proof of God's existence provides the ontological law for thinking about God's existence as an exclusion of the nihil, Oriental religions by comparison, i.e. by automatically reading off the epistemograph, have not sufficiently evolved to this stage of thinking. As is well known, the LPH marks out a similar time chart as the path of world historical progress, where the spirit of each nation, Volksgeist, embodies the world spirit in a given epoch. But whereas in the LPH the work of ontotheology forms the subtext of Hegel's narrative, the LPR is a more rounded statement in which ontotheology is history and history is ontotheology. Accordingly, each epoch on the graduated diagram correlates spatially to a bounded localized configuration. Each configuration is designated as a quasi-cartographical realm. Thus the spatial boundaries of a nation/culture corresponds to its spirituality cum historicity. By this logic, cultures mired in an existence that remains bound to a particular area can only have a limited lifespan on the time chart of world history. They can only exist today as static, frozen objects, i.e. as phenomena to be known and studied by conceptually more advanced cultures. They become raw material, empirical data that can be fully understood and retrieved by those who possess the proper conceptual tools. Although it is often overlooked, the ontotheological nature of the Hegelian epistemograph mediated through the two new disciplines of the philosophy of religion and the history of religions, whose essential form Hegel had outlined in the LPR, exerted a theoretical and practical influence with important consequences for the colonial and ongoing post-colonial encounters between India and Europe. For our purposes, brief mention will only be made of the two most relevant ones: a. The reconstitution of Indology in relation the historicist religions Wissenschaft program, b. Related to this, the enunciation and retrieval of religious tradition by the indigenous colonial elites. The reconstitution of Indology. The second phase of Indological research after the 1860s focused mainly on the translation and exegesis of North Indian bhakti or devotional texts and traditions by a new generation of Indologists trained at institutions such as Tübingen, G6 and Berlin, where Hegel's ideas continued to set the tone for thinking about religion long after his death. In contradistinction to the previous phase dominated by British Indologists, which had found philosophy but no true religion in Hinduism, this post-Hegelian generation of Indologists were now able to identify bhakti as the only true religion of the Hindus. Sharma, 1986, 83, Dalmia, 1996, 396-9. This important shift in perception was made possible by a new framework for thinking about religions that was both ontotheological, allowing Indologists access to Hindu thinking about God's existence, and phenomenological, allowing them to introduce classificatory distinctions, i.e. the correct degree of historical spacing between different phenomena. As a result, at a time when European intellectuals could be accused of being Indophiles and thereby perceived as potential threats to the Christian substratum of European civilization, Indologists, many of whom were also active missionaries, could remain committed to a Euro-Christian standpoint, and yet claim scientific status for their work degree. Consequently, for the first time in Western intellectual history, terms such as monism, monotheism, and pantheism became standardist world historical categories for classifying non-Western cultures. They became formulaic concepts imposing a logic of the stereotype into the activity of thinking about religion, and religions, and its relationship to the concept of culture. Although the new distinction between pantheism and monotheism overtakes earlier traditions of distinguishing between heathens and Christians, a more important issue arises here than a merely improved procedure for classification. Given that this world historical categorization, mono versus pantheism, is part of the colonial procedure for managing the multiplicity of new religions that were flooding the knowledge market, one that finds its most comprehensive expression in Hegel's various Berlin lecture courses and will only be refined in Husserl's version of phenomenology. Is there not a transparent slippage between the concepts of religion and culture? That is to say, isn't the mono versus pantheism distinction, as it comes to be understood after Hegel, effectively also the basic measure of what counts most as culture in the multicultural frame, despite its supposedly secular humanist formulation? If these world historical categories are simply part and parcel of the evolution of metaphysical thinking, the historico-comparative, or phenomenological, enterprise becomes visible as an apparatus that has continued to protect Western secular humanism either from a cross-fertilization of ideas or a radical questioning of its ground, both of these possibilities being caricatured as the approach of Eastern nihilism. In his important work Capital Times, Ellis points to precisely this problem. Ellis qualifies the notion that historico-comparative phenomenology as a tool for encountering non-Western cultures is a purely modern development reflecting the separation between religion and secularism. Instead, for Ellis, phenomenology must be regarded as a continuation of the tradition of distancing non-Christian otherness inaugurated by St. Augustine's treatment of time and consciousness in Book 9 of the Confessions. As a result, the modern sense of phenomenological positioning, as elaborated in the tradition of comparativism that runs from Augustine through Hegel and Husserl to Iliad and Ricoeur, in its most dynamic effects must be considered the ultimate process of covering over the Christian conception of the world. Ellis, 1996, 134. If Ellis is right, then the positioning of cultural multiplicity can be conceptually traced to the manner in which Augustinian theology has distanced and installed its non-Christian interlocutors. Colonial subjectivity and the comparative imaginary, though rarely acknowledged, the onto-theological schema exerts an influence on the formation of colonial and post-colonial subjectivity. One reason for this is the prevailing dogma in the social sciences about the nature of communication between colonizer and colonist. This dogma dictates that knowledge simply diffused from colonizer to the native elites who then internalized new knowledges, the onto-theological or historico-comparative schema being one example, which duly facilitated a dialogue or fluent exchange of ideas between colonizer and colonist. Clearly, this model of dialogue as fluent exchange between two equal, free, minds is part of a social science ideology of historicism grounded in a hermeneutics of trust and goodwill. It is a hermeneutic that serves the purpose of writing social history and thus requires a subject-object or historico-comparative horizon to be already in place. If a subject or agent of history is not immediately recognizable as such, as in the case of colonist Indians, historicist description can provide agency for the natives. A more realistic model would suggest that the work of internalizing the onto-theological schema is itself a subjective technology involving a process of co-figuration between the cultures of the colonist, self, and colonizer, other. As a subjective technology, the mechanism of co-figuration is automatically comparative, that is, the subject is concretus through an availability of terms for comparison, history, religion, etc., in which the familiar and the foreign are rendered representable. But the relation to the self cannot be determined unless the relation to the other has beforehand been determined as an interlocutor, a witness who confirms the concretization of one's own self. Properly speaking, then, prior to any politics of recognition, the self that is capable of responding to the figure of the West as its other, has to be figured out. Consequently, the onto-theological schema is also practical in that it fashions the shape of desire of those influenced by it. One is seduced into reading oneself positioning in history as an autonomy, a standpoint from which one perceives oneself to be equal to others and at the same time free to assert the distinctness of one's culture. But this equality, freedom, and the perceived cultural difference is an illusion bought at the cost of conceding reality, authority, freedom to the phantasmal figure of the West. In effect, this concession amounts to no more than the self-imposed task of confirming and policing the West's own boundaries in the very act of invoking, on behalf of its interlocutors, the promise of global translation of religio, Derrida, 1998, 29-30. Seen from this comparative standpoint, autonomy and cultural difference are intrinsically connected to the logic of the reserve, the museum, or the zoo. Beyond recognition, multiculturalism, and religious traditions. Reasons for linking the situation of South Asian settlers in multicultural Britain to the seemingly outdated writings of Hegel should now be clearer. What alarmed Occidentalists like Hegel in the early 19th century continues to surface in the writings of advocates of contemporary Anglo-American multiculturalism, whose ranks include on the one hand liberal intellectuals such as Charles Taylor, who has helped to solidify the view that recognition is central to multiculturalism, and on the other intellectuals of the radical left such as Homi Bhabha. Both share a certain blind spot in regard to the formation of British Asian post-colonial subjectivity in Britain. South Asian settlers are intimately bound up with the religious history of colonization, which includes the translation of indigenous categories and traditions under the rubric of religion. It is this blindness toward religion that Talal Asad exposes in Multiculturalism and British Identity. Recalling Asad's argument, neither the liberalist invocations of the equal dignity of distinct ethno-cultural forms, nor the postmodern fissuring of national identity hybridization, fusion, and creolizations, really threaten the authority of British or Western identity. Both alternatives are in fact comfortably accommodated by urban consumer capitalism and by the liberal celebration of British cultural diversity. Asad, 1993b, 266. Moreover, the authority of British/West identity lies in the ability to impose the religion/secularism divide on others, yet to transcend this very distinction, or to reserve the ability to translate between religion and secularism infinitely at will, which is precisely what Hegel was theorizing. Asad locates the perceived danger to British identity in the politicization of religious traditions by British Asians, or in their ability to access liberal law for the purpose of instituting their own deeply held religious traditions. Based on the foregoing argument, however, to go a stage further than simply counterposing religious tradition to multiculturalism is both possible and necessary. After all, the enunciation by British Asians of their cultural traditions as specifically religious has been the standard political, neocolonial, response and the standard entry point into the politics of recognition. That is, by asserting the distinctness of their religious traditions, Sikhs, Muslims, Hindus have automatically conferred recognition and legitimacy on the West, British identity, as their other, and in so doing have consistently been accommodated within the multicultural frame. For neocolonials, the inability to question the translatability of re/ijo appears to have compromised their cultural politics to retrievals of tradition as repetitions of the same. But what if re/ijo were to remain untranslatable? What if British Asian settlers were to exercise a definite undecidability in the process of translating received traditions according to a mechanism which automatically inserted them into a global circulation as proper representatives of the many particular and therefore ethnic religions? What if the ideological relay responsible for this automatic translation were to be circumvented? What if they were able to avoid entering into the politics of recognition by dissipating the desire for recognition from the other, or the need for the other to legitimate oneself? What if British Asians were to stop talking about the other? The potential of this relatively simple gesture should not be underestimated. Far from paralysing post-colonial British Asians within a traditionless postmodern limbo, undecidability is positively empowering. Going beyond mere access to liberal Enlightenment thought, undecidability can enable post-colonials to retrieve traditions other than identity. It allows a redefining and repetition of tradition, but not according to an origin, not as religion but as religion without religion, that is beyond the overdetermined distinction between church and state, or between religion and secularism. Nevertheless, a useful indicator might be to suggest that this differential repetition of traditions enables the opening of modes of perception, epistemologies, possibilities for thinking, and especially different modes of forming and transforming subjectivity that have been repressed under the sign of the nation. Yet this is far from being an exercise in nostalgia, a return to an imagined pre-colonial scenario. The release of differential subjectivities is incommensurate with the production of social and individual desire for installation in an historico-comparative. Possible intersections 107. Imaginary. It refuses any entry into the arena of dialogical responsivity based on self-other rivalry that is intrinsic to the historico-comparative imaginary. Also, it does not respond to the seduction of permanence offered by the secular religion or religious secularism of the nation-state. Rather, it creatively cultivates impermanence as the ground of social relations. For Occidentalists and multiculturalists alike, such possibilities will no doubt evoke deep-rooted fears of the return of Eastern nihilisms, the fear of losing control of the devices that have so far prevented the anarchistic scenario of multiple cultures routinely infecting one another with their differences, or more important, from infecting the sources of the self, to use the title of Charles Taylor's influential book outlining the moral basis of Western identity. The real threat to authority is that these alternative modes of retrieving tradition are perfectly viable and equally justifiable means of ushering in the promise of modernity as the advent of the new. They contest Western hegemony over the task of thinking about the futures of man and democracy. However, before we fall prey to fears of being contaminated by the varieties of Eastern nihilisms now on the market, it needs to be remembered that such fears are no more than the projection of a particular cultural imaginary. To paraphrase Heracles, perhaps we ought not to look to the East as the source of a contamination which the West has always feared. Perhaps Western Europe is where that very pestilential disease germinates. Perhaps the trick of this history, which is still our own, was in its wanting the university authorities to perceive the prodrome of a black plague about to ravage Europe. Ulys, 1996, 238. /Football. Daniel Birdsey. The early 21st century has witnessed a number of significant breakthroughs by British Asians in a variety of popular cultural and media fields, from pop music to soap opera, yet arguably one of the most unique has been in the sphere of professional football. This occurred during the 2004-05 season when Zesh Rehman of Premier League club Fulham FC became the first British Asian to play regularly in the highest division of the domestic game. Born in 1983 in Birmingham to Pakistani parents, and having already played for England at youth level, Rehman's achievements represent the current pinnacle of the increasingly significant role that football plays in the lives of many young British Asians. However, whilst British Asian participation in professional football can be traced back to the end of the 19th century, when Anglo-Indian brothers Jack and Eddie Cowther played for Watford, just over a century later, and for a variety of reasons, British Asian representation at elite level in terms of both players and spectators still remains minimal. This state of affairs, together with wider processes of racial discrimination and exclusion, and inveterate, post-colonial discourses that have sought to emasculate the South Asian body and construct participation in contact sports as anathema, often articulated within stereotype-invoking jokes about corner shops and corner kicks or patronizing, uninformed media coverage have conspired to conceal the fact that a burgeoning British Asian football culture has existed since the early 1960s. At this time, the chain migration of, at this stage, predominantly, men from parts of South Asia to Britain meant that playing football together became a practical and sociable leisure activity. In the coming years, this recreational participation became more formalist and a number of competitive amateur teams were established. Due to patterns of geographical settlement, many of these emerged from particular ethno-religious groups, often with specific local reference to South Asia, and today football clubs continue to represent important aspects of political identity, tradition, and community for some members of the South Asian diaspora. From the foundation of clubs, such as Guru Nanak FC, in Gravesend, and Coventry Sporting FC, by pioneering Punjabi migrants in the 1960s to those established by more recent settlers, football has become an increasingly popular and socially significant facet of the cultural landscape for young British Asians. As a result of overt racial abuse in amateur football, which remains frequent and often severe, together with the more covert cultures of exclusion that permeate the game's structures, many British Asian clubs have been forced to compete in all Asian leagues. Whilst this continues to pose a number of problems with regard to the transition of players into the professional game, an important cultural corollary has been the establishment of British Asian football federations and tournaments. For example, the Khalsa Football Federation and Bangladesh Football Association, UK, provide organisational and representative functions for their member teams, whilst the UK Asian Football Championships provide an annual forum for the cream of British Asian talent. Furthermore, in recent years, a number of hugely progressive and comparatively successful clubs, such as London APSA and Sporting Bengal United, both based in East London, have taken British Asian football cultures and structures to a new level. As well as rapidly progressing up the amateur football pyramid, these clubs have been proactive in establishing formal connections with professional clubs, contributing to wider projects of community engagement and development, and even forging football-centered links between communities in the subcontinent and the diaspora. Whilst football is traditionally associated with British Asian men, young women are also making significant strides within the game, subverting not only ethnic and cultural, but also gender stereotypes in the process. This development was reflected in Gurinder Chadha's 2002 movie Bend It Like Beckham, in which Jess, a young Sikh girl of Kenyan Asian parentage, eventually fulfills her dream of becoming a professional footballer in the United States. Such a marketing opportunity was quickly seized upon by FIFA, the game's global governing body, which subsequently selected Parminder Nagra, the actress who played Jess, to be their Football Personality of the Year. Perhaps more significantly, it was a young woman who became the first British Asian to represent England at football when Aman Dosanjay, a goalkeeper, was selected to play at under-16 level. Furthermore, in 2001, when Britain became the first non-Islamic nation to send a team to the third Muslim Women's Games, futsal, a small-sided, indoor variation of football, was one of the two sports in which they competed. Writing a BRASIAN City, Race, Culture, and Religion in Accounts of Postcolonial Bradford. Sean McLaughlin. But then Asians happened. Not that a huge horde of them swamped the place overnight. Took decades. Little by little, house by house, the Asians moved in and the whites moved out. The trouble with Asians, especially Pakis, is they're different. Different clothes, different language, food, skin, and, of course, we got a different God. That's why the whites move out. After that, the only ones who'll move in are more Pakis, because whites don't want to know, not once the place has become polluted. And on it goes until you get these little enclaves, some would say ghettos, sprawling up all over town. And then when the young punks start kicking up a fuss for whatever reason, in comes some smart hashtag who tells the world that a place like Bradford suffers from self-segregation. Knowing shit, Einstein. The whole world is segregated in a million different ways, so why should Bradford be any different? Alum, 2002, 300-1. The organic Asianization of geographical, social, economic, and political spaces within post-colonial Britain has been described and analyzed most often in terms of a shifting but dominant discourse of ethnic, racial, cultural and religious difference. This chapter explores a case study of how Asianized Britain has been written in this way, with reference to just one city, Bradford, in West Yorkshire. Whether for its Mayla Fair, said to be Europe's biggest Asian event, or for the burning of Salman Rushdie's novel, The Satanic Verses, 1988, the story of Bradiston, as it is sometimes dubbed locally, has been consistently documented, perhaps more than any other center of the South Asian diaspora worldwide. Over a period of 40 or more years, the iconic status of Bradford has been very publicly inscribed: a miniature Lahore, Bradford Telegraph and Argus, July 9, 1964, a black Coronation Street, Sunday Mirror, June 4, 1978, and the Mecca of the North with Ayatollahs of its own, Ruthven, 1991, 82. The argument here is that, beyond the headlines, a body of writing about Bradford now exists that is worthy of a new sort of reflection. Considered individually, works some will have read many years ago, and perhaps forgotten, provide only snapshots of a British Asian city from particular viewpoints at particular moments in time. However, considered together, such snapshots can also begin to map, in broad outline, the emergence and changing shape of Bradiston. The intention here is to present a historical retrospective of sorts, based upon a close reading of a small selection of the many writings about the city, dwelling on the detail of these accounts and allowing them to speak more on their own terms, and of their own contexts, than would normally be the case. Moreover, it will become apparent that many of the authors that have written about Bradford, as well as pioneering the study of British Asian cities in the diaspora per se, have made definitive contributions to their own academic disciplines or genres of literature. This chapter, then, first re-examines the pioneering work of two anthropologists, Badr Daya, 1974, and Verity Saif Ullah Khan, 1977. Taken together, their writing represents some of the earliest accounts of the social, economic, and political functions of Pakistani ethnicity as migrants settled in Britain during the 1960s and early 1970s. The second snapshot revisits Tariq Mahmood's political novel, Hand on the Sun, 1983, which is a unique account of resistance to the realities of racism in the 1970s. Set against actual events in Bradford, it provides much of the context for the emergence of a militant and politically black Asian youth movement in 1978. Snapshot 3 focuses on Bradford Council's trailblazing, but ill-fated, experiment in multicultural policy making during the early 1980s. The main interest here is the insightful assessment of these new policies advanced by travel writer Dervla Murphy, 1987. A monograph by Philip Lewis, 1994/2002, interfaith advisor and scholar of religious studies, provides the fourth and final snapshot. Set against the impact of local global events such as the Rushdie affair, recent race riots and 9/11, more than a decade after its first publication /s/Amic Britain remains one of the preeminent studies of the contemporary valency of religious identity amongst South Asian Muslim diasporas. As the narrative unfolds here, section by section, account by account, the particular significance of each of these snapshots is further contextualized, culminating in an extended analysis of the sum of their parts by way of conclusion. However, one of the overall arguments, worth anticipating here, is that unless we have a better understanding of social and historical change in British Asian cities like Bradford, we cannot properly evaluate the reality of their contemporary dilemmas. While Bradford has, for example, often been represented, and presented itself, as an icon of the multicultural society, former chief of the Commission for Racial Equality, Herman Ousley, has identified the city as representing a unique challenge to race relations, Ousley, 2001, 1. The publication of Community Pride Not Prejudice, Making Diversity Work in Bradford is an overdue admission of the failure of multicultural policies in the city. However, set against the political context of a revived government emphasis on integration under the banner of community cohesion and citizenship, Ousley's report, read alone, is in danger of decontextualizing the emergence of Bradford as a particular sort of post-colonial, transnational, British Asian city that has been in the making for at least half a century now. Finally, Bradford may well be seen by some as a microcosm of British Asianized, post-colonial Britain. However, the effects of globalization and cultural pluralism have been writ especially large in the city. Uniquely, local dynamics are at work, dynamics which increasingly make Bradiston look like the, often quoted, exception rather than the rule. The following factors begin to explain its particularity. First, the size of the British Asian heritage population of Bradford has made its presence especially visible. In 2001 there were 85,465 people of Pakistani, Indian and Bangladeshi heritage living in a city of 467,665 people. Second, the census also suggests that the overall dominance and concentration of a single minority ethnic group in the inner city, that is, the Pakistanis, is especially marked. Bradford is home to Britain's highest proportion of Pakistanis, 67,994, relative to overall population, 15%, and other groupings such as Indians, 12,504, and Bangladeshis, 4,967, are relatively small. Third, the ethnic category Pakistani is reinforced by religion, with the vast majority of Pakistanis being Muslim. In 2001 there were 75,188 Muslims living in Bradford compared to just 4,748 Sikhs and 4,457 Hindus. Fourth, since the 1970s Bradford has been a city beset by economic problems, in particular the almost terminal decline of its, once world-famous, woolen textiles industry. Nearby Leeds, as well as Manchester and others, have all managed to regenerate in the post-industrial age to a greater or lesser extent. However, for smaller former mill towns in the north of England like Oldham, Burnley, and Bradford, this has proven more difficult. Fifth, against this context, Pakistani Muslim ethnicity is also reinforced by a shared position in terms of social class. While there are plenty of examples of British Asian Muslims in Bradford having achieved success, both in their own terms and those of wider society, many have not yet accumulated the social and cultural capital necessary for upward mobility in a knowledge-based economy. There are many structural cultural reasons for this, including the failure of the education system to tackle underachievement and the continuing consequences of the context of migration. For example, the majority of Pakistanis that migrated to Bradford post-war were actually unskilled and illiterate farmers, most especially from Mirpur district in Pakistani-administered Azad, Free, Kashmir. Sixth and finally, the size, concentration and predominance of the now largely working class, Pakistani and Kashmiri heritage, Muslim population in Bradford has seen this constituency able to exert levels of political pressure, and achieve evils of political mobilization, rarely seen amongst Asians elsewhere in Britain. It is selected versions of this story of a British Asian city that we turn to now, beginning with anthropological accounts of the earliest period of settlement. Urban ethnicity, anthropology at home and Pakistanis in Britain during the 1960s and 1970s. Many of the earlier sociological studies of ethnic minorities and race relations in Britain stressed objective conditions of the host society and discussed the response of various cultures in terms of the ways, and degrees to which, they assimilated or integrated. The significance of the actor's perception of his sick situation, his orientation, and resources were underplayed. More recent anthropological work incorporating studies of the home society, have attempted to balance that perspective without disclaiming its significance. Saifullah Khan, 1977, 58-9, One way in which anthropology managed to extend its traditional object of study in a post-colonial world was to write non-European immigration to the post-war West. In Britain, studies of West Indian settlement were conducted from the late 1940s into the 1950s and 1960s. However, as Benson, 1996, has observed, overall anthropologists have tended to produce many more studies of Asian as opposed to African Caribbean migrants. Her explanation is that, ultimately, anthropologists much preferred to study what they suppose to be the strong cultural systems of South Asia, based on institutions and practices such as caste, kinship, and religion. While this may be true, the definitive early collection of anthropological writing about ethnic minorities in contemporary Britain, Between Two Cultures, Watson, 1977, included chapters on migrants from a variety of countries, including China and Greek Cyprus as well as Pakistan and India. Moreover, as the editor of the collection, James Watson, and the quotation above make clear, a critique of the prevalent assumption that assimilation might be a priority for minorities was at the heart of this new anthropological project. Watson's theoretical inspiration in this respect was Abner Cohen's conceptualization of ethnicity. In a key edited volume, developing his own work on custom and politics in urban Africa, Cohen, 1974, argues that ethnicity can be best seen as a manifestation of informal interest groups in a formal political system where there is competition for scarce resources. In contexts of dynamic social change such as those involving migration, groups often adapt to their new context by situationally reorganizing traditional customs, or reinventing new ones under traditional symbols. So ethnicity represents not a conservative reproduction of culture, but rather an enhancement of cultural distinctiveness which can be manipulated to express political and economic interests. Unfortunately, the sophistication of this theorizing is not always reflected in between two cultures and, like urban ethnicity itself, the volume sometimes overstates the unhindered agency of ordinary people. However, today the collection is remembered most for its title, which was thought to essentialize the relationship between cultures and roots, tending to assume that people are unable to improvise multiple and more hybrid roots in new directions. In his contribution to urban ethnicity, Badr Daya, 1974, examines the single male Pakistani presence in industrial Bradford and the various ways in which ethnicity was at work during the 1960s and early 1970s. Emphasizing why the definition of the situation was different for Pakistanis compared to the white working class, Daya dissented from the generally accepted view of sociologists Rex and Moore, 1967, that migrant housing patterns were determined primarily by racial discrimination. However, while this remains an important contribution, as suggested above, Daya underestimated the extent to which Pakistani choices were already made within the limits of deeply structured constraints. While Daya illuminated traditionally male spheres of activity, it is only in the work of another anthropologist, Verity Saifullah Khan, that the experiences of Pakistani women and children, reunited with their husbands and fathers in Britain, begins to receive attention. Having conducted research in both Bradford and the villages of Mirpur during 1972 and 1973, she contributed the chapter on Pakistanis to Between Two Cultures, 1977. Saifullah Khan's is perhaps a more nuanced account of Pakistani ethnicity than Daya's, clearly showing it to be a socially constructed and contextual process, capable of producing social stress as well as support. However, she refers to very few contemporary events, a characteristic which effectively depoliticizes the experiences of Mirpuris in 1970s Bradford. Therefore, for all the nuance in her account, she was criticized for failing to question all but the most common-sense racism or challenge the ways in which colonialism continues to shape contemporary Britain. Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies, CCCS, 1982. Both Badr Daya and Verity Saifullah Khan were pioneers in the study of the British Asian city. They played a pivotal role in establishing the main tropes of the urban ethnicity genre: chain migration, fusion and fission, institutional completeness, community leadership and so on. While their work continues to be cited nationally and internationally, back in the 1970s the authorities would seem to have thought anthropologists' observations about insider accounts of encapsulation unimportant or, more likely, unpalatable. Indeed, in the context of a dominant discourse about integration and segregation, a retrospective on the work of Daya and Saifullah Khan highlights the relative lack of research on social actors' perceptions of ethnic clustering today. Custom and politics in urban Britain. By 1964 there were already 12,000 Pakistanis in Bradford, 5,400 originating from Mirpur, 3,000 from Chak in Campbellpur district on the Punjab/Northwest Frontier Province border, 1,800 from Punjab itself, and 1,500 from East Pakistan, now Bangladesh. As Daya explains, the origins of this presence can be traced back to the economic success of some 30 or so former Mirpuri and Chakhai/Asgars, seamen, in 1944-5, 1974, 84. It was they who first provided the draw to other seamen who had jumped ship and then, after 1950, to kinsmen who were sponsored to travel from the subcontinent. Eventually the Pakistanis sealed their predominance in Bradford with the rush to beat the ban imposed by the Commonwealth Immigration Act of 1962. The act reinforced the process of highly selective chain migration, with established migrants seizing the opportunity to obtain employment vouchers for their kin. Perhaps surprisingly, Daya has little to say about the working lives of Pakistanis in Bradford. His focus instead is on early settlement patterns, businesses, and community politics. For example, Daya explains that when the pioneers of Pakistani labor migration first came to the city, They lodged in houses owned by Poles in an area already marginal to local people and containing the ethnic institutions of these earlier migrants, a Roman Catholic church, a social club and a delicatessen. In these early days single male migrants from the subcontinent boarded together in Bradford, but with the violent partition of India in 1947, and the arrival of a new wave of immigrants, workers began to organize themselves along lines of region, religion, and denomination. Fusion gave way to fission and segmentation so that, as immigrants bought their own houses, distinct patterns of settlement amongst Gujaratis, Sikhs, Pathans, Chakis, Punjabis, Shias, Bangladeshis, and Mirpuris all became discernible within the inner ring of the city. Daya argues that residing within the inner city of Bradford was a rational choice for the Pakistanis because housing was cheap and freely available, it was close to work, shops and transport links. Moreover, given that, at this stage, the majority of immigrants were transients committed to remitting a significant portion of their wages back home, they voluntarily segregated themselves because they realized their economic goals were more likely to be achieved through conformity to group norms, by means of mutual aid and under austere living conditions than through dispersal into the wider society. Daya, 1974, 112. My emphasis. One of the tropes of the literature on diasporas worldwide, is the description of the range of ethnic services available to immigrants as communities become established. Daya, for example, documents the phenomenal expansion and diversification of Pakistani enterprise in Bradford between the late 1950s and early 1970s. In 1959 the only Pakistani-owned economic concerns were 2 grocery/butchery businesses and 3 cafes. By 1966 the number of Pakistani concerns had grown to 133, which included 51 grocers/butchers and 16 cafes. In 1970 there were over 260 immigrant-owned and operated businesses, all of which were located in the areas of immigrant settlement. The number of food businesses has risen to over 180, which includes 11 wholesale premises, canning factory, 112 grocery and butchery businesses, 25 cafes, 15 private clubs and 2 confectioners and bakers. Daya, 1974, 91. However, moving beyond mere description of this institutional completeness, Daya offers an analysis of the way in which early Pakistani businesses became a vehicle for ethnicity. Apart from catering for everyday needs, they emphasized a sense of Pakistaniness in a number of ways, by displaying Urdu signage, posters depicting the holy places at Mecca and pictures of Pakistan's national poet-philosopher Muhammad Iqbal, by disseminating information about Islamic festivals, and by selling Pakistani newspapers. Daya maintains that these extra economic functions, 1974, 94, helped to reinforce the idea of a distinctive group belonging amongst Pakistanis, both for themselves and for others, resulting in the relative encapsulation of migrants. However, crucially Daya tends to present ethnicity as a simple reproduction of culture, rather than in terms of koans, 1974, more sophisticated theorizing. During the 1960s and 1970s most Pakistanis seemed to judge that their interests in Bradford were best served by the relative self-sufficiency of the communities they had built. In this regard Daya does describe how this evolving ecological base could become transformed into a political base, especially at election time or as emergent leaders gradually began to make the case for limited public recognition. Pivotal in this respect was a religious institution, the local mosque committee, which was made up of both religious functionaries and influential Pakistani entrepreneurs. No doubt with their own vested religious and business interests in reinforcing ethnicity amongst Pakistanis, the committee sought to mobilize public opinion, and influence political behavior. Daya, 1974, 93. For example, representatives spoke out against a policy of dispersal from the slums of Bradford and lobbied the local education authority with regard to female dress and physical education in schools. During the 1971 elections the committee also exhorted Pakistanis to vote against a Bangladeshi who contested the Manningham ward. Degree at the time, Bangladesh, formerly East Pakistan, had recently been at war with West Pakistan, and the effectiveness of this campaign, at least from a West Pakistani point of view, was underlined when a conservative was returned in the context of an anti-Tory swing in the rest of Britain. In this context, then, religion, in the institutionalist form of the Mosque Committee, did not transcend, but rather became a resource for Pakistani ethnicity, although Daya does not draw out the significance of these events, or the role of community leaders thus. A Tale of Two Pins, Mirpuris in Bradford. In her contribution to Between Two Cultures, Sayyid Khan underlines the heterogeneity of the Pakistani population of Britain and is one of the first authors to focus on the particular experiences of Mirpuris in Bradford. At the time she estimated that of around 30,000 Pakistanis 60 to 70% came from Mirpur in Azad Kashmir, 1977, 57. She examines how some of the main institutions of village life in Azad Kashmir were being variously strengthened, modified, and altered in Bradford, 1977, 76. In this respect she comes much closer than Daya to an understanding of ethnicity as a vehicle for situational innovation to advance interests under the banner of tradition, Cohen, 1974. For example, she identifies the continuing strength of village kin networks in Bradford and reports a continuing preference for solidarity with Birodari, patrilineal descent group, members. But she also notes that given the contingencies of the new setting, many families have incorporated neighbors from the same region of origin into their social network, 1977, 77. Like Daya, Sayyid Khan presents Bradford's Mirpuris as a relatively segregated minority. However, in an extremely detailed explanation of this clustering, she is more careful than Daya to maintain a judicious balance between the different structural and cultural forces which together, even by the early 1970s, had left the individual arrival with an ever-decreasing series of limited options, 1977, 73. There is reference to several structural factors constraining Mirpuris in Bradford, including enforced segregation and differential treatment at work, 1977, 72, a pathological white prejudice against dark-skinned colonials, the more blatant examples of permissiveness in wider society and insecurity due to immigration controls, 1977, 73. However, Sayyid Khan also acknowledges that, against this context, the Mirpuris of Bradford had already established their own strategy for survival which maintained an independence from the host society, and that they increasingly exerted a pressure to conform to such an extent that, even relatively early, the skills required for communication and participation in wider society could not be acquired so easily, 1977, 80. It is precisely the sort of detailed contextualization that is so often missing from contemporary accounts of segregation in Bradford. While Daya was able to speak of lower than average unemployment and strong competition for labor during the 1960s, in the 1970s Bradford was a city of low incomes with Pakistanis, in particular, dependent on declining industries, 1977, 75-6. With an increase in prejudice and stereotyping too, Sayyid Khan argues that, returning home or organizing resistance to such pressures in Britain are not easy options, 1977, 73. Of course Daya, 1974, identified an emerging political leadership amongst immigrants in Bradford. However, Sayyid Khan, 1977, maintains that despite this there was still a general lack of Pakistani grassroots organizations in the city. For example, unlike Sikh women who could go to the temple, there was no tradition of Pakistani women attending the local mosque and there were no community centers, 1977, 81. Indeed, Sayyid Khan makes some very insightful observations about the nature of the relationships between the Pakistani community, ethnic leaderships and the perceptions of the state and wider society. The leaders known to British authorities are frequently of the urban middle class whose values and lifestyle differ markedly from the majority of their countrymen. Many villagers have no contact with or knowledge of these individuals and their organizations, nor of the bodies such as the local community relations councils. The English are generally unaware of the internal differentiation of the Pakistani population, and through their unquestioned use and reification of the notions regarding the Pakistani community and Pakistani leaders, they presuppose a cohesion which rarely exists. Saifullah Khan, 1977-74. Saifullah Khan suggests that, in the 1970s at least, for most Mir purists in Bradford their priority was not formal political organizing against racism or unemployment but simple day-to-day survival. This usually meant maintaining an unobtrusive lifestyle, aimed at minimal disruption of the host Sikh society, 1977-74. Indeed, life in Britain was still perceived as an extension of life back home, and both must be seen as one system of socio-economic relations, 1977-58. However, while Saifullah Khan is clear that the second generation of British Mir purists are likely to maintain a distinctive identity and lifestyle, 1977-87, and remain encapsulated enough to accept arranged marriages, 1977-86, she acknowledges that, for them, there was a difference of orientation, resulting from time of birth, background, and subsequent experience, 1977-85. In short, Bradford will be their main reference point and not Mirpur. Monolingual and monocultural schools, where minority languages and cultures are not acknowledged or recognized, 1977-83, at once expose British Asians in Bradford to levels and forms of acculturation and institutional racism that differed markedly from the experiences of their parents. Without giving much of a feel for the energy and anger of this generation, Saifullah Khan does at least hint at the moment of pan-Asian identity in Bradford that we must consider next. These younger people will not accept the prejudices internal to the Pakistani population and between Asians of different regional or religious origin. Nor will they ignore the external definitions, myths, and stereotypes circulating in the majority society. Saifullah Khan, 1977-74. The Empire writes Black, Race, a subaltern novel, and Asian youth in the 1970s-1980s. In the 1960s and 1970s, Hero, 1991, argues, Asians were generally seen as a soft touch by so-called Paki bashers. However, by the end of the 1970s, in response to racist murders and an increase in profile for the National Front, NF, and British National Party, BNP, Asian youth movements, AYMs, emerged around the country in Birmingham, Bradford, London, Manchester, and Sheffield. With an anti-fascist analysis that began by identifying the roots of racism in colonialism, the AYM's focus was very much on a secular and politically black identification coupled with working-class solidarity born of common experiences of life in Britain. However, as Kalya et al. 1996, argue, while there were always attempts at coordination between AYMs, a formal sense of national organization was missing until things came to a head in Bradford during 1981. The so-called Bradford 12, led by a splinter group of the local AYM, were arrested having been found in possession of a crate of petrol bombs. The 12 maintained they had been prompted in their actions by the widely broadcast threat of National Front skinheads marching through Bradford and attacking Asian areas. Eventually, in 1982, a Crown Court accepted their plea of self-defense is no offense. Soon after these events, one of the acquitted, Tariq Mahmood, wrote a semi-autobiographical novel, Hand on the Sun, which describes the politicization of a group of Asian youth in 1970s Bradford. At a time, today, when religiously defined identity politics would seem to have overtaken the Black and Asian project, the novel provides a reminder of other histories and other forms of solidarity. Somewhat overlooked, and now out of print, Hand on the Sun was significant enough to find a top-ranking publisher in Penguin during the early 1980s. Indeed, it represents one of the earliest accounts to emerge out of the experience of childhood immigration from the rural Indian subcontinent and a subsequent adolescence and schooling in urban Britain. Perhaps it is for this reason that Hand on the Sun has been read as a set text for literature examinations in English schools and colleges. Many of the diasporic themes dealt with in later, more explicitly hybridizing, Asian cool novels are present, including a sense of loss, the negotiation of identity, issues of gender and generation, conflict and social change. However, although, like Hanif Qureshi, Mahmood speaks from the margins of any putative Asian community, he is more the Gramscian organic intellectual than the cosmopolitan Londoner and is positioned very differently in both literary and epistemological terms. Interestingly, when Qureshi visited an Asian bar during his brief visit to Bradford during the 1980s, he reports that he was introduced to a local political star, one of the Bradford 12. While Qureshi greeted the man enthusiastically, when it was confirmed that the former was the author of My Beautiful Laundrette, Qureshi was attacked as a fascist, a reactionary, 1986, 156. Where Hand on the Sun receives a mention today, for example on some of the more scholarly pages of the Internet, it is rightly located in terms of postcolonial, world and third world literatures. As the title of this section suggests, Mahmood writes black from an empire now relocated inside post-colonial Britain. At a time when few Asian interventions in the debate about the politics of race, culture, and nation were being made, and more than a decade before they emerged in cultural studies, for example, Sharma et al., 1996, Mahmood's narrative establishes clear relationships between the lives of his characters and the social, economic, and political structures of capitalism and colonialism. While Hand on the Sun is often polemical, it is sufficiently well crafted to give agency and voice to the complex dilemmas and contradictions of real people. In this respect, Mahmood achieves what so little of 1970s and 1980s sociology of race and ethnicity was able to. The final political analysis of the activists in the book is unlikely to have been representative of most Asian youth at the time. Nevertheless, many of the experiences described in the novel undoubtedly were here to stay, here to fight. To hold a people down forever is like putting a hand on the sun. Graffiti, El Salvador. Mahmood's is a generation, often born in South Asia, for whom the discrepancies between the image and reality of life in Walite, Britain, were particularly stark. Having listened to the tales of the returnee migrants, when he arrived as a child in Bradford, the main character of Hand on the Sun, Jalib, is shocked that the streets are home to beggars rather than paved with gold, 1983, 19-20. There are wistful diasporic moments of reflection, too, on the village childhood spent swimming, smoking and talking, all this to be exchanged for a system which told him that he was a wog and that he must assimilate into a new way of life and forget his backward ways, 1983, 24. At school in Bradford, children are segregated into girls, boys, and blacks, 1983, 9. There is racial abuse and graffiti, staff are totally indifferent to the culture and history of the black and Asian children. However, there are also small acts of resistance. One teacher who is disliked, Mr. Ramsey, becomes Mr. Rami, bastard in Punjabi, 1983, 11. While the power of the Goras, whites, was writ large for Jalib when he entered Britain, and an immigration officer spoke to him in his own language, 1983, 24, all fear and wonder disappears when he hits a white kid at junior school, and the latter bleeds red blood the same as his own, 1983, 25. At high school, Jalib gets into a fight with Jim, the cock of the school, and individual impotence turns to communal empowerment as the black and Asian youth secure victory with a combination of knives and chili powder. Mahmood uses all these incidents to prefigure later conflicts in the novel and establish the principle that self-defense is no offense. In many unobtrusive ways, Mahmood's account subtly values and affirms the integrity of South Asian cultural practices, including male friends holding hands in public, 1983, 26, something ridiculed by the Goraz, whites. However, Mahmud is not uncritical of power relations and social divisions within communities. Indeed, while the issues rarely feel forced, most of the individual stories, of both major and minor characters, tend to perform a didactic function. Shaheen, the heroine, is just as politicized as Jalib by racial attacks on her community and is frustrated by the attitudes of those that restrict her to domestic chores or present her with an unwelcome marriage proposal, 1983, 70. Hand on the Sun also documents the many hidden costs of the migration process for the first generation. Mahmud tells of mothers who rarely go out and compares their existence in Bradford to the laughing, joking, and singing songs in praise of Allah that takes place in the villages of Pakistan, 1983, 56-9. Husbands are distanced from their wives and fathers rarely see their children. Work in the mills has made them joyless and brutalist, they have melted into the machines, 1983, 54. Seeing their parents so crushed begins to anger Jalib and his friends as they themselves find only shit jobs available when they leave school. However, there is frustration too at the first generation seeming resignation when illegal immigrants are kicked out of Britain, or when 1/3 of the workforce at a local mill is threatened with redundancy. It is as Allah would have it, 1983, 77. Degree At this stage in the novel Jalib's political education really begins. In the mill a radical, Hussein, tries to organize the men and compares union officials in Bradford to corrupt government employees back home in Pakistan. Echoing events in 1970s Britain, he tells Jalib and the others about racist murders in Southall and argues for the need to fight back against imperialism with capitalism in crisis, 1983, 62. However, no doubt reflecting the political journey of many radicals, perhaps even Mahmud himself, when Hussein is challenged he eventually accepts that organizations such as the International Socialists and Socialist Workers' Party had achieved nothing for black people. Too often they have glossed the realities of racism with empty slogans about unity, 1983, 93. With the feeling that what is happening in London will most likely soon find its way to Bradford, Jalib commits himself to countering skinhead attacks on his people by any means necessary. To illustrate the continuities of colonial and post-colonial contexts, and that the generations need not be divided over politics, Mahmud continues the education of Jalib and his friends in an encounter with Daler Singh, a veteran freedom fighter from the days of the Raj, 1983. 86. He lived through the Second World War and recounts stories of guerrilla raids against the British. In contrast to many of their parents, Daler's advice to the youth is never give up. He tells them of things that official histories do not remember, citing the example of Udham Singh who bided his time and travelled to England to assassinate General O'Dwyer, the British officer responsible for the massacre of Indians in Amritsar in 1919, 1983, 88. Mahmud is also very careful to remind us that Singh symbolically signed his name Ram Mohammed Singh, suggesting an easily forgotten heritage of political unity amongst Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs in the wake of partition. Accordingly, the novel depicts friendships across religious, ethnic, and racial boundaries as a matter of routine, making a deliberate intervention against the pervasiveness of communalism. The climax of A Hand on the Sun draws very closely on the real events surrounding the so-called Battle of Bradford in 1976. Registered the National Front, having organized a large anti-immigration march through the city, were eventually chased out of town by an angry crowd of West Indian and Asian youth. Mahmud begins his account when an ad hoc committee against racism and fascism is formed, but in a passage describing a public meeting it becomes clear that the youth, and Mahmud himself, disdain the usual community leaders as chamchas, lackeys, who beg the police not to allow the NF to come to Bradford. Echoing an attitude central to the AYM's, Jalib and his friends protest, "Let them come, we must smash them." 1983, 113. On the day of the NF march, an anti-fascist counter-demonstration supported by a temporary alliance of the mosques, Gurdwaras, and Mandirs, the trades unions and left-wing organizations rallies in the city center. However, foreshadowing more recent events in Bradford, a youth suddenly grabs a microphone at the rally, shouting, "The fascists are marching on Lumb Lane. What are we all doing here? If you want to defend your community, go to Lumb Lane." 1983, 121. Jalib and the other youths break through the ranks of stewards and police heading for Manningham Middle School, where the NF have been moved under police escort. A pitched battle ensues with mounted police charging the youths, while the NF and their Union Jacks, the symbol of the enemy, are shepherded away to waiting coaches under a hail of missiles. 1983, 119. For the young Asians in the novel, the Battle of Bradford represents a victory that they feel moved to consolidate. The activists all agree on the need for a dedicated AYM, actually formed 1978, an organization that is independent, secular, and cuts across their different communities and political affiliations. The possibility of an Afro-Asian organization is considered, but, reflecting on religious communalism evident even on the march, it is felt that our own house is in such a mess we'd better start by sorting it out. 1983, 128. As time passes and the novel draws to a close, there are reports from Southall of the AYM they're securing government funds to open its own center, and similar offers eventually emerge in Bradford. At a party celebrating the victory of a campaign against the deportation of one of the workers at Hussein's Mill, two uninvited guests, the chief community relations officer and someone from the Commission for Racial Equality, are busy buying drinks for the AYM's leaders. They offer grants and the chance to meet Prince Charles on his forthcoming visit to Bradford. Some are against such cooperation with the system, but others think it will bring the influence that comes of respectability. Fittingly, it is Mahmoud himself who has the last say. At once he echoes the analysis of the Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies, CCCS, 1982, that public recognition can be a form of state incorporation and control, and anticipates the dissipation of the AYM by the late 1980s as many members took up jobs within the emerging race relations industry. Only years later did these young Asians understand that, even if the state was pouring huge amounts of money into the emerging movement, it was a small price to pay to buy off the militancy of a people's struggle. Mahmoud, 1983, 156. It is to the limits and possibilities of this public recognition of British Asians in 1980s Bradford that we shift our attention now. Turning point: multicultural policy making and travelogue in the 1980s. My attitude is that we must become part of the community. At present we are looking from the outside. We are being discussed and governed by whites, although they know little of our problems. Mohammed Sikajib, Chair of Bradford Community Relations Council, Sunday Mirror, June 4, 1978. In the late 1970s, Bradford and other city councils in Britain came under pressure from the newly formed Commission for Racial Equality to demonstrate how they were seeking to comply with Section 71 of the Race Relations Act, 1976. They were charged with both eliminating unlawful discrimination and promoting good race relations. However, the expansion of multiculturalism and anti-racism in Britain, hinted at by Mahmoud, which eventually saw central government finance high-profile grants for the inner cities, was only really catalyzed by the widespread uprisings of disaffected youth from Brixton to Toxteth during the early 1980s. Of course, in Bradford the case of the Bradford 12 had been a very close call and, based on a mapping of demographic and economic trends in the district, the council became one of the first in the country to develop a fully fledged race relations policy. This was announced in 1981 with the publication of Turning Point, a review of race relations in Bradford. Turning Point is a bold, urgent but still somewhat belated attempt to confront the challenges facing Bradford at the beginning of a new decade. In the knowledge that the inner city would eventually become more or less Asianized, it marks a moment of transition in the balance of power between ethnic majority and minorities. In a post-colonial moment, perhaps with echoes of Indian independence in 1947, British Asians are finally recognized, more or less on their own terms, and promised a degree of respect, representation, and self-determination. on the defensive after 2 decades of largely ignoring this presence, half expecting them to fit in and half wondering whether they would even stay. Turning Point's starting point is that, compared to Bradford's many white European migrants, those from the new Commonwealth are challenging many of the more simplistic ideals of integration or assimilation. Turning Point, 1981, 5.7 degree. However, despite being home to the third largest immigrant community in Britain during 1981, the report revealingly admits that as a counter to the claim often made of Bradford having good race relations, rather, it has no race relations at all. 1981, 7. Turning Point forecasts that in the coming decade, due to industrial decline and an expanding Asian population, any previous lack in the system is likely to be replaced with growing levels of competition for jobs and housing. Therefore, it is the report's worried conclusion that, without intervention to tackle racial prejudice and afford all cultures parity of esteem, a second generation of young Asians, with greater skills and higher expectations than their parents, could form an economic subclass, structurally disadvantaged, and increasingly difficult to accommodate. 1981, 15. The time for benign neglect, the Asians will help themselves, is past. 1981, 44. In the early to mid-1980s, Bradford's leading role, nationally and internationally, in the development of multicultural policy drew a wide range of authors to the city, including Hanif Kureishi and Dervla Moore. Phy. In 1986, Kureishi contributed a piece entitled Simply Bradford to a special issue of travel writing for Granta, Penguin's paperback magazine of new writing. One of the things that interests Kureishi about Bradford is the so-called Honeyford affair, a detailed and generally accurate, Halstead, 1988-81, account of which is provided by Dervla Murphy, 1987. When Honeyford, the headmaster of a predominantly British Asian school in Bradford, made various ethnocentric asides in his public criticisms of council policy, a multi-ethnic alliance mobilized to have him removed from his post. Murphy, who spent much longer in the city than Kureishi, taking a flat in inner-city Manningham for several months, has also written about her travels to India, Nepal, Tibet, Pakistan, and many other countries. Nevertheless, for both Kureishi, the cosmopolitan Londoner and Karachiite, and for Murphy, a white, bourgeois, middle-aged, Irish woman, post-colonial Bradford proved just as much an encounter with difference as these other, more far-flung destinations. Moreover, they discovered that the white working classes of Thatcherite Britain, just as much as the Merpuris of Manningham, inhabited worlds far away from their own. Kureishi and Murphy both begin by rehearsing a familiar trope, the institutional completeness of Asian Bradford. Kureishi stays in a working-class Pakistani area with an Islamic library, Asian video shops and the Umballa Sweet House. Somewhat predictably, he remarks, if I ignored the dark Victorian buildings around me, I could imagine that everyone was back in their village in Pakistan, 1986, 152. However, it soon becomes clear that things have changed radically since Daya and Saif Ullah Khan were writing in the 1970s. The focus then was on Pakistani insider accounts and the transformation of discrete neighborhoods. Into the 1980s, for ethnic majorities and minorities alike, the Asianization of Bradford starts to become a far more public and civic, as opposed to simply communal, matter. Moreover, as the controversy surrounding Honeyford illustrates, local events were also becoming national affairs. Murphy's detailed descriptions and analyses are often especially reflective in this respect, situating 1980s Bradford in the context of much wider debates about social change and race relations, liberal universalism, and cultural relativism. Travels of a different sort, racists, anti-racists, and a liberal travel writer. These policies seem at first glance humane and responsible. But there was a fatal flaw in the council's thinking. Its emphasis was on the effects of racism rather than its causes. Its attempt to take the bull of British racialism by the horns merely set that bull loose in the china shop of local race relations. Murphy, 1987, 94. As her account unfolds, it becomes clear that Murphy is extremely critical of the implementation of Turning Point in Bradford, suggesting the local council has been brave but foolish. 1987, 94. Moderate race relations workers she speaks to maintain that it moved too far too fast, having apparently been unaware, inexplicably, of the virulence of local racialism. 1987, 95. Murphy is surprised at the ignorance of racism in the city because in pubs, out shopping, waiting for buses or on the street, her ears are filled with hate speech about their filthy habits, their drug pushing, their wife beating and their packy religion sick. It is amongst the city's white have-nots, then, that Murphy most meets resentment of Bradford's takeover, the feeling that there's no one left to stand up for us, all they care about is them pack is sick making life easier for them. 1987, 73. In developing a race policy, Bradford Council had failed to take account of how altered relations of power and access to scarce resources in the city would impact on relations with disenfranchised whites. Murphy reflects, I was soon to become familiar with these half-truths, suspicions, exaggerations and distortions, symptoms of fear, ignorance, and angry frustration. If something has gone dreadfully wrong with the management of your own society, it's comforting to feel that they are really to blame. Murphy, 1987, 6. While Murphy was resident in Manningham, the so-called Honeyford affair of 1984-5 came to a head. In a series of articles in the Times Educational Supplement, Yorkshire Post, and Salisbury Review, a new right journal committed to repatriation, Ray Honeyford, the recently appointed head teacher of a predominantly Muslim school, Drummond Middle, argued that the council's anti-racist multicultural initiatives were prioritizing cultural identity over social integration. While in hindsight this reflects the tone of much current debate in the 2000s, it was his stereotyping of Black and Asian parents and their cultural practices that inflamed racial prejudice. 1987, 104. Honeyford was responding to the issue of British Asian parents taking children on extended holidays to the subcontinent during term time. However, his criticism strayed from purely educational matters. He referred to the Merpurus motherland as a country which is corrupt at every level, which cannot cope with democracy and which since 1977 has been ruled by a military tyrant who, in the opinion of at least half his countrymen, had his predecessor judicially murdered. He dwelt on the Pakistani ill-treatment not only of criminals but of those who dare to question Islamic orthodoxy as interpreted by a despot. Also, he condemned Pakistan as the heroin capital of the world and alleged this fact is now reflected in the drug problems of English cities with Asian populations. Murphy, 1987, 111. Of the Drummond parents to sign a letter calling for his dismissal. A pro-Honeyford faction also emerged which presented the Honeyford Out campaign as an alliance of reactionary Muslims and rabid lefties. 1987, 109. Certainly, Murphy maintains that most parents were not remotely interested in debates about multicultural and/or anti-racist education. 1987, 115. Nevertheless, presaging the Rushdie affair, what was undoubtedly key was that Honeyford had insulted Islam, Pakistan, and the local Asian community. Eventually, in December 1985, Honeyford was forced to retire on an enhanced pension, but not before 10,000 Bradfordians had signed a petition backing him, and Conservative Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher had invited him to 10 Downing Street for consultations. The Honeyford affair was the culmination of a series of controversies played out in Bradford as the council sought to turn the theory of Turning Point into reality. For example, having decided that it would consult with the credible representatives of ethnic minorities, 1981, 49, in 1982 the council agreed to various concessions put forward by the newly formed Bradford Council for Mosques, BCM, a latter-day incarnation of the Mosque Committee, DEA, 1974. At Drummond these included, the serving of halal meat, separate sex physical education and swimming lessons, the adoption of a multi-faith syllabus for religious education, 1987, 116-17. However, in the wake of this decision in early 1983, pressure from animal rights activists, rumored to have NF support, forced a full council debate on the commitment to serve halal meat, 1987, 109. With one of their hard-won concessions under threat, BCM was successful in having up to 10,000 children boycott their lessons on the day of the debate and demonstrate outside Bradford Town Hall. In any event, the council voted to retain Ha/A/meat in Bradford schools, but, as Murphy argues, this and other conflicts over the redistribution of power and resources, had left a lot of diffuse hatred in the atmosphere, 1987, 109. Murphy's argument is that Bradford Council's new policies hardened opinion amongst whites and so made life more difficult for browns and blacks, 1987, 87. Indeed, she seems to approve or advocate a response to racism which does not move beyond the largely internalist survival strategies of the 1960s and 1970s described by Saif Ullah Khan, where minorities keep in the shadows, keep their heads down, 1987, 70, or adopt a heads below the parapet choice, 1987, 129. Murphy acknowledges that compared to the flaccid non-racialism of the ineffectual race relations industry and the two-faced trades unions, vigorous anti-racism suggested a means of blacks and Asians securing racial justice through tough positive action, 1987, 89-90. However, she is particularly critical of the race awareness training which saw truculent zealots facilitate unlearning and dismantling racism amongst resentful council staff. For Murphy, it is naive to think that such an aggressive approach, so often identified with the far left, can be the only way to cultivate race awareness in Britain. Finally, perhaps in the same way that Gilroy, 1992, is the anti-racism which reproduces an ethnic absolutism of its own, she remarks, yet in Britain now it seems that whites, anti-racists no less than racists, are so race-aware that they relate to ethnic minorities almost as though they belong to a different species who deserve better or worse treatment, depending on which camp you are in, because they're not like us. Murphy, 1987, 101-2. Murphy raises questions too about Turning Point's notion of parity of esteem for all cultures and describes Friends' howls of protest about racist interference when she personally involves herself in the domestic dramas of young British Asian women, 1987, 26. Not alone amongst feminist and liberal universalists then or now, she wonders where the limits of cultural self-determination might be *. However, in a position on arranged marriages, which foreshadowed that of Keithley MP, and Cryer, in the 2000s, Murphy goes so far as to suggest that there is a strong case to be made for legal interference in their British Mercury domestic affairs, 1987, 24. Nevertheless, she acknowledges that this will mean confronting the wrath of British Muslim males, 1987, 24, one of the constituencies that Murphy does not venture to talk to. Despite her unrestrained liberal frankness, Murphy is sympathetic to the way in which, for rural to urban international migrants especially, a disconcerting pluralistic environment such as modern Britain has the potential for strengthening rather than eroding hard-line attitudes, 1987, 27. For Murphy, Islam has had a positive impact on citizenship in Manningham in the mid-1980s. The area is safe and lacks its fair share of crime, by British standards, because as yet its Muslims are an uncommonly law-abiding lot, 1987:29. However, after she meets up with a group of chauvinistic young Mercury dropouts over a strong brew in a Sikh pub, she does not feel that the increasingly acculturated and jobless young Muslims will remain tamed by Islamic traditions and authorities for that much longer. My forecast is big trouble ahead, 1987:29. Transnational traditions, Islamic Britain and religious studies to the present. Muslim communities from South Asia have largely dictated public perceptions about Islam in Britain. In this regard, no city has featured so centrally and consistently in shaping such attitudes as Bradford. Lewis, 1994, 24. In 1994 Lewis published JS/Amic Britain, which is the product of the most sustained period of engagement with the city of Bradford of all the work considered in this chapter. It reflects the author's 10 years experience as advisor to the Bishop of Bradford on interfaith issues and 6 years research in Pakistan. As the title of Lewis' monograph suggests, his account writes religion back into the account of Bradiston, underlining its current salience as perhaps the most significant marker of identity amongst British Asians today. Lewis argues that both the Hala/Meat and Honeyford affairs signaled that many Muslims in Bradford, and certainly community leaders, wanted specific public recognition for their religious identifications, 1994, 4. However, during the 1980s discussions of Islam and Muslims in Britain were often subsumed under the categories of ethnicity, race, or culture. All that began to change of course when on January 14, 1989 members of the Bradford Council for Mosques burned a copy of Salman Rushdie's novel The Satanic Verses, 1988. Although he does not explicitly acknowledge it himself, Lewis can be seen as writing in the tradition of religious studies associated with the Community Religions Project, CRP, at the University of Leeds. As Not, 1986, 1992, suggests, during the mid to late 1980s religious studies was only just beginning to respond to the more long-standing interest of the social sciences in migration and ethnicity. Compared to sociologists, anthropologists had shown more concern with the cultural stuff of migrant religion. However, as Not argues, with a few notable exceptions, they failed to provide plausible accounts of the role and significance of religions in the lives of the groups they described, 1992, 4-5. In terms of setting a religious studies agenda, Not firstly submits that, in the social scientific literature on religion and ethnicity, religion is too often seen as the passive instrument of ethnic identity, 1992, 12. While there is little doubt that religion can operate in this way, she cites the Rushdie affair, reasoning, there are times when religion plays a more active role in the definition of an ethnic group's identity and behavior than many of these accounts suggest, 1992, 12. Secondly, Not, 1986, argues that religious studies scholars should investigate the empirical dynamics of what happens to the content of religion under conditions of contemporary migration. How does a religion and the religiousness of its people change in an alien milieu? How are they different from their parent traditions in the homeland? Not, 1986, 8. Reflecting on Not's work now, it is fair to say that the empirical project of mapping transformations of religion has been more significantly advanced than the theoretical project of exploring the relationship between religion, ethnicity, and identity. McLaughlin, 2005. The CRP has published a number of monographs documenting various dimensions of the religions of South Asian and other minority ethnic communities. However, despite the detailed ethnography produced, an interest in conceptualizing the particular salience of religion, the specific work it seems to do, has not been taken up with the same vigor in the literature. It is against this context that /s/Amic Britain must be understood. Reading the book, it is easy to be drawn towards accounts of community politics and public recognition, Lewis' major contribution here being the documentation of BCM's leadership during the Rushdie affair and after. However, while this remains important, it is not Lewis' only, or perhaps even his main, concern. As a historian much more than a theorist of religion or ethnicity, Lewis' key focus is a mapping of the various Islamic traditions relocated in Britain. Thus his study includes an assessment of Islam's institutionalization in Bradford and the authority of its scholars, U/AMA, as well as problems of transmission and the need for intellectual and imaginative resources, to engage with the religious, intellectual, and cultural traditions of the West. Lewis, 1994, 208. Scholars of other disciplines do not always appreciate the significance of such issues, not least for Muslims themselves. For this reason, religious studies has an important role to play in taking such matters seriously and engaging other disciplines in producing more sophisticated accounts of religion. However, for this to be at all possible, religious studies scholars must return to, and develop, not's more theoretical agenda. Indeed, given the current prominence of religion in Britain's public life, there is now a special need for scholars to be better able to identify the relative agency and explanatory power of religion, tradition, and their cognates, within the intricate webs of culture and structure that comprise any given context. Lewis, 2002, updated commentary on British Asian Muslims in Bradford after the Northern Riots and 9/11 can perhaps be seen as just one example of why this might be necessary. Movements, mosques, and mobilization, from the institutionalization of Islam to the Rushdie affair. While Lewis follows Daya, 1974, and Saif Ullah Khan, 1977, in documenting the role of ethnic businesses and community organizations in sustaining distinctive cultural worlds in Bradford, he leads the way in exploring the role of religious institutions in this process. Certainly, earlier ethnographers had relatively little to say in this respect, partly because they were working within the paradigm of social anthropology criticized by Knott, 1986, 1992. However, it is also fair to say that the institutionalization of Islam in Bradford accelerated only with the reuniting of families, a process which continued into the 1980s amongst Mirpuris and Bengalis. Indeed, Lewis concurs with Barton, 1986, arguing that the first single male migrants almost entirely lapsed in their practice of religion. It was only with the arrival of wives and children from the late 1960s onwards, that the need for mosques and religious teachers to reproduce Islam for a new generation was obviated. While the first mosque in the city was established in Howard Street during 1959, as fusion gave way to fission, Daya, 1974, different ethnic and sectarian groupings founded their own separate institutions. For example, the small, but still very influential, Gujarati Muslim community reunited quickly and its two mosques were both established by 1962, Lewis, 1994, 58. In contrast, while the first mosque of the majority Mirpuris was founded as early as 1966, the relatively late reuniting of their families meant that 14 out of 18 centers were not opened until the 1980s, 1994, 60. As noted above, BCM was formed in 1981, against the context of Bradford Council's experiment in multiculturalism and in order to provide a platform for issues of common concern to Muslims regardless of ethnic or sectarian differences, a credible channel of communication with the authorities. BCM also played a significant role in mobilizing Muslims in defense of this hard-won recognition during the Halal Meat and Honey Ford affairs. However, as Lewis' account demonstrates, it was the Rushdie affair that gave BCM a national and international profile. The organization was first informed of the content of the satanic verses, said blasphemously to defame the Prophet of Islam and his family, by a network of co-religionists in India via an organization of largely Gujarati Deobandi scholars based in Blackburn. Lewis suggests that it is hard to exaggerate the veneration of the Prophet which informs Islamic piety and practice in South Asia in all traditions, but especially amongst the Barelwis, 1994, 154. Indeed, while outrage at Rushdie's novel united the various Islamic movements in Britain temporarily, the book Burning of January 14, 1989 was no spontaneous reaction. Instead, against the general context of a backlash against multiculturalism in Bradford since the Honey Ford affair, it can perhaps best be seen as a desperate attempt by BCM to draw attention to their continued anguish and anger when confronted by the incomprehension of politicians and media alike. 1994, 156. 8 The book Burning put Bradford center stage amongst Britain's Muslims. However, Lewis considers that BCM quickly lost control of the debate as Muslims were portrayed by liberals and conservatives alike as Nazis. For the national media, Bradford had become the epicenter of the shockwaves convulsing the Muslim communities across Britain. 1994, 158. In Bradford itself, Muslims retained only a few allies, including the Anglican bishop. The Community Relations Council, despite a history of long collaboration with BCM, decided to adopt no position on the book, 1994, 160. Things took a graver turn when, on February 14, 1989, Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran intervened in the affair with a fatwa, legal opinion, calling for the death of Rushdie for blasphemy, 1994, 158. Disastrously, argues Lewis, 2 members of BCM were alleged to have supported the Iranian cleric. However, the Bradford-based Muslim parliament activist, Mohammed Siddiq, challenges this, suggesting that, the fatwa, remarkably, elevated Muslims from the position of hopeless despair to a position of strength and power. Siddiq, 1993, 72. Empowering fables of a united global Muslim Ummah, community, notwithstanding, Lewis reports that BCM soon realized that local investments in Bradford were at stake as the world's press descended on the city. The organization quickly made a public statement disassociating itself from Khomeini, insisting that Muslims should stay within the law of the land, 1994, 159. While it is always likely that minority groups will have to rely on a range of political strategies from violence to reform, Lewis argues that the BCM learned important lessons from the events of the Rushdie affair. He contrasts the shift from book burning to vigil, 1994, 163, maintaining that the latter form of protest began to earn BCM a more sympathetic hearing, as did its involvement with the National Lobby, the UK Action Committee on Islamic Affairs, UKAISA, which did not approve of the book burning. However, as we shall see, the experiences of the Rushdie affair did not put an end to violent conflicts in the city, although the events do seem to have marked the height of the BCM's powers. The solidarity achieved in response to the satanic verses tended to obscure divisions within the organization. For example, during the First Gulf War of 1990-1, Lewis notes that Sufi-oriented Barelwi members of the BCM showed themselves ready to unilaterally criticize the British government and their anti-Sufi allies in Saudi Arabia, but not the regime in Iraq, where some of Islam's holiest Sufi shrines are located, 1994, 166-8. In this context, some Muslim councillors, who between 1981 and 1992 had increased from just 3 to 11 in number, publicly distanced themselves from BCM. Perhaps recalling Saifullah Khan's, 1977, remarks about leadership cited earlier, one local candidate for the Tories suggested at the time, the views, actions, and emotional statement by any individual or Muslim organization does not do justice to the city's 60,000 Muslims, since no individual nor organization has ever been given the mandate by the Muslims of Bradford to act as their representative or spokesman. Lewis, 1994, 168. The worst of times. In the 1990s and 2000s, Bradford has continued to be a focus for national and international attention, mainly because of riots involving youth of Pakistani, and especially Kashmiri, heritage. In a new postscript to a second edition of Islamic Britain, Lewis provides a brief summary of the most recent report on what's wrong in the city, Usley, 2001. He suggests that the findings largely confirm those of the earlier 1996 Bradford Commission report published after the first disorders in 1995. In many ways, both reports also realize the fears expressed in Turning Point, 1981, although neither Usley nor Lewis mention this fact. There was evidence of rising mistrust and polarization of Muslim and non-Muslim communities, a rapid increase in the numbers of disaffected Muslim youth, the emergence of exclusionary clan politics, the failure of traditional imams to connect with the world of British Muslim youth, and the cumulative impact of such issues on educational underachievement. The city was judged to be in the grip of fear, unable to talk honestly and openly of problems within and between communities, fear of being racist, fear of confronting a gang culture and the illegal drugs trade. Lewis, 2002, 216. Lewis reports that in such official accounts, there has been a recognition that ethnicity is a key factor, 2002, 216. Indeed, he reflects that community consolidation and separation, is more not less marked in Bradford than a decade ago, 2002, 220. In Ousley's 2001 terms, what were once comfort zones, as described by anthropologists in the 1970s, have now become closed zones. However, significantly there is no suggestion here that ethnicity might be theorized, as it was by Cohen, 1974, and Watson, 1977, in terms of the reorganization of cultural distinctiveness to advance minority economic and political interests. Ethnicity is not seen as a situationally functional strategy of survival. Rather, like Ousley and others, for example, Macy, 1999, Lewis is mainly interested in the way in which in the 1990s ethnicity has become, situationally, dysfunctional, perhaps for British Asian Muslims themselves, but especially for the city of Bradford as a whole. One continuity between 1970s anthropology and 1990s public policy, however, is that all argue, in effect, that structural explanations which invoke deprivation and racism tell only part of the story of Bradiston. For Lewis and Ousley, such paradigms have encouraged a political correctness, perpetuated by both local government and community leaders, that has inhibited the development of open debate and critical dialogue about tensions and conflicts of the city, see especially Mahoney, 2001. Against this context there is a renewed interest in the significance of cultural, and religious, traditions in reproducing patterns of self-segregation in inner-city Bradford, something which increasingly sets Muslims apart from many Hindus and Sikhs. Lewis, for example, argues that for significant sections of traditional Muslims from South Asian backgrounds, cultural and religious norms do render socializing in conformity with British norms problematic, 2002, 217. The norms that Lewis mentions in this respect include Izzat, family honor, and, transcontinental, cousin marriages. He also describes how an ethnic media can reinforce encapsulation, and the sheer size of the Pakistani Muslim constituency in Bradford supports the maintenance of separate sports leagues and parallel professional and business sectors, 2002, 217. While this language of conformity and norms may appear somewhat loaded, it does underline the persistence of religious and ethnic boundaries in Bradford. Lewis' intervention also represents a novel, if not very self-conscious, revisiting of difficult structural cultural questions about how, in particular social contexts, cultural and religious traditions can become resources for the reproduction of a self-contained social world, 2002, 217. In particular, he argues that the difficulties for a majoritarian religious tradition such as Islam to develop the social and intellectual skills to live comfortably as a religious minority ate exacerbated in a social context of relative encapsulation, 2002, 18. Committed anti-essentialists might protest that no tradition, even one with the history of political power associated with Islam, is necessarily or inherently majoritarian. However, what Lewis is apparently inviting us to reconsider here, although he does not articulate it explicitly, is the idea that Islam, or Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, or Christianity, might be more than some sort of empty signifier, capable of legitimating an endless variation of interpretations and strategies. Contrary to the thrust of most contemporary social science, does not Islam actually comprise a complex of symbols, discourses, and practices, in Bourdieu's, 1992, terms, a habitus, a repertoire of dispositions, that has some sort of real and structuring content and agency in the world? In this regard, Lewis' emphasis on social context is certainly important. However, a discussion of another of Bourdieu's notions, the idea of cultural capital, Bourdieu and Passeron, 1977, is also essential here. The particular cultural capital of any individual or community structures the extent to which the resources of any given tradition can be, I, accessed and/or, 2, reproduced and practiced in a given context. Any discussion of the explanatory power of religious traditions needs to take more account of the dialectical relationship between culture and structure as enmeshed formations, something suggested by Cohen, 1974, Werbner and Anwar, 1991, and others. Lewis, for example, considers that while some Muslim movements, notably Jamaat-i-Islami heritage moderate Islamists, are creatively remaking tradition through engagement with wider society, others have followed strategies more suggestive of isolation or resistance. 2002, 219. What is crucial to draw out here, however, is that the new, articulate and engaged British-born Muslim leadership, which proved effective interlocutors with the state and wider society in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, is increasingly composed of an elite of young educated professionals with a great deal personally invested in Britain. Indeed, for all its engagement, Lewis himself maintains that to date such a leadership has been perceived as neither able nor interested in connecting with Muslim street culture. 2002, 216, at the grassroots level. By contrast, Lewis sees sections of the traditional political and religious leadership, usually associated with Barelwi and Deobandi mosques in Bradford, as isolationists who have failed to connect with the world of British Muslim youth. 2002, 220. By continuing to appoint imams from South Asia rather than British-born and English-speaking graduates with a knowledge of British custom and practice, elders have contributed to the creation of an intellectual vacuum. 2002, 223, with the unfocused resentment of some young Muslims producing the worrying growth of an assertive Muslim identity. 2002, 218. In Bradford this is manifest in a macho culture, which can impact negatively on women and minorities deemed to be outsiders living within their territory. 2002, 218. Against the context of gangs, drugs, prison and especially educational underachievement, Islam becomes a cultural resource for the sort of defiance and rebellion signaled by real and imagined affiliation to rejectionist anti-Western utopianists such as Hizb al-Tahrir. Lewis' dispiriting picture of traditional religious leadership, 2002, 224, finds many echoes in the accounts of British Asian Muslims in Bradford. Nevertheless, even after 30 to 40 years of settlement, neither the ongoing predicament of diaspora for many first-generation migrants, nor the importance of continuity of religious and cultural norms to their sense of self, can be ignored. Against the context of changing structural circumstances there is thus a need to understand the limits and possibilities of their repertoire of adaptation strategies, past and present, as suggested by their individual and collective cultural capitals. As Phillips, 2003, argues, preference-whether for isolation from, engagement with, or rejection of, wider British society is always a bounded choice. The emergence of a Brasian city. A concluding analysis. The whole world is segregated in a million different ways, so why should Bradford be any different? Allam, 2002, 300-1. As stated at the outset, this chapter contends that by considering together various snapshots of British Asian Bradford, from the 1960s through to the 2000s, it should be possible to glimpse something of how the city has come to be the way it is. Indeed, to Lewis it would appear that the self-contained world, Lewis, 2002, 217, of Bradford's Muslims today must be understood as the product of the long-term interactions with wider society outlined here. Similarly, part of the problem with Huxley's, 2001, account is that he does not sufficiently contextualize the structural constraints within which Pakistani Muslims have been able to make culturally and religiously constructed choices over a period of more than 40 years in the city. This concluding section, then, summarizes and elaborates some of the main themes introduced above, in the hope that such a discussion might encourage more deeply contextualized accounts of Bradiston and other such post-colonial translocalities in the future. The ethnographies of Daya, 1974, and Saifola Khan, 1977, illustrate that the evolution of various self-sufficient Asian communities in Bradford is best seen as an organic response to the ongoing uncertainties and risks of living as a minority of largely rural origins in an urban setting characterized by racism, immigration controls, and a permissive majority culture. The often cited absence of racial and ethnic conflict in 1960s and early 1970s Bradford was due mainly to the cautious adaptation strategies of the first generation. Moreover, even by the early 1970s, the social reproduction of such communities had established real momentum, exerting a pressure to conform which made it difficult for many new arrivals to acquire the skills necessary for communication and participation in wider society. Sayyid Khan, 1977, 80. This dynamic encapsulation of Pakistanis also served the vested interests of community business and religious elites, Daya, 1974, who actively manipulated traditional cultural symbols to their own particular political and economic ends. Indeed, at least a decade before the expansion of state multiculturalism in the 1980s, these same elites were authenticating fictions of ethnic unity in transactions with government and wider society. Sayyid Khan, 1977. While more acculturated than their parents, Bradford-born and educated generations of British Asians have also periodically adopted more confrontational political strategies than the first generation. For example, the initial militancy of the AYM during the late 1970s was born of a lack of recognition and the experience of institutional/popular racism. However, significant mobilization was catalyzed mainly by the physical threat posed by racist organizations to the safe Asianized spaces of Bradford such as Manningham. Indeed, the 1976 Battle of Bradford, described by Mahmood, 1983, has one important characteristic in common with the later events of the Honeyford and Rushdie affairs, as well as mobilizations in the name of the Muslim Ummah and the riots of 1995 and 2001, Murphy, 1987, Lewis, 1994-2002. To a greater or lesser extent, each and every mobilization can be seen as a reaction to actual or perceived attacks on the sacredness of Apna, our community, variously identified, both territorial and imagined. Of course, it was only against the context of economic decline and urban unrest in Britain that the local state finally introduced a race relations policy in 1981. However, as Murphy, 1987, suggests, this probably came too late for Bradford and, ultimately, the politicians were unable to control the powerful forces that their decision-making had unleashed. This was true both in terms of the vehemence of hitherto suppressed British Asian claims and a white backlash against the redistribution of power and resources. The local state subsequently retreated into tokenism, and eventually institutional racism by the early 1990s, Samad, 1997. This destroyed any possibility of a multicultural policy based on cross-cutting critical dialogue, Mahoney, 2001. Entrenching instead an essentialist difference multiculturalism. Indeed, more than a decade before Ousley, 2001, Halstead, 1988, spoke of political acquiescence with de facto separatism in the city. The valency of a pan-Asian political project did not survive the 1980s. By the end of the decade, social divisions between Pakistani and Bangladeshi heritage Muslims on the one hand, and Hindus/Sikhs of Indian and especially African Asian heritage on the other, were becoming more marked, most especially in terms of class, education, and upward mobility. The laissez-faire approach of British governments to global economic restructuring left large numbers of unskilled migrant workers from peasant families in Azad Kashmir with little prospect of working again and, despite a reliance on state benefits, this has reinforced a perceived sense of, and need for, self-sufficiency and encapsulation. Against this context, British Asian Muslims in Bradford today represent an economic underclass. They also remain racially and ethnically marked as Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, and so on, but amongst the British-born, there is a deep ambivalence about back home. Therefore, the salience of Islam as a diasporic badge of religious, but also of ethnic and class, pride, something reinforced by one geopolitical crisis after another since 1989, Werbner, 2002, is not difficult to comprehend. While the state, concerned commentators, Murphy, 1987, Lewis, 1994-2002, and many Baba see Islam as a way of taming the youth and instilling in them the values of good citizenship, there is evidence that Islam too is a vehicle for genuine working-class anger and protest. However, one negative byproduct of this can be the aggressive masculinity confronted by Mahmoud's, 1983, character, Shaheen, and criticized more recently by Macy, 1999. Something else is striking about the contemporary situation. For all the history of political mobilization amongst British Asians in Bradford, in their moments of protest, the current working-class youth of Pakistani and Kashmiri Muslim heritage do not obviously have a political project around which to organize. Indeed, perhaps quite unremarkably, just as Pan-Asian identity politics deconstructed, but never displaced, Pakistani identity politics in the late 1970s, and just as Muslim identity politics deconstructed Asian identity politics in the 1980s, so the 1995 and 2001 riots can be seen as deconstructing the seeming hegemony of a Muslim identity politics in contemporary Britain. Degree in the wake of the Rushdie affair, Mawdud rightly suggested that the new strength among Muslim youth in not tolerating racial harassment owes no less to Islamic reassertion than to metropolitan anti-racism. Mawdud, 1992a, 272. However, in the decade or so since Rushdie, Muslim identity politics has often become the preserve of the upwardly mobile and educated middle classes, focused as much, if not more, on relations with the British state and wider society than on social uplift amongst the Muslim grassroots. Despite the increasing evidence of its particular dynamics, 4 decades after Badr Daya first began his fieldwork amongst single Pakistani male migrants, there is no sign of a waning in contributions to the literature produced about Bradford. However, rather than the insider critique of a prevailing assimilationism which typified 1970s anthropology, much of the contemporary literature too often fails to challenge the outsider emphasis of the nation-state on citizenship and community cohesion, a discourse which has emerged in the context of New Labour's communitarianism and new moral panics about immigration and transnational terrorism. One of the few authors publicly intervening in this debate, interestingly, is a relatively new British Asian novelist, perhaps the only one of any note to have emerged in Bradford since Tariq Mahmood. Mohammad Yunus Alam, British-born of Pakistani heritage, has recently published 2 novels, 1998, 2002, which illuminate that, beyond the dominant discourse of ethnicity, race, culture, and religion, Bradiston today continues to be a city of highly differentiated, pluralist, and competing interests. Kilo, 2002, for example, is the account of how Khalil Khan, the son of an inner-city shopkeeper, is attracted to the much-discussed but little-researched career of drug dealing after his hard-working father is broken, and ultimately dies, as a result of the intimidation of a multi-ethnic gang of protection racketeers. As Khalil, whose nickname is Kilo, in turn, seeks independence, revenge, and peace with himself, the novel touches upon a wide range of complex issues, everyday acculturation and segregation, gangsters, drug smuggling and street violence, families, marriage and Pakistan, good cops and bad cops, religiosity, transgression, hypocrisy and morality, racism and the fantasy world of community relations. Indeed, anyone writing about Bradford in the future would do well to ponder the following retort from Kilo to a local policeman who accuses him of killing your own people. My emphasis added. Here, there appears to be a defiant challenge to all that would too easily ascribe an ethnicist, racialist, culturalist or religious identification in contexts where none necessarily exist. Me killing people? My people? Had someone just made me non-elected leader of Asian and black people without having the decency to have asked first? I had no people. I didn't claim to be a politician, nor did I push myself as one of those selfish bastards who claim to lead the community. Alum, 2002, 118. Part IL. Portraits. N. Ali, vs. Kalya and S. Sayyid. Part 2 of this volume attempts to present a comprehensive survey of various aspects of British Asian life. Our contention that the British Asian presence has radically altered the shape of Britishness was illustrated in this section by a series of empirical portraits that cover the formation of the diaspora, the geographies and political economy of settlement, and its impact on social institutions. The first two chapters look at, respectively, the historical formation of the British Asian diaspora and the salience of the migration process. Humayun Ansari's chapter follows the historical journey of the South Asian presence in Britain between the beginning and end of the Raj, 1857 to 1947. It examines the South Asian settlers in Britain prior to the formation of British Asian identity and traces the early presence of princes, Avas, Lascars and students, a sizable group of people who are absent in conventional historical narratives. Nasreen Ali contextualizes post-Second World War migration from South Asia to Britain by placing it within the relationship established between Europe and India from the 15th century onwards. Ali identifies and differentiates pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial linkages, thus placing British Asian settlement within an appropriate historical perspective. The narrative presented in Ali's chapter provides much of the background for the subsequent chapters in the book, since it deals with the crucial role that migration plays in British Asian settlement. The inclusion of a question on ethnicity in the census of 1991 has meant that a range of quantitative indicators is now available for those interested in Britain's racialized minorities. Siri Peach, utilizing the censuses of 1991, 2001 and other data sources, provides a demographic picture of British Asian settlement. These statistical frames are filled in by the next four chapters, which examine the relationship between public institutions and practices and British Asian communities. Political voting patterns are the subject of Mohammed Anwar's chapter. By providing a quantitative and historical assessment of British Asian voting patterns, Anwar illuminates the level of political participation and voter preference. Shindeer Thandi's chapter focuses on the economic story of British Asians. By contrasting the perception of British Asian business success with the reality of unemployment rates and typologies of entrepreneurial engagement, Thandi makes a significant contribution to the literature on the economic activities of minority groups. Virinder S. Kalra looks at the question of policing and British Asians. Historically, British Asians have been constructed as the victims of crime rather than its perpetrators, but in either case have received poor services from the police. The changing contours of this relationship are explored in the aftermath of the 2001 civil disturbances in Oldham, Burnley, and Bradford. Carl Atkin provides an overview of the way in which ideas of multiculturalism, anti-racism and institutional racism have been central at various times in promoting change in the health service. Unfortunately, none of these approaches has managed to alter the fundamental inability of the institutions of the NHS to provide an adequate service to British Asians. These chapters interrogate the extent to which public institutions have been able to provide services targeted to the specific needs of a British Asian citizenry. The next two chapters, by Claire Alexander and Fauzia Ahmed respectively, examine the way in which British Asian youths and families are problematized within the terms of the sociological imagination of racialized others. Specifically, Alexander traces the various ways in which British Asian young people have been represented and demonized by public and academic discourse. Fauzia Ahmed takes up the issue of poor service delivery through a case study of marriage. Ahmed looks at the way in which the legal profession, allied with social workers, has managed to pathologize the institution of arranged marriage. The variety of practices that take place under the term are thereby reduced to a function of patriarchy, which needs to be opposed by state structures. Ahmed argues that a more nuanced approach, which can distinguish between various kinds of marriages, is required. Lastly, Gur Harpal Singh and Rupa Huq present case studies of Leicester and North West London. Singh makes a cogent argument about the way in which Leicester has come to be represented as a model multicultural city, a status which, however, often belies the political contradictions that are ever present. Huck takes us on a tour of Southall and Wembley, two suburbs of London which have a national iconic status in British Asian geographies. As early centres of settlement they are different from the rest of the country, and London, in that they are suburbs rather than inner cities, giving them an ambiguous status in relation to the city. Each of the chapters in this part add to the mosaic of understanding British Asian life. The author's viewpoints vary according to their disciplinary background, but each highlight the tensions besetting the concept of Britishness as it confronts its particularity through the presence of British Asians. The ruptures created by this interaction have occasionally been violent, but even in their less jarring manifestations are never without some form of social cost. It is perhaps in the creative medium that the fissures of BR Asia find their most positive aspect, as Part High will highlight. Mapping the colonial. South Asians in Britain, 1857 to 1947. Humayun Ansari. The pattern of South Asians arriving in Britain in the decades between 1857 and 1947 did not take the shape of a uniformly rising curve. The periods of most intense activity coincided with the consolidation of Britain's reputation as a leading imperial and industrialist nation in the late 19th century, and the First World War, when meeting the demands of the war effort acted as a catalyst in stimulating migration. In contrast, the economic stagnation and very high levels of unemployment that characterized the interwar period acted as a brake inhibiting any particularly large numbers of new arrivals. Therefore, South Asian movement to Britain was marked by peaks and troughs as well as many disjunctures brought about by the combination of material and ideological circumstances experienced by socio-economically, religiously, and culturally differentiated individuals and groups of migrants and the societies from which they came. While a South Asian presence in Britain can be traced as far back as the beginning of the 17th century, it was during the course of the 19th century that migration, leading to the evolution of settler communities of any significant size, took place. At that time the first relatively permanent South Asian populations, mainly Muslim, amounting to no more than a few hundred in total, were established in Cardiff, Liverpool, and the East End of London. Over time these communities of sojourners grew, with people of South Asian origin being born in Britain. But it was not until the end of the First World War that South Asians started to form a significant part of the visible migrant population. This shift was primarily the result of the evolving relationship between Britain and its colonies, a relationship that had given rise to conditions that precipitated the earlier migratory flows from the latter to the former. Caught in the web of relationships between the metropolis and the colony, and the demands and needs of imperial trade and industry, these South Asians were less able than before to determine how they lived and where they worked. Consequently, whenever a demand for cheap labor appeared in any part of the British Empire, South Asian laborers were exported to work on terms that offered the possibility of a relatively better future than the hardship and bare subsistence at home. Hence many, eventually, found their way to Britain. By the end of the 19th century, South Asians were attracted to Britain by its growing reputation as the land of opportunity. One major factor, for instance, was that for a comparable job, the wages were considerably higher. Estimates state that in 1895 the per capita income in Britain was £36.94 compared with £2.65 in India. Brown, 1994, 110. For South Asian seamen arriving in Britain, this, combined with the brutal treatment they suffered on ships, made desertion highly compelling. Furthermore, once the British had established their dominance over India, in particular after crushing the rebellion of 1857, the perception had grown among Indian elites that it was the superiority of the British educational system that had enabled the British to acquire the mental capacity and the material capabilities to achieve such immense power. Since many of the elites were now convinced that colonial rule was here to stay, it appeared that the best way of achieving their social and economic aspirations in the new dispensation would be through participation in the running of the colonial system, for which Western education probably offered the most convincing and suitable credentials. Consequently, from the mid-19th century a steady trickle of Indian students began to arrive in Britain. From a mere 4 in 1845 their numbers steadily grew to 207 in the 1890s, and by 1910 there were around 700. Scottish universities were particularly popular, perhaps because of the disproportionately large number of Scots who taught in India. These institutions gained a high reputation in engineering and medicine. At the turn of the 20th century the Edinburgh Indian Students' Association alone boasted a membership of 200. Some of these students eventually settled in Britain, making significant contributions in their local communities. A variety of others came in search of opportunities, for example, teachers of Asian languages such as Professor Sayyid Abdullah, who taught Hindustani at University College, London in 1869. There were merchants and traders, many of whom were involved in peddling and many of whom had initially arrived as employees of British Indian firms, but with a flair for enterprise some established their own businesses. In addition, there were street hawkers and musicians, itinerant surgeons, ear and eye doctors, a petitioner class, mainly comprising small-scale farmers from the Punjab who came to make their land claims, and, higher up the social scale, Indian Nawabs, for example, Nawab Nazim of Bengal, with their retinue in tow. Then there remained the maritime workers and domestic servants who for long had formed part of a transient population that connected Britain with its empire. Thousands of South Asian seamen, or Askars, who were employed on ships plying between India and Britain, and hundreds of mainly female domestic servants, or ayahs, who travelled with their employers on extended visits to Britain. Occasionally during the late 19th century an individual South Asian acquired fame or notoriety. The most famous example was Munshi Abdul Karim, who arrived soon after Queen Victoria's Golden Jubilee in 1887 and quickly rose from waiting at her table to teaching her rudimentary Hindustani, eventually becoming her Indian secretary in 1894. Given the growing negative perceptions of Indians that had developed in the second half of the 19th century, the Queen's courtiers and government officials, especially those connected with Indian affairs, began to resent the social and official position accorded him in court circulars and on all occasions by the Queen. Visram, 2002, 46. They accused him of spying and after Victoria's death sent him ignominiously packing to India, where he died in obscurity. Up to 1914. As South Asians became familiar with the British social and cultural environment, they established centres where they engaged in intellectual and political exchanges among themselves and discussed practical matters of concern in relation to wider British society. They also set up a range of religious organisations. As their memberships increased in number and in confidence, all these organisations, associations, and societies gradually grew in influence, serving a range of moral and welfare functions. The Edinburgh Indian Association was created in 1883 and the Indian Gymkhana in 1916. The Religious Society of Zoroastrians was established in 1861, and the Anjuman-i-Islam in 1886, which was a precursor to the Central Islamic Society, 1910, and the Woking Mission, 1912. Sikhs likewise established the Khalsa Jatha in 1908, followed quickly by the founding of the first Gurdwara in 1911. From this cross-section of South Asian institutions one can discern the presence, by the early 20th century, of a significant population from diverse backgrounds scattered individually and in groups of various sizes around Britain. Some had been settled for several generations, others more recently, and yet others could still be described as broadly transient. Although there was certainly a South Asian presence, whether, by 1914, a clearly identifiable self-conscious Asian entity existed in Britain remains questionable. The experiences of South Asians in Britain during this period also need to be understood in relation to the wider developments taking place in British society. By the mid-19th century British society had become deeply conscious of race and class. However, in respect of race, new meanings had gained popularity. The ethnocentric racism of the earlier periods, in which South Asians had been viewed as inferior in terms of their civilization, and, as heathens deserving of Victorian paternalism, in need of being rescued, gave way to notions of racial supremacy underpinned by social Darwinist biological determinism. The British now thought of themselves as a race destined to govern and subdue. After the 1857 rebellion, or so-called Indian Mutiny, South Asians were increasingly perceived by many in Britain as naturally obsequious, deceitful, licentious and avaricious with no right whatever, Kincaid, 1973. Hence these notions shaped interaction between the respectable classes in Britain and the Ayahs and Lascars, who in the mid-19th century continued to arrive at an estimated annual rate of 10 to 12,000. The number of Ascars employed on merchant ships registered in Britain increased rapidly in the next few decades and by 1891 had risen to over 24,000 and by 1914 to over 51,000, Hughes, 1855, Omer and Panting, 1980. Consequently the numbers of those settling in the East End of London and Glasgow grew too. Having arrived in Britain some were mistreated and instances of cruelty were not unknown. Indeed, many fled their employers and, unable to find an alternative, slid into criminal activity or resorted to begging, living in conditions of extreme poverty and overcrowding, Mayhew, 1873. Lascars, who had deserted to escape cruel treatment, could end up being looked after by missionaries, who regarded them as a moral challenge. Because of their dire circumstances they were considered vulnerable and were provided with accommodation and recreational facilities in institutions such as the Strangers' Home for Asiatics established in 1857 and later the Ayahs' Home set up in 1897. At the same time, given their situation, Ascars and Ayahs presented promising opportunities for conversion, and converts such as Reverend E.B. Bose in London and Aziz Ahmed in Glasgow were assigned to proselytize among Ascars at the turn of the century. On the whole, therefore, large numbers of South Asians in late Victorian Britain survived on the margins. However, the more resilient and resourceful fended for themselves, going about the streets selling religious tracts, as hawkers of Indian jewellery, playing drums, and even sitting as models for artists. Some continued in domestic service or worked as casual labourers. But they also survived because of the generosity of, at one end of the scale, wealthy Indian benefactors such the Maharaja Duleep Singh, and at the other end, the white working classes among whom they lived. While colour prejudice certainly dogged the lives of the South Asian poor, evidence also suggests that their indigenous counterparts seemed, on the whole, to be fairly racially tolerant. They mingled with ease in public houses, theatres, and music and dance halls. Here colour or country was considered no obstacle. Everybody free and easy Lascars, blacks, jack tars, coal heavers, dustmen, women of colour, old and young, and a sprinkling of remnants of once fine girls, all jigging together. Visram, 1986. Despite the widespread opposition to cohabitation and miscegenation, there were always some English women who willingly consorted with and married South Asians without any feeling of shame or degradation. London City Mission Magazine, 1857. Many former Ascars, supported by their wives, ran lodging houses and cafes for their compatriots. The children of South Asian settlers, unencumbered by the state's policy of preventing settlement through repatriation, were better placed to move up the social ladder since they were less prone to impediments of language and religion. While still taunted and abused, gradually they merged during this period into the local, English, and Christian, community. Among them was Frederick Muhammad, 1818-88, son of Sheikh Deen Muhammad, 1759-1851, a notable early 19th century settler. Author of the Travels of Deen Muhammad, the first book written and published by an Indian in English, Fisher, 1996, he became known as the innovative and accomplished shampooing surgeon of King George IV, and also set up a fencing academy and gymnasium. Conscious of his South Asian background, he took pride in some elements of his Indian Islamic heritage. Later on, his own son, Frederick Akbar Muhammad, 1849–84, through his work on hypertension, made a major contribution to medical science, Swales, 1996. Another notable, Albert J. Muhammad, was possibly the first British-born Indian photographer. His Reminiscences from Street Arab to Pastor, first published in 1894, gave an interesting account of the life of the poor in the East End of London, Shepherd, N.D. As Mukherjee, 1944, has illustrated, with the case of the Banerjee family, although many prosperous and educated South Asians became immersed in British values and culture, participating actively in the social life of their white counterparts, they also expressed hybridity in their ceremonies and rituals, in their cuisine and in other aspects of their social existence. This process of acculturation equipped their subsequent generations to pursue successful professional careers, enabling them to live in considerable comfort. By 1914, the number of South Asians entering self-employment had increased, Visram, 2002. Others were students who, on obtaining their qualifications, decided to settle permanently in Britain, making careers as physicians, surgeons, lawyers, journalists, engineers, teachers, and in a wide range of other professions. During the later decades of the 19th century, while most members of South Asia's elite continued to view their futures in terms of being junior partners within the British imperial enterprise, Mansurji Bhawnagri, Tory MP for Bethnal Green from 1895 to 1906, is a case in point. The Indian nationalist movement was gathering momentum. As a consequence, some educated Indians sought to influence political opinion in Britain in favour of self-rule. The East Indian Association, established in 1866, had started campaigning for the promotion of Indian interests 19 years before the founding of the Indian National Congress in 1885. A number of South Asians, convinced of the damage that imperial rule had wreaked in India, felt that their country's voice needed to be heard at the highest level at the heart of the empire in the British Parliament if they were to harbour any hopes of having their aspirations met. Men such as Dadabhai Naoroji, 1825–1917, who was eventually elected to Parliament in 1892, despite racist jibes from the likes of the incumbent Prime Minister Lord Salisbury, presented powerful critiques of colonial rule and lobbied for economic and political reform in India. Ralph, 1997. However, Naoroji represented by no means the only political strand that existed among South Asians in Britain. By the early 20th century, the politics of Pan-Islamism and Muslim modernism formed the twin pillars on which Muslims from Western educated classes of Indian society - administrators, merchants, and professionals built strategies to pursue their individual interests as well as those of their community. Sayyid Amir Ali, 1849–1928, from a distinguished Muslim family, like many South Asian Muslims of his class, suspected Hindu hegemony in India at Muslim expense. Having retired from his position as judge of the Calcutta High Court in 1904, he settled in England with his English wife. There he chose to advance specifically Muslim interests, pursuing separatist political ambitions through organizations such as the London branch of the All India Muslim League, established in India in 1906, which he founded in 1908. Through substantial lobbying of Parliament, he, together with other prominent South Asian Muslim pressure groups, helped to shape and modify British policy on Indian issues. He was appointed to the Privy Council despite King Edward VII's opposition to this clever but potentially very dangerous native, in the hope that such a prize would stop him rocking the boat of imperial rule. This ploy failed to stop his criticism of British policy. Undeterred by the British government's lack of response on pan-Islamic concerns, he set up the Red Crescent Society in 1912, through which funds could be gathered and provisions sent to help the Turks in Tripolitania, and after the First World War he continued to stir up against the British government in connection with their Turkish policy sentiments of hostility and hatred among his co-religionists. Forward, 1995. As attacks against the Ottomans increased, Many younger generation Muslims Rafaiuddin, Sayyid Mahmud, and Mushir Hussain Kidwai, among them influenced by Bolshevik ideas, began to favor an anti-British, pan-Islamic struggle with the aim of achieving the freedom of the Muslim world from Western dominance, not entirely or necessarily by constitutional means. As a consequence, a range of political societies emerged with the broad aim of stemming the decline of the Muslim Worldwide Brotherhood, or Ummah. They published pamphlets and articles disseminating information about Muslim issues, and involving members of the British establishment to positively influence both public perceptions and official policy. However, the British establishment was never confident enough to allow these Indian Muslims to play any significant role in policy making. Beyond the leading figures, whose approach, on the whole, was loyal, moderate, and constitutional, there emerged a group of students altogether more radical in their political ideology, who were prepared to use revolutionary methods in their fight to rid India of alien rule. At the turn of the century, India House, established in London in 1905 by Krishnawarma, acknowledged as the architect of the revolutionary movement in England, Dutta, 1978, became the centre of activity for this more extreme strand of nationalist opinion. Convinced that the constitutional path to home rule was ineffective, and impatient with the slow progress towards independence, activists, such as Savarkar and Kama, advocated force and violence as part of their strategy to overthrow British rule. The most dramatic moment in this anti-colonial agitation came in London in 1909, when Sir William Curzon Wyllie, a civil servant notorious for keeping a close eye on Indian students' political activities and movements, was assassinated by Madan Lal Dhingra, who saw the killing as an act of patriotism and justice and the laying down of his life for the cause of his motherland as a matter of great pride and honor. Visram, 2002. The First World War. Although the more radical wing of the nationalist movement attempted to make capital in the turbulent political climate of the First World War, nationalist South Asian opinion had broadly supported the war effort. Indeed, the First World War proved to be a turning point in Indian-British relations, with important knock-on effects for South Asians living in Britain. With a large proportion of the British male population joining the armed forces, the needs of industry compelled employers to meet labour requirements by drawing on resources in other parts of the empire. Lascars, who by 1914 formed nearly 17.5% of the maritime workers in the British merchant fleet, thus had their contracts extended, and many, lured by the possibility of higher wages and better terms and conditions, jumped ship and obtained European articles. Onshore industries around London, Liverpool, Sheffield, and Glasgow, struggling to meet their labour demands, attempted to entice Lascars with offers of higher remuneration while turning a blind eye to their desertion. Firms, such as John Walker and Tate Sugar Refiners, and Lever Brothers at Port Sunlight in Cheshire, ignored government warnings against harbouring absconders and recruited them until more white workers became available. Other South Asians, artisans, and mechanics from Bombay and the Punjab, found jobs in industry, including in munitions factories. Many of these South Asian workers had been living in Britain for some time and had decided against returning to India. While there was pressure from some quarters to repatriate them, the government could find little justification for doing so. Thus, by the end of the war, a reservoir of South Asian labour had developed in Britain, which was further supplemented by seamen and soldiers discharged as the war ended. The First World War also brought about a radical change in personal relations between, and mutual perceptions of, South Asians and the British. In Britain, young men of South Asian descent successfully joined the armed forces. Some, despite the War Office's reluctance, influenced by racial assumptions, to award them commissions, achieved officer rank in the Army and the Air Force. Indra Lal Roy, a 19-year-old ace pilot, who was killed in 1918 in a dogfight over France, was perhaps the most prominent of these volunteers. Visram, 2002. Indian soldiers fought gallantly against their enemies, and acquitted themselves bravely on the battlefield, springing like cats and surmounting obstacles with unexampled agility, from a German soldier's letter quoted in Mason, 1986, 413. As the war progressed, it was increasingly acknowledged, often through the award of top honors such as the Victoria Cross, that South Asians could fight in battle as well as their white counterparts, and so they came to command much respect right across Britain. The British public appreciated their sacrifices. 3,427 Jaskars lost their lives and 7,700 Indian soldiers died on the Western Front. Visram, 2002, for King and Country, and the authorities were compelled to take interest in their welfare. Having suffered heavy casualties, over 14,500 Indian soldiers were brought to England, where they were treated in makeshift hospitals in Brighton, Netley and other south coast towns. Some of the survivors subsequently made Britain their home. Others returned from India to settle in Britain after the war. Politically too, it was considered necessary for the Indian wounded to be looked after as well as their white counterparts, and with due regard to their cultural sensitivities. Indian students in Britain, working in hospitals alongside the British as physicians, assistant surgeons, dressers, nurse orderlies, storekeepers, and clerks, made it difficult for white British people to maintain social distance or retain stereotypes of racial and cultural inferiority and incivility. Other Indians, some from the Strangers' Home for the Asiatic Sailors, were recruited as cooks, ward sweepers, water carriers, washermen, and tailors, and through physical proximity and practical interactions, all helped to undermine the kind of aloofness that had reflected paternalism and dominance in relations between the British and Indians in the past. That said, many of the old attitudes of racial superiority and bigotry, especially among the upper classes, persisted and were detected by some of the wounded soldiers in the differential treatment they received at the hands of English doctors. Great efforts were made to prevent South Asian soldiers from mixing socially with the general public, lest it should narrow the social distance on which the mystique and prestige of the empire had partly been created. In particular, the authorities were greatly concerned to minimize interaction between white women and South Asians, whether students, askars or soldiers. These men were presumed to imbue dubious morality and to possess crude ideas about European women. They cannot understand the freedom with which the sexes mingle. Visram, 1989. Hence, during this period the authorities became obsessed with guarding the honor of white women and, in their effort to avoid scandals, prohibited even the most innocent of liaisons. Instructions accordingly went out that nurses were to work only in a supervisory capacity, Indian soldiers were to be confined to hospitals, those seen talking to women would be severely punished. Women, white and Indian, were only allowed to visit the wounded if they were armed with proper credentials. The entry of the Ottoman Caliphate into the war on the German side created a dilemma for South Asian Muslims in Britain. Loyalty to Britain was demanded, but it was emotionally impossible for them to oppose the Ottoman Caliphate, the most important symbol of the worldwide Muslim community. Many could not avoid being concerned about the hostility directed at the Ottoman Empire, which was being expressed both in official circles and in the press, and they responded by articulating their views with much feeling, taking many risks and expending considerable energy and personal resources in defense of the Ottoman Empire's integrity. Through a web of pressure groups and organizations, and with the help of prominent establishment men, they tried to influence government policy. Public meetings were organized, resolutions were passed, debates were conducted through letters to the Times, petitions were sent to the Prime Minister, and regular bulletins were issued providing a counterpoint to what they perceived to be anti-Turkish propaganda. Very often these individuals found it hard to arrive at a comfortable balance between their sympathy for the Ottoman Caliphate and their loyalty to Britain, and, given the apparent ambivalence of their position, many were kept under close surveillance. 1918 to 47, the period between the two world wars, saw a downturn in the migration of South Asians to Britain. The need for cheap labor, that had created a substantial acceleration in migration during the First World War, quickly dried up after the economic boom fizzled out, and as a result the flow during the 1920s and the early 1930s slowed to a trickle. With the economy stagnating, and unemployment in shipping particularly high, the government and employers introduced numerous policies and practices that excluded aliens from job opportunities, and so discouraged further migration. However, during the late 1930s and the Second World War, migration from India picked up again. Although the interwar period was undoubtedly one of mass employment and continuous economic gloom, the picture was in fact much more complex. While older export industries continued to experience decline, new industries such as car manufacturing, chemicals, electrical, and consumer goods began to grow in regions such as the Midlands, creating substantial job opportunities and raising the living standards of the majority of the population. Prosperous regions southern England and the Midlands contrasted with those suffering decay the north of England, Wales, and Scotland. South Asians were encouraged to migrate from those parts of Britain where structural employment, particularly among the unskilled seamen, coal miners and dock and harbour labourers had already reached a very high level. Constantine, 1980. Externally, the pressure to leave places in India such as the Punjab was generated by the devastating impact of the depression on agriculture. Migration within the empire offered one outlet for economic survival to those plagued by debt. Furthermore, after the First World War, unemployment increased rapidly in those regions of the subcontinent from which recruitment into the Indian armed forces had been disproportionately high. So Britain presented an opportunity for the demobilized soldiers too. Moreover, as the economy in Britain began to recover in the late 1930s, a growing number of /Askars, still often working on iniquitous contracts and in appalling conditions, began to jump ship and escaped inland in an attempt to move into less arduous and better paid work in trade and industry. Even though many were repatriated, it was estimated that 2/3 succeeded in settling in Britain. Banton, 1955. Supported financially and materially by existing networks and institutions, lodging houses, cafes, religious centers, many lived communally in cheap and overcrowded accommodation in close proximity of the city docks, some eking out a meager existence as petty hawkers selling Indian perfumes and herbal medicines, others laboring on a casual basis in the catering and rag trades. During this period, while many instances can be found of South Asians being helped by indigenous people among whom they lived and worked, prejudice and racism remained widespread, finding expression in both individual and institutional interactions. Since South Asians in Britain at this time were overwhelmingly male, interracial marriages were not uncommon. But with scientific racism and eugenicist theories taking a firm grip on the popular mind, this intermingling was severely frowned upon and described as a serious social evil, which, it was claimed, would lead to moral decline and thus needed to be eradicated. Visram. 2002. Men and women involved in such partnerships were stigmatized and denigrated. Indian peddlers similarly felt the brunt of racial prejudice. They were frequently accused of employing sharp practices in their dealings, of undercutting British textiles and of duping housewives into believing that they had something special to offer. Suffering social and economic exclusion, they set up bodies such as the Indian Workers' Association and the Indian Seamen's Welfare League, through which they attempted to resist discrimination. These kinds of organizations facilitated the protection of their interests, at the same time catering for their cultural and welfare needs. Adams, 1987. One of the groups that remained largely unaffected by the steep downturn in the global economy was that of the students from elite South Asian backgrounds. From the early 19th century, a key object of British policy in India had been the promotion of Western education, especially among the upper strata, so that its members would be equipped to become the interpreters of the Raj to ordinary or less privileged Indian people. These elites, encouraged by prospects of lucrative jobs, power, and social status within the established order, became convinced of the superiority of Western education and indeed, aspired to it, pursuing its acquisition with great enthusiasm. By the 1920s, the scions of such families were traveling to Britain in substantially increased numbers and could be found not only at such traditionally prestigious institutions such as Oxford and Cambridge but also at universities in London, Birmingham, Manchester, Liverpool, Sheffield, Leeds, and Bristol. By 1927 there were around 1,700 Indian students at British institutions. Singh, 1963. Many of the students who came to study medicine and engineering, once qualified, secured jobs and decided, like others before them, to settle more or less permanently in Britain. During the interwar period, a greater number of South Asian enterprises were established, covering a range of goods and services. They supplied Indian cloth, perfumes, herbs, pickles and spices both to South Asians and to white customers with Indian connections. Chaudhary, 1993. With a demand for Indian cuisine, restaurants such as Shafi's and Virasvamya's in London were set up, which, at least initially, relied on Sylheti galley chefs who had jumped ship. Their success attracted others to the catering trade. By 1946 the number of Indian, mainly Sylheti-owned, restaurants in London had risen to 20, with some of them functioning as clearing houses, meeting a variety of migrant needs including accommodation, the provision of advice and guidance on jobs and other opportunities, and acting as general contact points and networking hubs. Adams, 1987. Indian professionals, in particular medical doctors, began to make substantial contributions during this period. By 1945 their number had risen to an estimated 1,000 or so. Other than medicine, South Asian professionals, considering their relatively small presence in Britain, were involved in a surprisingly diverse range of occupations. Among academics, Ratnajariya lectured in Sinhalese at the London School of Oriental Studies and Radhakrishnan was a professor at Oxford. Barristers and solicitors included M.A. Jinnah, who lived with his sister Fatima and daughter Dina in Hampstead, and Krishna Menon, who became politically active, represented St. Pancras as a local Labour councillor, set up the India League and became India's first High Commissioner in London in 1947. He edited the Pelican series Penguin Books, founded in 1935, while also producing many pamphlets on social and political themes. Among writers, Mulk Raj Anand became an active member of the group of progressive writers in London and produced some of their most acclaimed literary work. Noteworthy among those who made religion their vocation was Pastor Kamal Chunchia, 1886–1953, a Muslim convert to Christianity. He played cricket for Essex, became vice president of the League of Coloured Peoples, LCP, and a member of the Royal Empire Society. While carrying out missionary work in London, he condemned racism and urged acceptance of black peoples as equals. Visram, 2002. 3 middle-class South Asians, committed to creating a home in an environment shaped by British norms and values, often tended to discard aspects of their culture and instead to adopt Western mores. Indian dress, language, cuisine, even religion, saris, and vegetarian food were abandoned by most Hindus living in Britain during this period. Sikhs shaved off their beards. Muslims danced the waltz. In general, the majority strove to integrate, all in an effort to avoid being perceived as the other and thus being excluded from British society. In contrast to working-class South Asians, many of whom clustered in specific geographical areas, the professional groups did not form separate geographical or social units and many became anglicized, practicing in white communities. Allen, 1971. All the same, they were able to carry on expressing multiple identities through various professional, social and religious organizations: the Iftian Social Club, the Zoroastrian Association, Jamiatul Muslimin, Muslim Association, whose existence reflected the gradual formation of at least an embryonic Asian community during these decades. The outbreak of the Second World War greatly affected the South Asian presence in Britain. As the war had approached, migrants from middling rural backgrounds had begun to enter into petty trading and other entrepreneurial activities, in particular peddling. During the late 1930s, scores of South Asians had gravitated to the Midlands and the north of England, encouraged by the many stories circulating among migrants regarding the economic successes of earlier pioneers, particularly in the door business. Having saved up enough money, they set up stalls in markets and then moved on to drapery shops and wholesaling. Mon, 1992. South Asian peddling, denounced as a growing evil by the police, was perhaps one of the few occupations through which South Asians, especially the unskilled, could earn a reasonable wage with dignity at this time. Visram, 2002. Furthermore, the war gave a fillip to the growth industries of the 1920s and 1930s, many of which were converted to the manufacture of essential wartime products, which had knock-on effects where Indians lived and worked. With demand for war material rocketing, migrants from India, particularly those finding it hard to obtain work, were directed by the authorities to factories in cities such as Bradford, Leeds, Birmingham, and Coventry. The prospects for relatively well-paid skilled and unskilled work, for example, as blacksmiths, porters, and sweepers in aircraft factories, offered opportunities to, among others, the small numbers of South Asian seamen stranded without employment because of the war. Adams, 1987, Banton, 1955. For instance, it was some of these ex-seamen who first settled in Bradford in 1941. By 1944-5 there was a nucleus of 30 or so South Asians, all former seamen, lodging in the city. Daya, 1974. Perhaps more markedly, the South Asian population of Birmingham, mainly peddlers in 1938 estimated to be about 100 Sikhs and Muslims, had increased to 1,000 by 1945, Wood, 1960, Desai, 1963. Among the arrivals there in early 1940 were merchant seamen who were instructed to go to Birmingham by the Ministry of Labour to work in factories producing military material. Looking back over the period from 1857 to 1947, it is clear that while the South Asian population grew to significant proportions, it lacked homogeneity. Nevertheless, and despite the fact that the numbers were relatively small, compared with the mass migration that began after the Second World War, the movement of South Asians that had occurred during that period clearly formed the basis of later migratory processes. Just as push and pull factors operated from the 1950s onwards, so a similar combination of factors played a crucial part in drawing South Asian migrants to Britain over the preceding century. South Asian settlers comprised people from different religious, linguistic, ethnic and socio-economic backgrounds, including those who were born in Britain as products of interracial unions. The picture that emerges of their lives, experiences, reactions, and responses is a complex one. Throughout this period, South Asians experienced much racial hostility and social exclusion, which they resisted in myriad ways. On the whole, the development of a wide range of socio-cultural, welfare and occupational organizations suggests they continued to retain a sense of South Asian identity and community solidarity. Indeed, the cultural impact of their efforts has endured, and this is reflected in the architecture and cuisine of the period. See Nasser, this volume. A significant number became involved in the struggle for colonial freedom and social justice, and during the interwar years, as the freedom movement intensified, they took increasingly politically active and radical stands. Of particular significance was the work these pioneering settlers conducted in forging the primary links in the chain that would connect these earlier setters with their later counterparts, while at the same time laying the foundation of the kaleidoscopic British Asian community. 157. Anish Kapoor. John Holt and Laura Turney. Kapoor is described as one of the most internationally influential sculptors of his generation. He was born in Bombay but has lived and worked in London since the early 1970s, where he was educated at Chelsea School of Art. His work has been exhibited all over the world and is held in a number of public and private collections. Kapoor's creativity is concerned with an engagement with deep-rooted metaphysical polarities. These polarities are manifest in his work, for example, absence/presence, to be/not to be, the intangible/the tangible. Kapoor's sculptures reveal a fascination with light and darkness as he confronts us with notions of space/not space. Pierluigi Tazzu writes that Kapoor achieves this effect, a manifestation of the void, through his knowledgeable use of materials, the pigments and their dispersibility, stone and its hardness, surfaces that are reflective and others opaque, chasms and protrusions, with the spiritual import of his own research and the illusions of sight and the mind. Kapoor's work is always metonymic, never metaphorical, even when it draws from the vast repertoire of universal symbolism. Babha and Tazzu, 1998, 104. Kapoor is an enormously inventive and versatile artist whose works not only take over the physical space of the gallery but psychological space as well, as his work is transformed by the physical, psychological, and for some spiritual, experiences of the viewer. Drawing on Greek mythology, Marsyas is Kapoor's most recent work. Composed of 3 steel rings joined by a single span of red PVC membrane, Marsyas occupied the whole length of the Tate Modern's Turbine Hall. Imperial implosions. Postcoloniality and the orbits of migration. Nasreen Ali. Migration is the movement from one locality to another distinct locality for settlement. It is a common phenomenon within human history, and the world can be mapped in terms of crystallizations of previous waves of migration. The expansion of the British Empire saw administrators, soldiers, traders, and settlers from the British Isles spread like a thin veneer over much of its imperial possessions. Conversely, the collapse of the empire, 1947-60s, saw many of them return to the British Isles. The end of the empire also signaled the migration to Britain of a significant number of colonial and ex-colonial subjects of the crown who were racially marked within the architecture of the empire in contrast to the white populations of, for example, Australia or Canada. Their arrival from the English-speaking Caribbean and parts of South Asia illustrated that the empire was coming home. A sense of what this meant was captured in the slogan, "We are here, because you were there," which set the stage for an intense and compulsory engagement with the post-colonial, an engagement explored in other chapters of this book. This chapter aims to describe and account for the wave of migration into Britain that has crystallized to produce the British Asian phenomenon. This wave's immediate antecedent was the immigration that, following the end of the Second World War, brought millions of people to the devastated industrial core of Europe. But having peaked in the years 1960–75, migration from South Asia tailed off as racialist immigration controls were put in place by successive conservative and Labour governments. However, this post-colonial movement is better put into perspective by considering the jonque durée of migration to Britain from South Asia that began at least 400 years ago, this volume, Visram, 2002. The pre-colonial phase, 1608 to 1757. The first ships of the East India Company arrived in India at Surat in 1608. The company, incorporated 8 years earlier by a group of English merchants, had managed to obtain a monopoly of all trade between England and the East Indies. The first settlers to arrive in England were those associated with the East India Company, Ascars, South Asian sail oars, who staffed many of the company ships, and ayahs and domestic servants brought back by company officers. By the 18th century, the growing prominence of the East India Company in India's affairs meant that many emissaries and petitioners found themselves travelling to Britain seeking redress against the company. During this period, the South Asians to be found in Britain, aside from those Ascars and domestic servants who ended up settling, were generally transient visitors. Conventionally, the end of Aurangzeb's reign in 1707 is seen as the moment that signaled the fragmentation of the Mughal Empire, which in turn opened the possibility of the exercise of European rule in South Asia. Until then, the Mughals' power and wealth had ensured the relationship between India and England continued outside the colonial frame. The proto-colonial phase, 1757 to 1857. Generally, the exercise of British power over India is considered to begin with the consolidation of the British conquest of Bengal following the Battle of Plassey on June 23, 1757, and with its gradual incorporation of large parts of post-Mughal India, culminating with the formal replacement of the Mughal dynasty and the crowning of Victoria as Empress of India in 1857. During this period, Europeans continued to play the part of Mughal gentlemen, and on occasion curiosity would still inform the Indo-European exchanges rather than assumptions of racial and cultural superiority. Dalrymple, 2002. However, so-called tolerance and intercultural dialogue were increasingly underpinned by relations of power which tended to subvert the possibility of dialogic encounters between Britain and South Asia. Consequently, the period is marked by the increasing incorporation of the latter into the colonial frame at political, social, economic, and cultural levels. During this period Britain began to host students from South Asia seeking qualifications, client princes on official visits, political activists working for decolonization and entrepreneurs engaged in business between the two regions. The colonial phase, 1857 to 1947. The suppression of the 1857 rebellion against British rule, Indian Mutiny, and the consequent establishment of direct crown rule marks not only a tightening of the regulatory and disciplinary techniques by which the British Empire started to exercise its power, but also the clearest articulation of the racialist colonialism that reconfigured South Asia and its people as secondary elements in binaries indicative of the concept of the West and the rest. Consequently, the extensive contacts between Britain and India were increasingly mediated through the structures and mentalities of empire and race. Despite this, the number of South Asians settled in Britain increased, forming a community which, though numerically small, was multi-ethnic, multi-class, and multi-religious. See Ansari, this volume. This community began to establish itself with its own places of worship, e.g. the first mosques were established in Woking and Liverpool in 1889, its own shops and other facilities, and even involvement in British politics, e.g. Dada Bine Oroji, who in 1892 became the first South Asian elected to the House of Commons. The post-colonial phase, 1947. The formal ending of the British Empire in India in 1947 did not mean the severing of links between Britain and South Asia, and in the period that followed relations between the two are most clearly marked by the wave of mass migration from parts of the latter to the industrial urban landscapes of the former. As a consequence, the conurbations of London, the West Midlands, Yorkshire, and Lancashire became the homes to substantial numbers of settlers that laid the foundations for the formation of the British Asian nation. However, the incomplete nature of decolonization in South Asia, marked by the persistence of the culture of brown Sahibs, was mirrored in Britain, where South Asian settlers and other ethnically marked migrants were increasingly confronted with the racial logic of colonialism as they attempted to make a home. From a few thousand in the 1950s, the population of South Asian settlers grew to over 400,000 in 1971, Ballard, 1994b, 7, accounting for about 0.85% of the total population of Britain. Since 1971 the South Asian population, with the exception of the Bengalis, has expanded mainly through natural increase rather than further immigrations, see Peach, this volume. Although, at first glance, the number of South Asians in Britain would appear large, overall the total population of South Asia found outside its immediate environs is estimated at less than 1%, compared to perhaps 3% of Chinese, 50% of Europeans and 54% of Africans, Peach, 1994, 38, suggesting South Asians make reluctant migrants compared to other regional populations. However, migration to Britain from South Asia has been from 5 primary sources: the Punjab, Gujarat, Azad Kashmir, Sylhet and East Africa, the latter, whose circumstances of migration were rather different, accounting for a fifth of British Asians. Relatively, the Punjab, Pakistani and Indian, Gujarat and Sylhet are prosperous areas and Azad Kashmir poor, though remittances have transformed the living standards of some of the areas, while East Africa was home to mainly urbanist South Asians who originally mostly came from either Gujarat or the Punjab. Although other very large areas of South Asia are notably absent from the ranks of the migrants, e.g. Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal, the 5 regions that constitute the main sources do not exhaust the profile of South Asian migrants to Britain, all of whom have become part of BR Asia. Nevertheless, accounting for the mass migration of South Asians to Britain requires not only a theoretical understanding of why some people migrate and others do not, whatever their profession and place of origin, but also an explanation of what in particular were the dynamics in each of these 5 regions that produced the incentive to do so. South Asian migration, a very peculiar practice. The earliest systematic approaches to the study of migration derive from the 19th century geographer Ravenstein, who suggested that migration can be attributed to socio-economic imbalances between regions. Certain factors push people away from the area of origin and others pull them to the area of destination. Push factors include demographic growth, low living standards, lack of economic opportunities and political repression, while pull factors include demand for labor, availability of land, good economic opportunities. Ravenstein, 1885. The post-war migration of South Asians to Britain is often explained in terms of structural factors in which the interplay between push and pull produces the movement of large groups of workers. Light and Bachu, 1993. Accordingly, major reconstruction following the Second World War produced a demand for labor that pulled South Asians to Britain, and conditions in the various successor states to the British Raj was what pushed some South Asians out. Indeed, the campaign of the Ministry of Labour in Britain to recruit workers from British colonies and ex-colonies provides a concrete illustration of the way in which pull factors directly encouraged South Asian migration. Although push-pull theories are useful in demonstrating how structural factors could create the conditions under which migration might occur, principally, the difference between regions of high labor demand and regions of high labor supply, they are less able to provide the level of analysis that accounts for the mechanism and specificity of actual migratory movements that are clearly more complex. It is rarely the poorest people from the least developed countries that move to the richest countries. More often the migrants are of intermediate social status and from areas undergoing economic and social change. Similarly, migration is rarely from densely populated to underpopulated areas. In fact, countries of immigration are among the world's most densely populated. Furthermore, the push-pull model treats state intervention as merely disruptive of the normal functioning of the market, whereas the state invariably plays a major role in shaping and controlling population movements. Therefore, the notion that migrants make free choices in order to maximize their well-being and as such produce an equilibrium in the marketplace is far from historically correct. Castles and Miller, 1993, 20-1. Perhaps more important, the push-pull model does not explain the localized nature of migration. Why does a certain group of migrants from a particular town in one country move to a particular town in another? To answer such questions, analysts of South Asian migration have focused on more agent-centered approaches, mainly those grouped under the rubric of chain migration. The process of chain migration may begin with the success of a single immigrant, news of whom reaches home and encourages friends and relatives to join him/her. This is the first stage of chain migration. The second stage starts when early migrants become sufficiently established to call their spouses, children, and in many cases spouses-to-be to join them. This leads to both the reuniting and establishment of families, which in turn leads to the recreation of home culture. Traditional ceremonies and social occasions become more numerous and the customs and values of the place of origin become more strongly rooted, with greater emphasis being placed on education and religion. Once community life becomes well established, and news of this reaches the area of origin, it has the effect of enticing the older, younger, and the enterprising. Thus the chain is completed and a full community life is the result. Chain migration can be defined as the movement in which prospective migrants learn of opportunities, have transportation provided and initial accommodation and employment arranged through primary social relationships with previous immigrants. Anwar, 1979, Shaw, 1988, Ballard, 1994b. Most recent explanations of South Asian mass migration to Britain employ a combination of push-pull, structural, and chain migration, agent-centered, approaches. Kalya, 2000a. Since traditions of international migration usually arise from the existence of prior connections between the countries involved, for example connections based on colonization, political influence, trade, investment or cultural ties, migrations can be understood best by using, it is suggested, the conceptual framework of migration systems. Fawcett and Arnold, 1987, 456-7. A migration system refers to a set of places linked together by flows and counterflows of people, information, goods, and services and ideas. These links can be categorized as state-to-state relations and comparisons, mass culture connections and family and social networks. Hence migration systems account for institutional factors such as the political economy of the world market, interstate relationships, and the laws, structures and practices established by the states of the sending and receiving countries. Also considered are the beliefs and informal networks and practices developed by the migrants themselves to cope with migration and settlement. These informal networks include psychological adaptations, personal relationships, family and household patterns, friendship and community ties, and mutual help in economic and social matters. Combining push-pull theories, which provide the structural contexts enabling migration, with network theories, to account for the shape of South Asian migration to Britain, would appear the most efficacious approach. However, although such a unified explanation would have the advantages of economy and elegance, it would still have a number of limitations, not least because the relationship between structures and networks remains underexplored. Specifically, what is the relationship between structures and agents? Accounts which privilege structural, in this case push-pull, factors will suggest the actions of the agent are determined by structure, in which case the agent is merely a product of the structure. Conversely, approaches that privilege agency tend to minimize the outcome of structures or see structures as nothing more than the regularities produced by individuals freely choosing to act in a specific manner. Furthermore, the Solomonic concept of relative autonomy of the agent is no solution to the determinism of structural accounts and the contingency of agent-centered approaches, for it has little explanatory value. If the relative autonomy is produced by the structure, it is not relative autonomy, and if it is independent of structures and based on the capacity of agents, it is still clear that the autonomy is not relative. This is not only a matter of mere theoretical niceties, since the answer to the question of why so many South Asians who chose to live outside the region chose to live in Britain turns upon this tension. For although Britain is home to perhaps 15% of all South Asians outside South Asia, probably the world's largest South Asian population after India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Nepal, given the apparent general reluctance of South Asians to migrate, it is difficult to account for the very concentrated nature of migration from a few key regions: Kashmir, Punjab, Bengal, and Gujarat. And even if it is argued that the first three, having been divided during partition, produced the phenomenon of twice migrants, this does not explain why only certain places within these regions, for example, Sylhet in Bengal, Amirpur in Kashmir, furnish the bulk of migrants. At moments of dislocation, the terrain of the undecidable expands, which allows agents to exercise autonomy. In other words, the autonomy of agents is determined by contexts in which structures are open and no longer able to govern agents' choices. Thus moments of decision arise in circumstances where structural influences are weak. Lakha, 1990. In these moments agents can act in ways that lay the foundations for subsequent actions. Agents can at these moments reformulate weakened structures. The period of post-colonial migration from South Asia to Britain was ushered in when a post-colonial interruption of the empire provided the dislocation through which mass-colored migration to Britain became possible, despite the logic of racism and colonialism that had sought to insulate Britain from its racially marked subjects. Prior to this, initial colonial constructions had provided the impetus for the formation of embodied practices that are the basis of network explanations. Colonial contact and appropriation into particular relationships can be seen as the beginning of the process by which South Asians began to be incorporated into the international system of labor divisions based on their mobility. The post-colonial confusion between center and periphery and its racial underpinning is evident in the way immigration legislation began with the notion of empire-wide citizenship, determined by a meeting of the prime ministers of the White Dominions in 1946, and was formalised so that Australians and Canadians could claim right of abode in Britain, a right denied to the indigenous peoples of these settler states. With the independence of Pakistan and India, citizens of these countries also become Commonwealth citizens with right of abode in Britain, a right that successive legislation from the 1961 Immigration Act sought to restrict by creating multiple tiers of citizenship which limited immigrants of color from entering and settling in Britain. The 1971 Immigration Act replaced all existing immigration laws and became the basis of present immigration control. This act defined the true citizens as patriots and others as non-patriots. Patriots included citizens of Britain and the colonies born, adopted, registered, or naturalized in Britain, or those who had a parent or grandparent who had obtained citizenship by those means, British citizens who had been settled in Britain for 5 years, Commonwealth citizens born or adopted to British citizens born in Britain, or the Commonwealth wives of men who were patriots. In essence, this meant that individuals of British descent, who were likely to be white, were free from control, could enter, settle and take employment, thus enjoying full citizenship. All others were non-patrial and subject to the above conditions. Immigration legislation since 1971 has concentrated on further restricting the entry of migrants. However, with primary migration over, this has primarily concentrated on two functions. First, the restriction of family reunification, and second, on more recent refugee migration to Britain. Post-colonial migration from South Asia was made possible by the erosion of the binaries that define the colonial world order, specifically by the way in which subaltern subjects of colonialism were able to make use of colonial connections to transcend their position. The crisis of the British Empire caused by, among other things, the cost of the war and the rising price of holding on to restive colonial populations, forced a situation in which Britain not only had to abandon piecemeal its possessions, but in doing so also had to try to re-articulate its sense of what it meant to be British. Hesse and Sayyid, this volume. This dislocation of the structures of colonialism opened the path for the colonial subject to cross the center-periphery divide. Consequently, most of the South Asian settlers who came to Britain during the peak period of mass migration, 1962 to 72, had either experienced the end of empire as children or been involved, vicariously or directly, in the nationalist mobilizations against British rule. Thus those who participated in nationalist struggles had a significant influence over the settlement and formation of South Asian communities in Britain, e.g. Kashmiri nationalists, Ali, 2002. Chain migration or network approaches are correct to point out the embedded practices and institutions through which the process of migration can occur. However, there is a need to emphasize how the practice of migration from South Asia to Britain was institutionalized in the context of the post-colonial situation, which saw the translation and reworking of colonial links and practices to post-colonial ends. For example, the process of migration practices that came to be sediment as a result of colonial contact and the construction of South Asia along colonial lines also meant the construction of its population along the lines of those who were deployed and considered capable of migration and those who were not. Lord Roberts, 1885-93, articulation of the discourse of martial races, for instance, which transformed the basis of recruitment from territorial to ethnic, caste, background based on the idea that some ethnicities had an inherent military prowess while others did not. Muslim and Sikh Punjabis were considered martial races and assigned to protect the empire at home and away. The concept of martial races tended to exclude or minimize the military contribution of communities that either had been politicized through over 100 years of dealing with British imperialism or were majority communities. Hindus, such that, in the case of a nationalist uprising, the Army of India might not support the nationalist position. By the First World War, Sikhs constituted a third of the armed forces and the Punjab provided 3/5 of army recruits. Tatla, 1999. Opportunities abroad made them aware of foreign economies and the obvious potential for individual and family development therein. Colonial links also provided considerable opportunities for tradesmen and craftsmen in other British colonies, and in the early 20th century a significant number of Punjabi Sikh craftsmen, Ramgarhia Sikhs, migrated to East Africa as indentured labour primarily to build the Kenya-Uganda Railway. Similarly, the Azad Kashmiris have a long-established relationship with the British Armed Forces. In Azad Kashmir's mainly agrarian economy, poor quality land and little industrialization had led to a surplus male labor force in the area. Consequently, many Mirpuris joined British steamships operating from Bombay as stokers, and by the end of the 19th century a high proportion of engine room and stokehold Sirhangs were from Mirpur, See Ballard, 1990. As the British coal-powered merchant fleet expanded, more and more men were recruited. Then during the First and Second World Wars many joined the Allied armies and navies, in particular, again, from the Mirpur district. As with their Punjabi contemporaries, the armed services provided the opportunity to travel overseas and gain knowledge of the advantages in foreign lands. In the 19th century many Kashmiris also migrated to East Africa, the Indian Ocean Islands and the Caribbean. Trading places. The experience of South Asian settlers has been dominated by the *immigrant imaginary, Sayyid, 2004, an imaginary that sought to restore the disruptive effects of post-coloniality by reinserting South Asians into the colonial framework despite their relocation and unraveling of the colonial world order. The binaries of rural/urban, tradition/modern, religious/secular and center/periphery continue to haunt the way in which the relationship between South Asian migration and settlement is represented. For most South Asians, migration meant a switch from rural to urban lifestyle, as most migrants were from peasant farming communities. For example, many Punjabis were encouraged by the British to settle in the canal colonies in western Punjab, which had been developed for the Muslim and Sikh peasantry during colonial rule. There was already a long tradition of Punjabi migration, but the partition of the Punjab in 1947 created pressure on the land resources. Thus the main impetus for migration from the Punjab in the 1950s was the dislocation, and the associated shortage of work, caused by partition. The main migration of Azad Kashmiris from Mirpur town and Mirpur district began in the late 1950s and early 1960s as migrants followed the routes of pioneers to look for work. Upheavals caused by partition were exacerbated with the related problem of the Kashmir issue. The constant threat of war between India and Pakistan has, since 1947, resulted in further displacements of large numbers of Mirpuris and continues to do so, albeit on a much smaller scale, as Kashmiri refugees seek asylum in Britain. Important impetus for the large-scale movement was provided by the construction of the Mangala Dam, through which large numbers of Azad Kashmiris were displaced, having huge implications for the people of Mirpur district, and Mirpur town itself. The initial stages of construction involved the relocation of approximately 200 villages and the old town of Mirpur, which comprised approximately 13,000 inhabitants. By completion in 1967 about 100,000 people had been relocated. Ballard, 1990. Some Kashmiris were relocated in other parts of Pakistan, and some individuals no doubt were drawn by the economic possibilities in Britain. Many Kashmiris settled in Britain see themselves as political migrants driven from their home by economic and political marginalization and the ambiguous status of the Azad Kashmir government and Kashmir, Ali, 2002. As a consequence, many Azad Kashmiri migrants hold Pakistani passports and have been conflated with Punjabi migrants. In East Africa, mainly Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, mostly Gujarati South Asians arrived to work predominantly in the banking and financial sectors and to service the wholesale and distributive trade in Africa. The Africanization policy after independence meant that banks and businesses were nationalist and South Asian roles made redundant unless they were willing to continue under strict African regulation. Although many South Asians held British passports and opted to migrate to Britain during the 1970s, the majority were expelled or fled from the nationalist regimes in Kenya from 1965 and Uganda from 1969, culminating in Amin's expulsions in 1972. Generally, South Asians have moved from a space described as traditional to one described as modern. With the exception of East African Asians, and in contrast to South Asian migration to Canada and the United States, most South Asian migrants to Britain were from traditional societies, and thus the process of migration was also presented as a form of time travel in which the migrant moves not only across space but also from the past into the present. Thus the division between tradition and modern becomes focused on South Asian settlers as reminders of simpler times, implicitly denying the historicity of the South Asian experience and the historical transformations that made South Asian migration possible. Hence even those from the educated elites, those with royal links, and those working for the Indian civil service had to bridge the divide between the center and periphery. Migration literature based on the American experience has built in certain assumptions about the way migrant identities would be transformed once migrants began to settle in their host societies. Popular and academic accounts of South Asian migration have tended to decontextualize the South Asian migratory experience. In other words, the process of migration becomes an economic activity in which people from the Third World move to the First World in search of a better life. While such accounts may point to the structural factors such as the need for labor to carry out the post-war recovery, they rarely point to the weakening of the colonial world order except metaphorically. Such points of view disavow the post-colonial, and neglect what is perhaps the most remarkable aspect of South Asian, and Caribbean, migration to Britain, an almost poetic inversion of the imperial enterprise that continues to haunt the ethnoscapes of Britain and relocates the theater of the post-colonial in the heart of the ex-empire. Demographics of BRASIAN. Settlement, 1951 to 2001. Siri Peach. In the 2001 census there were over 2 million people of South Asian ethnic origin living in Britain. Of this total, Indians form 1 million, Pakistanis 750,000 and Bangladeshis 280,000. While most census data are available in terms of national ethnicity, these larger national aggregations are composed of religious, linguistic, regional and caste or quasi-caste groups, which the census is only now beginning to touch. The 2001 census contained for the first time a question on religion. Pakistanis and Bangladeshis are almost exclusively Muslim and together with Indian Muslims accounted for about 70% of the 1.6 million Muslims in Britain in 2001. While Islam is multi-ethnic, Indians are multi-religious. About half of the Indian ethnic population is Hindu, a quarter is Sikh and a fifth is Muslim. Nearly all of the Sikhs and Hindus are of South Asian origin, but not all come directly from India. About 30% of Britain's ethnic Indians come from, or are descended from East African Asians expelled during the Africanization campaigns of the 1960s and 1970s, Robinson, 1986, 1996. Smaller numbers of Indians come from diasporic communities in Guyana, Trinidad, Singapore, and Fiji. Although there has long been a South Asian presence in Britain, see Ansari, this volume, Large-Scale Immigration and Subsequent Natural. Table 1. Growth of the South Asian population of Britain, 1951 to 2001. Indian, Pakistani, Bangladeshi. Total South Asian 195 130 10,000 2000 43,000 1961 81,000 25,000 6,112,000 1971 375,000 119,000 22,500 and 16,000 1981 676,000 296,000 65,000 1,037,199 840,000 477,163,000 1,480,000 2001 1,051,831 746,612 282,808 2,081,251. Growth has been a feature of the post-Second World War period. See Ali, this volume. Table illustrates the growth of the South Asian population from less than 50,000 in 1951 to over 2 million in 2001. From 1951 to 1981 the figures are based on birthplace and are best treated as estimates. However, in 1991 and 2001 the figures are based on self-identified ethnicity. About half of the South Asian ethnic populations are now British-born, so that natural increase has replaced immigration as the main source of ethnic population growth. Table 2 illustrates the main periods of primary immigration. It can be seen that the most dramatic rise came in the period 1955 to 1974. In the case of the Indian ethnic population, the flow was increased by the expulsion of the Indian minority population from former British colonies in East Africa, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Malawi. About 30% of the born-abroad Indian population of Britain in the 1991 census originated from East Africa. There were also small numbers who originated from other twice migrant Indian societies in Trinidad, Guyana, Fiji, and Singapore. The migration flow from Bangladesh peaked in the 1980s, much later than from either India or Pakistan, which peaked in the 1960s and 1970s. Furthermore, data are complicated because Bangladesh was East Pakistan until 1971 and migrants were counted as Pakistanis. However, while the bulk of the Indian and Pakistani immigrant population arrived at the time of British post-war economic expansion, Bangladeshis peaked at a time of rising unemployment, peak, 1990. All three national ethnic groups, which originated from the subcontinent, came from remarkably limited regional origins, the Punjab, Gujarat, and the Sylhet district of Bangladesh. The Indian population is largely northern from the Punjab and Gujarat. The Pakistani population also comes largely from the Punjab, Azad Kashmir, and the Campbellpur district, Ballard, 1994a. The Bangladeshi population originates overwhelmingly from Sylhet province in the northeast of the country, EDTAL, 1996. The regions of origin of all three groups were strongly affected by the large-scale population movements that took place at the time of partition in 1947. This is not the only reason, of course. In the Table 2. Commonwealth-born population of Britain, 1989 to 91, by year of entry, 7,000. Pre-55 55-64 65 to 74 75-79 80 to 84 degree 85-88 no reply total Caribbean 17 131 52, Hill 211 India 54 WS 134 SY 29 25 19 388 Bangladesh equals 11 15 14 to 16 to 79 Pakistan 34 68 40 33 24 1 210. Case of the Mirpuri population from Azad Kashmir, the displacement of population through the construction of the Mangala Dam was a major factor. Ballard makes the point that many of the migrants were from peasant farming families. That is to say, they were people who owned land rather than tenants. This gave such migrants the sense of psychological and financial independence, which proved crucial to their success as settlers, Ballard, 1994a. There were also links with Britain dating back to imperial days. The British Army policing the northwest frontier region recruited bearers from the Campbellpur district. The East India Company recruited cooks and stokers for its ships from Sylhet. Socio-economic status. Since settlement in Britain, the socio-economic trajectories of the three national ethnic groups has diverged significantly. Figure 1 shows male employment of the Indian, Pakistani and Bangladeshi populations compared with other populations in 2001. The columns are arrayed in decreasing order of percentage in the white-collar classes, the bottom three categories on the columns. While of all the groups concerned, Indians have the highest proportion of professional men, the Pakistanis and the Bangladeshis have the lowest. This polarization of the three groups is due partly to differential success after arrival, but more to differences in their socio-economic starting points, capital and social capital on arrival. Both the Pakistani and the Bangladeshi populations came largely from peasant farming backgrounds. While there were significant peasant elements in the migration from the Indian Punjab, they were from a richer irrigated area rather than the poorer rain-fed areas of Pakistan, Ballard, 1990. The Indian population, in any case, contained a significant proportion of academic and medical elites. In the case of the East African Indians, there were additional benefits. The East African Indian population had been middlemen in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Malawi. They were the civil servants, the lawyers, doctors, accountants, bankers, and entrepreneurs. They were English-speaking and thoroughly conversant with civil service procedures. In some cases of anticipatory migration, they were able to bring capital assets with them. The economic performance of Indian, Pakistani and Bangladeshi women are significantly different. The 2001 figures indicate that only 29% of Pakistani women of working age were in the formal labor market and even fewer, 25%, Bangladeshi women. This contrasts with 57% for Indian women and 60% of the total female population. These figures for Pakistanis and Bangladeshis did, however, represent a growth over the 1991 figures. Pakistani and Bangladeshi women also participate in home working, particularly in the rag trade in Tower hamlets. Academic qualifications disaggregated by gender are not yet available. However, taking men and women together, Bangladeshis and Pakistanis have the lowest level of qualification of all ethnic minority populations, Figure 2. 50% of Bangladeshis and 45% of Pakistanis lack any academic, vocational, or professional qualifications. Pakistani and Bangladeshi women also married much earlier, on average age, than Indian women, began childbearing sooner, and had larger average family sizes. 36% of Pakistani women, 40% of Bangladeshi women, but only 14% of Indian women and 12% of all women were engaged full-time in looking after their homes and families. Table S108 Sex and Age and Economic Activity by Ethnic Group, 2001 Census. Compared with Indian households, therefore, there are fewer breadwinners and larger numbers of dependents. However, as children grow up and enter the workforce, the situation of household incomes may improve. Unemployment and self-employment. The average unemployment level for white British men in England and Wales at the time of the 2001 census was 5.3%. The figure for Indians was marginally higher at 6.2%. However, the Pakistani and Bangladeshi levels of unemployment were nearly 3 times higher than average at 13.8 and 15.9% respectively. The self-employment rate for Indians and Pakistanis, 17.4 and 17.1% respectively, was higher than that for the white British, 14.2%, but the Bangladeshi rate was lower at 11.1%. The degree of self-employment is roughly the same as it was in the 1991 census, but the Indian figure has now overtaken the Pakistani figure. Demographic and family structure. All three British Asian groups had a younger age structure than the white population, and in the case of the Pakistani and Bangladeshi population the contrast is striking. Table 3 shows that 22% of the Indian population, 35% of the Pakistani population and 38% of the Bangladeshi population were under 16. This compares with 19% for the white population. While 16% of the white population was 65 and over, the percentages for the Indians, Pakistanis, and Bangladeshis were 6, 4 and 3 respectively. The proportion of British Asians of working age was correspondingly about 8 to 11 percentage points higher than for the white population. Marriage and families were almost universal among South Asian groups, and single parenting was rare. Taking families with dependent. Table 3. British population, by ethnic group and age, 2001 to 2%. Under 16 to 34 to 64 and over. White 19 25 40 16. Mixed 55 16 2. Asian or Asian British equals Indian 22 33 38 6 asterisk Pakistani 35 36 25 4 equals Bangladeshi 38 38 23 asterisk Other Asian 22 36 38 4 Black or Black British asterisk Black Caribbean 25 25 42 9 asterisk Black African 33 35 32 asterisk Other Black 35 34 26 underscore Chinese 18 40 38 5 Other 20 37 39 for all ethnic groups 20 26 39 15. Children, 91% of Indians, 89% of Bangladeshis and 85% of Pakistani families were of couples, whereas this was true of 77% of the white population and only 46% of Caribbean families. These estimates for 2002 from the Labor Force Survey have not been adjusted to take account of the 2001 census results. Traditional extended family structures were also significant for South Asian groups. Table 4 shows that 7% of Indian households were multifamily units, and for the combined Pakistani and Bangladeshi population the equivalent percentage was 10. Housing. The Indian population has a notably high degree of home ownership, nearly 80%. For Sikhs the percentage was even higher than for the Indian average, at 85%, for Hindus it was 76%. The white British average is 72% and the Pakistani very close at 71%. Bangladeshis, however, have a much lower proportion, 38%, 10 points lower than the Caribbean population. Nearly half of the Bangladeshi population live in council or other social housing. This is the second highest degree of dependence on social housing after the African population, figure 3. The type of housing occupied by the three groups differs appreciably. The Indian population has a significant concentration in outer city suburban detached and semi-detached housing. The Pakistanis have concentrations in inner-city Victorian terraces and the Bangladeshis in inner-city council flats. Geographical distribution. All of the ethnic minority groups show a high concentration in England rather than Scotland, Wales, or Northern Ireland, Table 5. England contains 98% of Indians, 97% of Bangladeshis and 95% of British Pakistanis. In regional terms, the Pakistani population has a much more northerly and West Midland distribution than the Indian or Bangladeshi populations. The 1950s and 1960s Pakistani immigrants were particularly strongly drawn to the declining mill towns of the northwest and the West Riding of Yorkshire. Nearly 20% of the Pakistani population lives in the Yorkshire and Humberside region, compared to 5% of the Indian and 4% of the Bangladeshi populations. For the Northwest the respective figures are 16, 7, and 9%, for the West Midlands the figures are 21, 9, and 11%. The Indian and Bangladeshi populations, on the other hand, show notable concentrations in London, 42% and 54% respectively, compared to only 19% of the Pakistanis. The Indian concentration in the East Midlands, 12%, notably in Leicester is exceptional among the South Asians and owes much to the concentration of East African Asians there after their expulsion from East Africa. All of the migrant groups show a high concentration in the metropolitan counties, the largest urban areas of the country. Table 6 shows that while 27% of the white population of Britain was living in metropolitan counties in 2001, the corresponding figure for the Indian population was 65%, Pakistanis 68%, and Bangladeshi 78%. Segregation levels. By the time of the 1991 census, significant differences in the degrees of residential concentration of British Asians was already evident. The segregation of the Bangladeshis was particularly striking at a number of different levels. In the first place, nearly a quarter, 23%, of the total Bangladeshi population was concentrated in the single London borough of Tower Hamlets. In 2001 this percentage was the same despite the fact that the national total itself had increased by 74% during the intervening period. Secondly, at the intra-urban level in 1991, the Bangladeshi population was the most segregated of all minority ethnic populations in Britain. Using the Index of Dissimilarity, ID, that measures the percentage of a group which would have to shift its area of residence in order to replicate that of the population as a whole, the average unweighted index, at ward level, for urban areas in which there are 1,000 or more Bangladeshis, was 68. Against the white population the ID was 73. This is a high-level characteristic of African Americans in the U.S., though there are differences between the two situations. The Pakistani levels of segregation were lower than for the Bangladeshis and the Indian levels lower than for the Pakistanis. For Pakistanis, the average ID was 55. This is 13 points lower than for the Bangladeshis. Against whites the Pakistani ID was 61 or 12 points lower than the comparable figure for the Bangladeshis. There were, nevertheless, high values, in the 1970s, in relation to British whites in some cities. Birmingham had an ID of 74, Oldham 76, Sheffield 71, and Wolverhampton 70. In turn, the Indian segregation levels averaged over 20 cities, was 16 points lower than the Pakistani. The unweighted ID against the white population was 46 compared with 61 for the Pakistanis and 73 for the Bangladeshis. The high levels of segregation for the Bangladeshis and to a lesser extent for the Pakistanis were true not only of their comparisons with the white population and the population as a whole but for comparisons with other ethnic minorities. Bangladeshis were slightly more segregated from the Indians than they were from the Caribbeans and the Africans. Pakistanis were less segregated from Indians than they were from Bangladeshis. Indeed, while Pakistani IDs were exceptionally low for Bangladeshis, Bangladeshi IDs were not exceptional for Pakistanis. Pakistani IDs with other groups were generally in the 40s and lower than they were with the white population as a whole or with the Irish. This indicates that at ward level, at least, Pakistanis tend to live in areas of greater ethnic diversity than the Bangladeshis. Bangladesh's segregation levels with other groups were generally in the 50s and with the white population as a whole and with the Irish, in the 60s. Another measure of segregation is the P** index of isolation. The principle of P* is that segregation is asymmetric, a 10% minority is more exposed to a 90% majority than vice versa. A way of conceptualizing the measure is to say that P* measures the probability of a minority group member bumping into another member of the group in the street where he or she lives. The normative expectation under conditions of no segregation would be that the P* of each group with each other group would be a reflection of their percentages of the total population. If we concentrate our attention on the group interaction with itself, the expected figure is the percentage that the group forms of the total population. For example, if we examine the intersection of the white in its row with white in its column and so on, the leading diagonal of Table 7, we would expect a value of 79.9, the white percentage of London's 1991 population. In fact, the figure is 83.5. This means that the white population is slightly more isolated than expected, but not much. The final column of Table 7 indicates the degree of excess of observed isolation compared with the expected for each group. Bangladeshis are massively more isolated, 18.5 times, than expected, Indians are 11.7 times more isolated and Pakistanis 5.5 times more isolated than expected. British Asians appear to have the highest degree of encapsulation of any ethnic group in London in 1991. To put this in perspective, the Caribbean population of London was only slightly smaller than the Indian population and a lot less socio-economically secure, but its P* measure of isolation was only 2.7 times greater than random while the Indian population was 11.7 times more isolated than randomly expected. Pakistanis are, however, 11 times more exposed to Indians than random while Indians are only 3 times more exposed to Pakistanis than expected. The South Asian population in Britain has shown a dramatic increase from less than 100,000 in 1951 to over 2 million in 2001. During that time, sharp economic differences between British Asians have become accentuated. The Indians tend to be professionals and suburban. The Pakistanis and Bangladeshis have a much more blue-collar profile and tend to live mainly in inner cities. Their educational levels tend to be low and their unemployment rates tend to be high. Bangladeshi and Pakistani women tend to have relatively low participation rates in the formal economy. The picture that emerges is one of economic integration but social segregation. In other words, British Asians are part of the political economy of Britain, but they seem to constitute distinct civil societies within that political economic frame. This is most acute in the case of the Bangladeshis and Pakistanis where social encapsulation is manifested within high levels of residential segregation. The groups are residentially separate also from each other. It is important to note that this trajectory is the opposite of what would be predicted from the American model of assimilation. In the American model, economic success and suburbanization are accompanied by residential diffusion and intermarriage. In Britain, what seems to be happening is that economic success is decoupled from social assimilation and suburbanization is decoupled from residential diffusion. This provides the context for the emergence of a distinct British Asian identity. Muslims. Shala Khan. On Valentine's Day 1989, Imam Khomeini issued a fatwa against Salman Rushdie, author of the Satanic Verses. Khomeini's invocation of the friend-slash-enemy polarity, Schmidt, 1996, signified the radical politicization of the conflict surrounding the Satanic Verses and its imbrication within the Islamic Revolution's discursive articulation of Muslim subjectivity. One of the constitutive elements of this discursive field inhered in the rejection of Garbzadegi, Al-Ahmad, 1997, or Westixification as a prerequisite for the emergence of a Muslim subject position. This antithetical linkage underscored one of the ways in which the architects of the Islamic Revolution politicized the notion of Muslim identity, relating it to the modalities of inclusion within a specific political community. Sayyid, 2003. Thus, to be a Muslim meant to resist inclusion within a world that was not constructed around the signifier of Islam, more specifically a world that Europe had conjured in its own image. Al-Ahmad's thesis of Garbzadegi had been directed primarily at the incidence of formal and informal colonization in the Muslim world, and remained confined to the territorial boundaries of the state. In contrast, Khomeini, by deterritorializing Muslim subjectivity, implicitly deterritorialized the concept of Garbzadegi, extending its relevance beyond the borders of individual Muslim states. It was not only this double-edged deterritorialization, which came to the fore in the issuing of the fatwa. More significantly, the fatwa also evoked the possibility of Muslim subjectivity as an agent of reterritorialization, and thus of a radical inversion of the process by which Europe had routinely sought to impose its imperium across the globe. It is significant that the crisis triggered by the publication of the book, including Khomeini's subsequent intervention, mark a critical moment in the articulation of Muslim subjectivity in Britain. In many ways, the sets of issues surrounding the emergence of Muslims as subjects during the ferment of the Islamic Revolution, notably inclusion and Garbzadegi, deterritorialization and reterritorialization, have also become pertinent in the processes marking the mobilization of Muslims in Britain. Taken in their totality, these issues point to the anomalies associated with articulating a Muslim subject position within the confines of Britain's liberal polity. This articulation, as it extends across an increasing number of sites, for example law, media, government, education, poses a mounting challenge to the unacknowledged writ of the liberal state and its assimilationist structures. Moduad, 2005. Specifically, it points to the ways in which the universalism of the Enlightenment, and its construction of Europe as the repository of reason and ultimately of imperium, continue to be inflected within the inclusionary logic of liberalism as it seeks to incorporate the other. The assertion of Muslim identity produces a series of seismic tremors, which unsettle the norms and practices devised by the liberal state to promote depoliticization and conformity amongst its alien minorities. Furthermore, given the dichotomist construction of European and non-European identity, the articulation of Muslim subjectivity implicitly invokes the deconstruction of European subjectivity. It is the combination of these twin processes, which endows the emergence of a Muslim subject position with a transformative potential. The articulation of identity in an Islamicate rather than in an ethno-national register marks the advent of a new kind of politics in Britain, which exceeds those envisaged by the state's economy of race relations. By articulating a trans-ethnic subject position that cannot be contained within ascriptions of Britain's ethnoscapes, it anticipates a splintering of the taxonomy deployed by the state to organize and discipline its ethnically marked populations. This has particular significance for the idea of British Asian, since over two-thirds of the Muslims in Britain are located in British Asian communities. However, their increasing identification with a Muslim subject position hollows out British Asianness, which becomes a residual category that is largely associated with Indo-centric motifs, for example Bollywood, Bhangra, and Bindis. The challenge posed to the existing topography of race relations is also apparent in facets of Muslim mobilization, and encompasses two interrelated processes. On the one hand, the activist stance reflects the projection of a specifically Muslim presence upon the public arena, rather than one that is delimited by ascribed ethnicist markers. On the other hand, the mobilization of Muslims as Muslims reflects a parallel process of politicization in which an equivalential logic is established between a particularistic demand, and a more diffuse one in which such demands are exceeded. This double-edged mobilization is manifest in the demand for Muslim grant-maintained schools, which has gained a currency that transcends particular interest. Thus over 50% of Muslims endorsing state funding were not committed to sending their children there, Moduad, 2005, 199. Instead, the issue of state funding became a metaphor for Muslim-British state relations in which the state came face to face with a new form of political solidarity. In the demand for schools, as well as their extensive participation in the anti-war demonstration of 2003, Muslims featured as Muslims rather than as British Asians. The far-reaching consequences of politicization are also evident in the increasing tentativeness of Muslim political party allegiance. The defection of a large percentage of the Muslim electorate from Labour Party support, and the victory of Respect in the seat of Hackney in the 2005 election are illustrative of this trend. Above all, the fluid and expansionary aspect of Muslim identity formation becomes evident in the emergence of the global as its frame of reference. Khomeini's intervention implicitly evoked the possibility of restoring the logic of caliphal authority in a post-Westphalian world, of projecting Muslim subjectivity beyond the boundaries of the nation-state and onto an inchoate transnational political formation. It drew the Muslims of Britain into the currents of the global Muslim resurgence, which occurs at, but exceeds the level of the state. In the years since the Fatwa, the mobilization of Muslims in Britain has proceeded apace. It is evident, for example, in their willingness to make common cause with beleaguered Muslim populations across the globe, for example in Palestine, Iraq, Afghanistan, Chechnya, and Kashmir. However, the process of Muslim assertion, in Britain as elsewhere, has encountered resistance at multiple, interrelated levels. In the context of the British state, it is manifest in recastings of loyalty tests issued by politicians and media men as Muslims come to be viewed through a double lens in which Bradford becomes home to a mountain pass in the Tora Bora, an Apache-ravaged alley in the Gaza Strip, or a madrasa in Peshawar. In the global context, it is manifest in the creation of new forms of governmentality via the so-called war on terror, in which military force, ideological initiatives, and penal and surveillance systems coalesce to stem the rise of a Muslim political subjectivity insofar as it aims to challenge an iniquitous world order. In turn, the transnationalist governmentality of the war on terror has become inflected within the discursive vocabulary of racism. This is seen most vividly in attempts to outsource the definition of terrorism to the other, who exists outside the pale of the liberal state. It finds its most polarist expression in the phrase homegrown terrorists, which has become common currency. Since the attacks in London in July 2005, and which replays the opposition between metropolitan home and violent periphery. The logic of racialist governmentality in turn paves the way for the raft of legal institutional initiatives advanced by the liberal state in the guise of counter-terrorism measures, for example shoot-to-kill policies, increased surveillance, the revocation of British citizenship and deportation. Arguably these measures represent in extreme form the ongoing liberal quest to resuture Muslim identity to the British state via domestication and pacification, or above all by disciplining a form of identification whose affiliations have come to exceed territorial boundaries. However, in resembling measures adopted by the colonial state to discipline native populations in the periphery, their cumulative effect is, paradoxically, to blur distinctions between home and away, between the colonial past and the post-colonial present. This melding provides an ironic contrast to the liberal celebration of the borderless worlds of contemporary globalization, of time-space compression, of converging lifestyles and ideologies. The complex formation of Muslim as a political category illustrates how at the conceptual level, it serves to undermine biologically determined notions of race in which racial identity is construed as a matter of destiny. As such, it constitutes a refutation of the putative dichotomy of race and religion, which occurs with some regularity in Islamophobic interventions via the assertion that demonizing or ridiculing persons on the grounds of race is unacceptable since racial affiliation is involuntary. Religious affiliation, meanwhile, is voluntary, and therefore undeserving of a comparable restraint. However, this view ignores the way in which race functions as an entire civilizational discourse or, as Hesse notes, the nexus of meanings and significations of social existence within a hierarchist dichotomy, Hesse, 2005, n. 44. Cultural racialization denotes a mobile and expansionary notion of race, which also subsumes, for example, language, history, and religion. Racism, therefore, invokes the spectrum of cultural reproduction as an affirmation of its constitutive split between Europe and a subordinate non-Europe, Hesse, 2005. An understanding of racism's incremental tendencies reveals how conflictual moments between Muslims and the liberal establishment are often depoliticized and essentialized. The burning of the Satanic Verses, for example, was caricatured as a clash between freedom and fundamentalism/fascism. In being denounced as fanatical, fascistic, and grotesque, Muslims became the living eeeee. Exemplars of the cultural racialization attending the representation of Islam within the book. Echoes of this logic have been discernible in the recourse to race-centric accounts in the aftermath of the London attacks. These accounts serve to insulate the liberal state through the dismissal of a structural political dimension which could situate the attacks within the context of the global war on terror. Instead, the debate over causes and consequences has featured attempts to direct critical inquiry towards questions of multiculturalism, integration, and assimilation. These attempts, which have met with considerable success, hinge upon the pathologization of Muslims, ascribing blame and prescribing remedies via the iteration of familiar Orientalist/Indological tropes, for instance the role of hate preachers, the cultural schizophrenia engulfing Muslim youth, the need for an Islamicate Luther, despite the non-existence of a Muslim pope, and the general Muslim antipathy to our freedoms and our way of life. The consequences of pathologizing Muslims are twofold. On the one hand, this serves to present Muslim dysfunction as endogenous, as the symptom of the community's self-ghettoization from the state's liberal ethos. On the other hand, it allows for the state's racist policies to pass unchallenged, thus maintaining the frontier between white, liberal Britain and its marked ethnic minority. Significantly, the only ethnically marked individual given leave to cross the frontier is the ethnic informer, who has internalized the racist and Orientalist readings of Islam that color the dominant discourse. The authority of the ethnic informer, typified by figures such as Rushdie or Hanif Quraishi, derives from the ostensible claim to access both worlds. However, as the insider echoing the hegemonic constructions of the outsider, such an individual reinforces the allied processes of pathologization and of depoliticization by providing an authentic note of endorsement to prevailing relations of power. The informier's role is not to deny the struggle for hegemony, it is rather to parochialize the political by relocating hegemonic struggles away from the frontier and into the interior of the ethnically marked subordinate group. As such, the informant absolves the dominant culture of its excesses, which are reconfigured as the internecine feuds and rivalries typifying the otherness and specificity of the outsider. This is demonstrated, for example, in the attempted displacement of Islamophobia upon the myriad divisions that allegedly exist, for instance, between Sufis and Islamists, between members of different clans or birodaris, between individuals of different generations. The struggle to articulate a Muslim subject position occurs across a plurality of sites around the globe. It becomes the common denominator linking seemingly disparate events such as the publication of a book and the pursuit of the war on terror. This is not a struggle which can be conceptualized as the aggregate of various local conflicts. Rather, in being organized around the signifier Islam, these heterogeneous conflicts are co-constitutive, they draw upon, intersect and sustain one another as they cut across discursive, institutional, and territorial boundaries. As such they coalesce to pose a momentous challenge to the legacy of Enlightenment reason and the diverse ways in which it has contributed to the entrenchment of colonial as well as neo-colonial forms of rule both at the level of the individual nation-state and within the global order at large. The Politics of the BRASIAN. Abli Jakral. Muhammad Anwar. Most British Asians have a right to vote and to stand for elections both as British citizens and as Commonwealth citizens. Their concentration in some inner-city areas of Britain has implications for their participation in the British political process, and their concentration in particular conurbations means that, at least in statistical terms, British Asians are in a position to influence the political process in those areas. The integration of British Asians into the British political process is of fundamental importance because political involvement, power, and influence can highlight issues both through the ballot box and through politicians, party officials and committees, and these channels are fundamental to influencing political decisions, which affect all aspects of British Asian life. This chapter examines British Asian participation in the British electoral process since 1974, by using empirical data from the studies undertaken at the 1997 and 2001 general elections. The registration and turnout levels of British Asians as well as their voting patterns are analysed. In addition, the responses of the political parties to the participation of South Asian settlers and their representation in politics are presented. In this context, the issue of entryism is also discussed. Electoral importance of the BRASIAN vote. The 1991 census showed there were 78 parliamentary constituencies with more than a 15% ethnic minority population, 23 with over 30%, of which the majority were British Asian. In 1981 there were 58 constituencies with more than 15% of the total population living in households with the head born in the new Commonwealth and Pakistan, NCWP. It is estimated that in 2002 there are now more than 80 parliamentary constituencies with a 10% British Asian population. Topping the 1991 list was Birmingham Small Heath constituency with a British Asian population of almost 40%, followed by Ealing Southall with a similar percentage, see Table 1. There are also now several hundred local election wards with a British Asian population of 10% or more. Of these, Northcote Ward in the London Borough of Ealing recorded, in 1991, the highest percentage of BRA. Table 1. 12 top parliamentary constituencies in terms of South Asian population, 1991, percent of total population ethnic South parliamentary minority MIN pop. Black Asian constituency total pop. Percent. Birmingham Ladywood 80,008 44,503 55.6 Mire 34.6 Birmingham Small Heath 81,280 44,689 55.0 Way 39.6 Newham North East 81,896 43,747 53.4 is 352. Ealing, Southall 97,280 49,829 SL2 6.9 39.0. Birmingham Sparkbrook 75,492 36, 975 49.0 EO 36.8 Newham Northwest 60,457 28,856 47.7 193 23.6 Bethnal Green and Stepney 80,394 34,479 42.95 34.4 Brent North 81,002 34,371 42.48 675 Yen 3, Leicester East 85,472 32,461 38.02.3 B3 H5. Ilford South 77,681 28,625 36.86.7 25.8. Bradford West 97,058 35,450 36.5 23 B19. Leicester South 95,504 30,884 32.3 Ball 26 ul. Shions as part of the overall population, 79%, followed by Brookhouse in Blackburn, 75%, and Spinneyhill in Leicester, 71%. See Table 2. However, it must be stressed here that it is not only the number of British Asians in certain areas which makes those people electorally important, but also whether they actively take part in the political process. In other words, are they on the electoral register, do they come out to vote, and how do they compare with non-Asians in terms of such participation? However, before we deal with these questions, let us analyze the views of British Asians and non-Asians about ethnic minorities' participation in politics. Attitudes about participation in politics. The initiatives taken by the political parties to encourage British Asians and other ethnic minorities are important. However, the attitudes of ordinary electors and candidates on this subject are equally important. In this context, we asked respondents in our 1998 survey whether ethnic minorities should be encouraged to participate in the political process, and an overwhelming majority of British Asians and non-Asians felt that they should. Anwar, 1998b. See Table 3 for details. Table 2. Local election wards with more than 50% South Asian population, 1991 Ethnic South minority MIN Pop. Black Asian District Ward Population Pop. Percent. Ealing, Northcote LSE, 10,083 90.215.93 78.76 Leicester, Spinneyhill 10,035 8,281 82.524.95 70.67. Ealing, Glebe 12,858 10,424 81.077.56 68.55. Blackburn, Brookhouse 8,121 6,339 78.060.58 74.66 Leicester, Crown Hills 9,585 7,261 TSAS 2.96 69.42. Newham, Kensington 7,902 5,910 74.799.43 56.82 Bradford University 18,898 13,970 73.922 2.80 66.67. Newham, Monaga 8,060 5,910 Vibes S 14.70 53.68 Tower Hamlets, Spitalfields 8,861 6,448 Fog. 4.15 65.17. Newham, Upton 10,209 7,325 to 16.64 50.71. Leicester, Latimer 7,952 5,630, 70.801.66 67.14 Newham, St. Stephen's 7,412 5,162 69.64 11.58 $152. Leicester, Rushmead 11,479 7,498 65.32 1.67 61.15 Birmingham, Sparkhill 26,251 16,353 62.296.51 51.56 Luton, Biscuit 11,662 7,044 60.40 C, 52.18 Leicester, Charnwood 9,295 538 59.614.00 50.66. These findings were consistent with the author's previous research in 1979, 1983, and 1990, Anwar, 1994. In the 1998 survey of electors, we asked the respondents what form this active participation should take: 1. Getting involved in the present political parties, 2. Having their own political party, and 3. Any other method. An overwhelming majority of the respondents supported the first method. Among ethnic groups, 92% of whites, 86% of blacks and 94% of British Asians supported this method. We also asked about the reasons for encouraging ethnic minorities to take an active role in British politics. The majority of the respondents, whites, British Asians, and other ethnic minorities, felt that it was good for integration and for providing equal opportunities for